And we are live. Hello everyone, welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I really appreciate every single one of you. Coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away. Alright, and hello Dwayne. It's great to see you. Welcome. Hope you're having a good evening. It's always great to have you in chat. Alright, so shout out to you, Dwayne. Always, it's a pleasure, always. So, we have had. Oh, and there's Joyce. Oh, hello, Joyce. It's nice to have you aboard too. And yeah, and we were not going to Folio, however it's said. We were going to go here, and I will mention that Folio ended much earlier. But yeah, we were still not going there anyway. Oh, you're still bedsick. Yeah, all caps are allowed if people want to, if they wanted to use them. But I remember that from earlier. Yeah, the dude with the, who whatever it was, the person that was trolling us in the other chat that was using all caps, and there might have to be a speed limit on the caps that are used in here. It's yeah. So Dwayne, prayers for you. Thank you for, in spite of that, thank you for hanging out with us, and um, get well soon. Hope you feel better soon. Yeah, so in trial chat today, towards the end, there was this user that I have talked to before and had good conversations with, but this person sometimes gets in fights with the others and was going after the Aliens Angels, the LC chat ladies, whatever you want to call them, and because there's different nicknames for them, and people were telling the person to chill out and focus on the trial, and they decided to go on a giant rant and attack everybody, and DSauce was doing well along with myself to try to get the guy to chill out, and then he was whatever it is, he or she was saying to Kimberly that, oh, okay, understood, Grampy, understood. And there was this situation where I was telling Kimberly that Kimberly might need a hug, and I told the person, according to you needed a hug from Temu. I told the person according to the defendant. Person had said nothing, and they just left. If they want to start getting smart, I could get the same way. And shout out to Mary Toodles. All right, shout out to Mary Toodles. Yeah. Esau stepped up. I was proud. Yeah, yeah. And I'm glad I'm also glad he did too. And because people like him think whatever the user is thought they could just do whatever they want, and I'm just like, it's not necessary what the person was doing, and they're saying other people were inciting it, and he didn't. The person didn't have to respond to anybody. That was completely unnecessary to start something, and we're all going to stand up for each other and not allow something like that to occur. And I think that a lot of times people, they want to seek attention. Yeah. A lot of times you want to seek attention, and they want to get a reaction a lot, and so we do not tolerate that over there, and we're not going to have that happen on the trial chats. And I'm glad the person eventually left after we were standing up to the person. Yeah, so anyway, they could keep their caps and their Temu-ness to themselves. Right. There seems to be quite a debate about what people think today with the trial. So now, Truth was saying that the person he thinks is innocent. It's a case that is quite intriguing because some people, it may not be completely black and white. Black and white. But this, some people have doubts about this or that type of outcome. That certainly does depend on that too. That I think the person's probably guilty. Although Truth had some interesting points, I wouldn't see what other reason it would be, because this person is not really saying what happened, what caused them to not be around each other when they went to the appointment. Oh, hello, Abs. Won't be joining tonight. Have jail call with A-hole. Hope you have a good stream. Love you guys. You rock, alien. Oh, thank you, Abs. I hope everything goes well. Good night to you. Hello there, Kimberly. Great to see you. Yeah, and Joyce said, did they? I blocked them. Oh, I'm glad that you blocked them, because you don't need to have to do with that type of behavior when the person was messing with you. Yeah, so what happened was, after you blocked the person, D-Sauce and I were confronting the individual, and the person was trying to tell me that I need to scroll up and see that the other people initiated it. But it doesn't really matter. Like, you need to not call people names and attack others. They shouldn't do stuff like that. And then, because we are going to stick up for our people. And as I said, I'm very proud of D-Sauce and glad that he was sticking up for chat. That's good. Because morons like that just cause us to lose brain cells. So what eventually happened was, the end part of it, Joyce, was when Kimberly was being targeted by the person because she was telling him to, stop, ignore him. Then he was like, oh, Kimberly, you need a hug. And then I was telling the person that, according to that, I heard a rumor that they needed a hug from Temu, according to the defendant. And I was going to see what the person had to say, but they didn't say anything and they left. After I said that, the person left. Or whatever. So, yeah, I was glad the person went off and went away. And shout out to D-Sauce for sticking up for chat. I appreciate it. And I also was, again, trying to get the person to shut up, because I didn't like what was going on. And then attacking D-Sauce when he was trying to defend our friends. I just think that it was, and I'm like, hey, you can't just, do that to D-Sauce. He was trying to help, defend the chat friends, and the LC chat ladies are the best, and just a basement dweller that has nothing better to do. Hello, Elaine. Good evening to you. I'm glad that you're able to make it. Oh, you referred to them as they. Ah, nice. Kim says, I didn't even see what started it. I just saw the nastiness, and that's when I said something, but I had no idea what started it. Okay. I was busy doing stuff, so never seen chat later, although it seemed like it was going off. I don't know what started either. I don't really know myself. I remember Elaine and I were talking about the case, and I was watching the chat, and I saw it go up. About that they was attacking the different people, and I was observing it for a moment, and then I gotta get this piece of my mind right here. And Kim says, I think it was just rage matter. I've never seen the person as anyone else. Oh, I've seen the person. I've had. Yeah, we all stick together. Yes. Yes, it's a nice place to unwind. Yeah, many people say that. And I appreciate the kind words. Now, with the person, I've talked to the person before a couple of times in the past. Man, it seemed like good conversations. And but I've seen recently the person has gotten fights with others. And I always tell the person to not do that when I've done this before. Like I've tell the person not to fight the other people in the chat. I've done it before because writing all caps and then they start getting into a fight, then it gets all out of hand, and I'm just like, it's not necessary. Like, especially if someone has a problem with somebody, that user doesn't need to go and confront everybody it thinks it's bothering him. It's completely unnecessary, and we need to all try to get along in the chat because there's been some messed up people. One time. Oh, yeah, exactly, Joyce. You are very patient. You are very patient. And one of the reasons why I like you here is, of course, the other ones too. I like your patience because sometimes when things can get heated, I like how you're very calm with my chat and other chats too. Yeah, because if you block someone, the person really was, the patience were being tested to the limit where it was not a reasonable situation. Right. Kim says, we were all relaxed and coming up with our own theories about very much into the trial, and then person just came in and like blew it up. Wow. Okay. Misery loves company. So true. Yeah. Yeah. And I certainly would not really. I'm not a big fan of that user because of what they're doing. I don't like what the person's done this before. It's probably, as I said, probably a troll of some sort. It's probably a Temu Sheen troll that's sometimes acts completely out of hand, and it's something that we're not going to be tolerating. Misery loves company, and a lot of times they will feed off of each other, the different trolling groups that will come in. They'll feed off each other, and then they'll go and cause a problem with a chat room. The basement dwellers get upset with their life, and they want to go cause something to get attention. Now, I've heard that it's also good to ignore these types of individuals because they just want the company. They just want the little confidence boost. But I'm also not going to just let them insult our people like that. We're not going to just have them do that. And that's why I'm glad that we all stick up for one another. Yes. Elaine says, most of the regulars over there get along fine. When there is disagreement, it usually water of ducks backs and resumes to normal business. Yes. Yeah, and sometimes even within the trial chat, there could be some disagreements. There could be times where people will not see eye to eye, but we don't let it get to us personally. We just brush it off and go forward. I think that, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I will say the trolling situation at the trial chat is not like it used to be after they took away the mods. It's better than it was like last year, but still we don't really like it when it happens from time to time. It's not cool. Regina says, yo, hey, y'all stop talking about me. Oh, good to see you, Regina. We were talking about this user in the chat that was trying to fight everybody and writing all caps. Kimberly said, we all have a bad day here and there, and I'm willing to give somebody a bad day, but that was just absolutely disgusting what that person was doing. Yeah. If Joyce or I have been a mod, or somebody had been a mod, or Sauce was a mod, we could have just blocked the person out the chat. But we could, like, people can block a user on their own if they're causing them a problem. But to block them completely from the chat is something that mods do. But there is mods at LC now, but it's more laid back than it was before. But yeah, so completely disgusting. And I didn't like what the person was saying to you, Kim, or Joyce, or Sauce. You know, I didn't like it either. And when I noticed that something was happening, I stepped in when I noticed something. Elaine says, I agree. I have been argumentative at times and also been rained on by trolls. We're human, but there's no need for bullying. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I do not tolerate bullying. Well, it's called cyberbullying. I do not tolerate that at all. I take it very seriously. And I don't appreciate people doing that, especially strangers or that could be causing us a problem. It's unacceptable. Nothing wrong with some criticism or debate. That's fine, but bullying is unacceptable. Kim says, just opinions. And I try to remind some people that we all have different opinions and we have to respect others' opinions. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because I think that, now, as I said before, that True thinks that there's not enough evidence to prove the person's guilty, which was interesting. I don't know, but I think the person on the defendant is guilty, because it's just kind of strange how he would come back without her there, and he's not saying what happened exactly. Now, yesterday we were talking about they could have gotten into a fight and they broke up, or she did something like that. But the person's not saying anything, which is kind of suspicious. It certainly is a odd situation. Dwayne says, sounds like a person that told me to jump off my 35 floor balcony. They used all caps. That's disgusting that they told you that. It must be that person, because that's what they write in all caps. Kim says, when you write all caps, it's like you're screaming at people and you're demanding their attention, and it's rude and it's not good chatting. Right. I haven't seen enough, in my opinion. You haven't seen enough yet? Okay, thank you. Not saying it didn't, but I got nothing from State so far. Okay, Joyce, thank you. Okay, and I hear you. It's certain, if he did do the crime, there's not a lot of evidence to. There's reasonable doubt that can be raised about if he really did it or not. And then also what Truth was saying, we don't even know what was being mentioned, not mentioned, what DNA evidence from the body itself. Right. Yeah, that was completely messed up. A lot of people left the LC chat. A lot of people left it because of what was happening. And I can understand why people would feel that way, because people want to go in a trial chat and they don't want to deal with all the BS nonsense and problems. And I remember last year, Dwayne would remember, there was an incident when they took away the mods. There was tons of the trolls bombarding us. That was one of the most craziest things ever. I was scared. Yeah. So, Kim says, we are like family, and families stick up for family. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's true. We are like family, and we've known each other for a long time, and that is the right thing to do. Right thing to do, indeed. Elaine says, Cat person today was clearly on the wind up, but there are some folks who have visual defects who find typing with caps easier. I get that. Dwayne says, I'm 65 years old and know how to step on roaches like that. Yeah, facts. Facts. Yeah, definitely. Because, and you are good with that, Dwayne. Absolutely. Because there's too many people out there that will try to ruin our peace and cause us to fight and have problems. Yeah, all caps were scared. Yeah, sometimes you write in all caps is an enthusiastic thing. The writer is an enthusiastic thing. And I just really was really interested in how sometimes people use it for enthusiasm, some people use it for like scared, and some people use it for to be annoying, like to try to fight or something like that. I think someone just honked at the spaceship. Oh, yeah, that is true. Another flying saucer honked at us. Yeah, he forgot to use his blinker. I wish we had cause of death, and that would help a whole lot. Yeah, yeah. Oh, and a lot of times there'll be situations that happen where people will. Oh yeah, people will certainly unite together, against the enemy. And then when the person has people uniting against them, they get all nervous and try to downplay what they're doing. And the user that we were speaking of was certainly doing gaslighting because they were trying to blame the chat for what it had to do. It's like saying, like, say someone like goes and shoots up a place and says, "Oh, they made me do it." It's like the person didn't have to write in all caps and be mean. And we're a nice, friendly chat. We always like to talk to each other and have a good experience. And we're not going after people and bullying other people. We're not doing anything like that. We just don't tolerate people with nonsense like that. Elaine never said, I'm 65. That was Gramp. I'm only mid 40s. Oh, if I said Elaine, my bad. Dwayne. Yeah, Dwayne is 65. That's what I meant to say. If I said Elaine, my bad. I meant to say Dwayne is 65. Yeah, I don't even know how old you are, Elaine. And so that's true. I think that I am glad that we all stuck up for each other, and we will continue to do that if we encounter people like that again. Okay. I got the. I'll have my Temu moments, but they're quite humorous when they happen. Okay, Joyce. Okay, Joyce. I will see you later. Thank you for coming. Oh, it is cool. You know what I meant. Okay. Yeah, I. The space in between my ears could come up with the most absurd things sometimes. Good evening, mermaid. Welcome. So, yeah, mermaid. In the other chat, in the trial chat room, there was a troll who was. I didn't see the beginning. I saw it in the middle somewhere. I was doing some stuff and I was talking to Elaine about. I was talking to Elaine about the trial theories. We're having a conversation about that, and I saw this user that I've seen before that I've had interesting conversations with, not interesting conversations, but people, a person that I've communicated with before in the chats, and writing all caps and going after the aliens, angels, or which is also the LC chat group, so the trial chat ladies, and then and my friend and the chat, he's here too. Sauce was telling the person to stop, messing with the chat and with the LC ladies, and they were going back and forth. And then I stepped in when I noticed something was going on. Ah, yes, we have our Febreze right now because we have Jerry coming through. All right, Dwayne, take care. Control. Yeah, so that is what occurred. And then they went after the person went after Kimberly, and when Kimberly was also telling the person to cut it out, it was like, "Oh, Kimberly, you need a hug." And then I told the user that I heard a rumor that that user needed a hug from Temu, according to the defendant. The person said nothing and left. Yeah, hello, Frog. Good to see you. So that was really nice to see. All right, you had a situation where the person was trying to attack them, and DSauce stepped in when he saw it, and then when I saw it, we both were. And I was defending DSauce when he was getting attacked too, and the rest of the chat. And I said the LC chat ladies are the best, and I said I'm glad that he stood up for him. I'm glad that he's hanging there for him. And it was certainly a keyboard warrior. As Chad is saying, misery loves company, and the person wanted to get a reaction, wanted to get attention, and was trying to incite the chat for a reaction, and wanted to fight for hatred. So, and I'm glad that we all stood up for each other. Mermaid says, people are vicious. Online to me all the time, the keyboard warriors. I'm reading since I had recent stalker about these deeply strange individuals, trying to understand them. And they most times have undiagnosed mental illness. Yeah, I agree. Oh, good grief. They're having a bad time in life, right? Years turn into months when you turn 40. Time goes so fast. Yeah. Yeah. I'm getting close to 30. I'm going to be 28 in February. And yeah, Mermaid said, "Oh yeah, trolls, they have tendencies to stalk. Stalkers, I'll tell you, mentally." But yeah, it's happened to me before, as you know. And yeah, people have tried to stalk me before, and people get triggered. And I've dealt with, the whole time on YouTube, I've dealt with trolls and messed up people. I remember like when I do the phone lives, and you've seen the phone lives, Mermaid. I'll have all these idiots that'll try to talk smack to me. There are a lot of creepy people out there. Yeah, indeed. They probably don't feel the need to be checked out because they're never wrong. It's deeply sad. In my opinion, the narcissism. The narcissism that these people will feel, I think is extremely fueling the way their mind is. It's fueling them completely. Because they can't be wrong. You know, they can't be wrong, and they don't use their narcissism for something productive. They use it for something bad, and it goes down the rabbit hole of destruction. Hello, frog. And Jerry says, before you know it, you'll be 58 like me. Yeah, yeah, time will fly. Yeah, absolutely. There you go. And Elaine says, Kim, I was only last week I had Xmas 24. Now I'm Xmas 25. Cope with. Oh, yeah, yeah. Mermaid said, oh yeah, people have their motives. I had no idea in fantasy of them, and the trolls are this way. Yes. Or they want to depict you as a bad person because they absolutely know you're better than them. It's insane. Yeah, and a lot of times they'll do slanderous things, and they'll put other people down and make themselves look bigger. Just like the defendants in a lot of these trials that we see. It's like a lot of these, you know, Temu Sheen defendants. I don't like it what they're doing. You know, and a lot of people need to be on trial. A lot of people need to be, you know, held accountable for what they're doing. And I'm glad that the chat does that. Kim says, we are all family. Got my sisters and me. Yes. Narrate said, nuts is all it is. Just vengeful evil. It's okay. It happens to us all. People should forgive. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I think people should forgive. And people should forgive themselves and not hold things against anybody. And I do think that cutting off people that are just not going to be like that, which are not going to try to cooperate and be normal people, some people need to be let go, but always forgive. Amen. Kim says, OMG, the spaceship is getting old. Oh, I wish I was that age again. Yeah, so I am a Pisces. That's what I am. I really do. The community, you know, the community I think is a really good community to have, you know. And I love this channel, not trying to toot my own horn, but I love this channel and the people in it, and the community that we have here also. And I'm glad so many of you want to like to unwind and hang out with us as we do our trial reviews and stuff like that. Let's see. Here. Which we will be reviewing the trials that we saw today and making commentary about it, which we always do here after every trial stream. Oh, good evening, Denisha. Great to see you. All right. And Terrace Pisces rising here. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, the force of the chat is stronger than the force of darkness. That's why you gotta always remember, people will hate on you when you're doing something important. When you're doing something that people will see and making a difference and thinking different and making a change, that's when people will have hate and will attack others because they feel bad about themselves and they want to destroy what's cool and what's being created. That's exactly what they want to do. And I think it's absolutely disgusting and it's very low self-esteem and unacceptable. Rather than using whatever is in them that they have for hatred, they can go and use that for fuel for something productive, but they don't. You know, they will always attack. They'll always will attack others. And They are certainly low lives indeed. And just know, chat, that y'all made a difference and did something, a wonderful chat that they can ever have. And that's something to never, ever forget. And I will stick up for y'all when things get rough in the chat, as always. And it's really, it's really important to me that we all stick together in spite of our differences, if we have any. All right. And this is the game that I play while I talk about trials and stuff like that. That I like to play during the streams, also. It has to do with Pirates of the Caribbean. And I go and attack ships, different things like that. It's quite... And Cuba is a place that's being attacked at the moment. Now, it looks like the game itself, their servers must be frozen up again. That's what it seems like. But it's still a cool game. We'll eventually, get it back on. But yeah. Yeah, it looks like the game is trying to be stuck. Okay. Alright. So we're going to probably just not do that. Go into the other thing. Let's go here. Oh yes, Eris and Tender Love is yet they are members of the group. That is true. Yes. Okay, the game is not loading because of the servers on their side. So we're just gonna go here and get right into this. Yeah. Yeah, Eris is subscribed to me. And so is Cecil. Or we call Tender Love. I saw him over at Folio today, but he has been quiet lately. That is true. Ah, okay. Yeah. Let's go here. We're going to do a trial review. Oh yeah, many people from the trial chat are here. We're going to give a summary of day 3. All right. On day 3, Matthew Powell murder trial in Wisconsin, the prosecution continued presenting evidence related to the disappearance of Stephanie Havlons, including testimony about her missed dental appointments and forensic analysts. Paul's truck, computers, while digital evidence from Paul's computers was detailed. Forensic testing of his truck for blood and DNA did not find evidence of Steph's presence for right there. Okay. Elaine said, that's cool. I only clicked that you did lives last night. Oh. Yeah, I I've been doing them for a couple of years, and recently I've gone into the trial chat. And the stories about me in the trial chat is that there was days where Monica and some other trials were not on, and Moki and them wanted me to go live, and we just kept on doing it. Sometimes every single like in the daytime, and then there was a situation where we want me to go live every day while we did these reviews and stuff. So I just did it every single day, and like Abby likes the stream. You know, we have different people that like the want me to do it every day, so that's where we did it. And then people from the trial chat come and hang out here while we review our content about the trial today. The trial, let's see, the compelling timeline. In her opening, the prosecution, it's kind of like a review of the prosecution, is in her opening statement. Prosecutor Susan Oper claimed that she would present a detailed timeline of Paul's activities between the day Pavlon's was last seen, August 23, 22, when her body was found in September 9, 22. She stated the timeline would paint him into such a very small corner that the only conclusion would be his guilt. Oh, hello, Moki. Good evening. I hope you had a good time today. And Elaine said, "I'm about 6 hours ahead of you, so it's nighttime when we chat Scotland." Nice. Yeah, it's nighttime for you. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes Becky is comes in here. She hangs out with us sometimes, and it's nighttime over there. Yeah, we have in Ireland. Yeah, and thank you for being on this channel and the LLC channel too. I'm glad that you like to get watch our trials in America. Over in Europe, I would wish they could have a system where they could show people trials over there. It's very different. Yeah, I do too. I agree, Mogi. Yes, and thank you for lurking. Right, Kim says it's definitely been an interesting trial until the defense lawyer got up today. It seemed like the judge wasn't happy with him. Oh, towards the end, that was he was saying some stuff that, not trying to say any spoilers or anything for people who didn't see it, but say like the judge was not a happy camper by what was going on, and he was like a very polite way of saying what the f is this guy up to? Like, yeah, a control freak. Yeah, Kim says definitely been interesting until trial defense lawyer got up today and seemed judge wasn't happy with him. That dude is so guilty. Wait until you get to the phone recorded messages. Yeah, yeah. Now, some people are just very good at committing a crime, and some people have reasonable doubt about the body decomposing and what the dental records are to prove what is what or how she passed away. There in a lot of people have some reason, not a lot, but some people, I don't know how many. Some of the chat members have some reasonable doubt about his guilt, but a lot of those people like that are very good. Carol just got called senile in chat. Scared. Scared. Oh, Lord. Yeah. Nasty Bar Steward is all I can say about him. Mars Stewart. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. And some people are just very good at disguising their crime. There's people that thought from trial chat that thought Brian Koberger was innocent. But clearly he wasn't. He was the one that was guilty. Just some people are just very good at committing their crimes. So I just think that the most logical, easiest answer here is that the dude is guilty. Unless there's something really convincing that comes up to try to sway it another way. I understand people were saying a good point about we don't know how the person passed away. Like Truth was talking about the dental records, and we don't really know if he was responsible. But I just think that using the idea of an analysis, really analytical here, is that the most logical answer usually is this. The simplest answer is the answer. That's what I meant to say. And that just seems like what it was. And he could have said why they were. Did they have a breakup? Did she get mad and drive off and leave him? He could have said that. He didn't report her missing. There's all kinds of things that he could have said differently. Or just saying nothing at all. Maybe he was advised by attorneys to say that. Maybe there's a point with his defense there. But yeah, it seems the timing is just bad. Timing can happen. Messed up things happen. Mistakes happen to everybody. But I would just say the timing is just too uncanny for her to go missing when he is not with her. And I'm going to even add this. This is a hypothetical here, is that he did not report her as missing, and he imitated her allegedly on social media. So if you have a person, even if you're in a breakup with them, now someone breaks up with someone, yeah, they may not come back, but still you'd report them missing if you're not hearing from them and they weren't around, I think. And it's a speculation about why they weren't together, if it was a breakup or whatever, but he could have still said something as an alibi, but why didn't he report her missing? So, I think it's guilty so far, but I'm up for a different opinion if there was some really convincing evidence in another direction. But that is what I think at the moment. Alright, Elaine says, bar steward is a spelling of a word YouTube won't let me type, but it's... Ah, okay. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yes. Yes, he was taking her prescriptions. I remember that from earlier. I was... Mary Toodles like your jacket.
Thanks.
Alright. And I was, outside and enjoying the weather and watching the stream, and yeah, I saw that about him taking the prescriptions. That is really messed up. That action itself is an impulsive behavior of an addiction, possibly, but it's an impulsive behavior, and it's a lack of empathy. You're going to take advantage of your SO like that, significant other like that, and I think that is just shady in itself. There's too many things that are connecting the dots together that makes this person look really guilty. But then again, as I said, it certainly confused some people about what the truth is, but the silver lining is this, that there's no way this guy was a reputable person that was concerned for his girl. It's very, very strange. Kim says, somebody in our chat today said that they think he had deleted killed before, and I'm not surprised. That actually was a good thought, because maybe he has. Oh yeah, Moki. Yeah. That was a Shiot show earlier. Yeah. That part. Oh, hello, Glow. Good evening to you. Welcome to the stream. And Kim, that is a very good opinion, because he probably, just like with the Chris Hansen show, when he catches the predators, when they catch these predators, and they always say it's their first time, but they most likely have done it before. Oh yeah, there was an argument earlier today. So just what happened was in chat, this unique user. I don't know what exactly started or what happened because I was, in and out of chat, but Unique has a history of fighting people in the chat, and then Unique was getting in arguments again with some of the users, including Joyce and the others, and I didn't. And then I was talking to Elaine about the case, and I saw that, and Sauce was a noble chat friend, and he was defending the chat against this person. That was good. He was doing that, and I stepped into and was trying to get the person to cut it out and to stop attacking the others. And then Moki said, "You can't control, you can't control Unique." Yeah, and I was just like, I didn't think it was necessary what it was doing, and we were having it was telling me that the other people started it. The other people started it, and to not go and I need to look back to see who it was. I've talked to Unique before, but I've seen the person have fights with others, and then was telling Kim. Unique was telling Kim about when Kim said something to him. Kim said, "Oh, you need to, stop doing that," and she was, getting, letting him have it. And then Unique was telling Kim, "Oh, do you need a hug?" He told Kim, and I was just like, "All right." And I told him, "You know what? I heard a rumor that he needs a hug from Temu, according to the defendant." And he said nothing and left. So that ended that. And then the person just disappeared. And a lot of times people will troll to get attention or get a reaction. But as I said, I don't mind sticking up for y'all. It's all good. Yeah, Unique is untamable, it seems. Alright, Elaine says, "I would love to hear from his past ex intimidate relationships because the level of controlling narc does not arrive out of nowhere." Elaine, that's a very good point. I mean, Ted Bundy, for instance, I talk about sometimes when it's irrelevant to the case, is he was known to be a narc and a thief and all kinds of. He was given rough red flags before he did his crime, and during his crimes. So I would not be surprised if he did this before. Like Amber Heard, for instance, had a history of abusing. You think Unique is a woman? Yeah, we don't know what Unique is exactly. Thank you, Loki, for your take. So I think certainly may have murdered people before, and that's why it's difficult for some people to figure out if he did it or not. Because you gotta be careful with people like that. They're very good at what they do. Okay, they can be very deceptive. So, very good point, chat, about he may have done it before, definitely. I need to rewatch today's testimony. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I remember it today. It was quite interesting information. Elaine says the fact that her esteem was so low, she was willing to let him have several relationships with other women is horrifying. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Elaine said Amber was the basket case, oh well, but that trial was so entertaining. Oh, that was so. Oh, and also, Elaine, we watched the Depp trial. We watched replays of it all the time. And this summer, when we were going live, when there wasn't trials going on, we watched Amber the Depp trial all day long, and it just never got old. And I would react to it, and the chat would love my reactions to it. Yeah, that was hilarious. What do y'all think about the Sean Grayson verdict? I'm P-list. Sean Grayson. And Gloria said she agrees with Joyce all the time. I mean, like, how can you agree with Joyce? She's the best. If you get an argument with Joyce, you got problems. Fact. Yeah, Joyce is awesome. She's amazing. You know, that is, I will say, and let's say this. Like, okay, those that are skeptical about the case, about him being guilty, we cannot deny that he was very abusive to her. He was abusive to her. He made her feel low and down and submissive. So that isn't a good trait. There isn't something like that going on. So, absolutely, Moki, very heartbreaking. That's part of the narc control and their manipulation. That's exactly what it is. You know, textbook completely. What they do to their victims and they do to other people. You're hooked on the Depp trial. Oh, I'm glad to hear that because we'll certainly. You'll like this place because we play it all the time. Moki, it's heartbreaking. The only outlet she has her diary. He has disappeared into space. Right. Okay, so we have Sean Grayson. A jury has found the former Illinois sheriff's deputy Sean Grayson guilty of second-degree murder and 24 fatal shooting of Sonia Macy. The verdict was reached October 29, 25 after a 7-day trial. Conviction. Grayson was found guilty of second-degree murder, a lesser charge than the first-degree murder he was indicted for. Not guilty. The jury found Grayson not guilty of all three first-degree murder he was facing. Sentencing. Grayson's sentencing is scheduled for 26 of January. He faces a prison sentence up to 20 years, and he could also receive probation. Oh, he said, I was on the fence for a long time, but today convicted him. Oh yeah, Kim says my mother-in-law is in surgery. Thank y'all for all the prayers. My husband thanks y'all too. Oh, okay, okay. We were glad to pray for the mother-in-law, your mother-in-law. Yeah, you're very welcome. Chloe said, it's bullshit. Should have been first degree. Jury got it all the way wrong. Yeah. All right, trial facts. The jury saw body cam footage that showed Macy raising a pot of boiling water after Grayson had raised his pew pew gun. Grayson claimed he shot her because he felt threatened and his taser might not have worked due to her layered clothing. However, Grayson's partner testified that he did not see Macy as a threat. All right, Kim says the text messages talking about him hitting her in the head and threatening to kill her. All of that was very good testimony. Yeah, definitely. Impact on community. The killing of Sonia Macy sparked the protest and led to federal investigation by the U.S. Justice Department. It resulted in Illinois state legislator passing law requiring greater transparency on the backgrounds of candidates for law enforcement positions. Macy family settled lawsuit against Sangamon County for $10 million. Yeah, and Glow says first degree murder. Yeah. And sometimes a jury could get things completely wrong, right? A juries have been known to do stuff like that where like I'll say the person is clearly guilty. I've said that to myself, like, right? Someone's like clearly guilty and they're not guilty. Or somebody is completely not guilty and they're found guilty. Yeah, sometimes they get it wrong, Glow, and it's frustrating. I feel you. I don't know what y'all think about the Georgia woman who was tried, that was found guilty of murdering her husband. Maybe she did it. I was just thinking about, I don't know how she would have dragged his body to the fire pit, to the fire area like that. But, maybe she had some sort of help from the guy she was cheating on. But she was cheating, right? So that was something that turned off the jury over there. So yeah, just at the time I was just like, I just couldn't see how she could drag the body and do all that herself. Like, unless she had an accomplice with her. But then she was found guilty. And then this other lady from '06 that was, I forgot what the trial was called. She probably did delete her roommate, but she was found not guilty. And I'm like, come on. Like, I was just like, clearly, like, who else would it be? Was it Santa Claus taking his naughty list ideology too far? I mean, no. I mean, I was like, it had to be it, but they found her not guilty, and just I told you, I'll like tell chat, I'm like, it's guilty, and then I'm like, yeah. Like, for instance, with Tellus, Milky and I were both nervous about the Tellus thing because we didn't want the jury to get that wrong. And Tellus shows no remorse or empathy. Him being on the stand was so like manipulative and deceitful. He just, I mean, you see how calm that guy was. Like after what he did, it's sickening. Only he could have done that. They're just, but he was very confident in what he was doing. People like that need to be locked up. It's really unnerving. But I'm glad the jury got the thing with Tellus and Monica right. Monica's reaction was priceless. That was even what Monica did. So Tellus was a total tube. Oh, thank you, Kim. And additionally, before that, Kim said, yes, drug addicts can have very low self-esteem. Oh, and I had some relatives that had issues with drugs. And they do have low self-esteem. Yeah. It's a very sad thing. And they will do pretty much anything to get their fix. Because there's a withdrawal symptoms they'll get. And they just, it leads to a lot of suffering all over the place. Yeah, so people with drug addictions completely can have lots of problems, indeed. With self-esteem. And then when someone's low self-esteem, they can be taken advantage of by somebody that's a narc. type person. So he's got to be careful. People have to be careful. Yeah, Tellus was a total tube. Indeed. He. I remember he. Oh, thank you, Kim. Thank you so much. You too. Oh, Adelson Granny was hilarious. I could watch her verdict read on repeat. Well, you know what? It's actually you're in the right place, Elaine. You're in the right place. All right. We will react to that. All right. We're gonna react to that. After I read this, we're gonna react to that again. All right. Okay, so giving a review on the Sean Grayson situation. Okay. On July 24, former Illinois Sheriff's Deputy Sean Grayson shot and killed Sonia Macy inside her home after she had called 911 about possible prowler. During Grayson's trial, October 25, prosecutors argued he unnecessarily escalated the situation, while Grayson claimed he acted in self-defense, fearing Macy would throw a pot of boiling water at him. The initial 911 call, 36-year-old black mother Macy called 911's Illinois, believing there was a prowler outside her house. Deputies arrived, and Grayson and his partner responded to the call. After checking outside, finding no intruder, they entered Macy's home to speak with her. The confrontation. Body camera footage shows at the trial captured the incident. Macy, who had previously been struggling with mental health issues, picked up a pot of boiling water from her stove. Right, exactly, Kim. Yeah, and Macy, who previously had been struggling with mental health issues, picked up the pot of boiling water from her stove. Macy told deputies, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus." Grayson responded by threatening to shoot her in the face if she didn't drop the pot. As Macy appeared to hesitate, rise up, Grayson fired his pew-pew 3 times, hitting her in the face. And I could, yeah, the lady in Georgia. Yeah, the lady in Georgia. OMG, yes, the lady in Georgia. I'm not sure about that. She's blaming it on the son that had a drug problem. Yeah, that one. And as I said, I could be wrong about that, but it may have not have been her son either. It could have been someone else, like from the woods, that was a creep or something. It could be none of them. And but yeah, as I said, she could have done it. I just don't know how she would have done. Kathy Smith and I were on the same page. Is like, how could she go and move a body like that by herself? And a man would do it, but unless she had some sort of an accomplice or the cheater dude helped her, I don't know. I wouldn't have, unless she used a hand truck. I mean, she could have put him on a hand truck and did it. I don't know. Um, and if you have like but as I said, people do all kinds of stupid things all the time. They'll do all kinds of things for, like cheating or whatever. Like she was cheating. People will ruin their lives over stupid things. Like Tellus, I mean, he could have been just chilling, and Gurman could have just been existing too. But these people take such retaliatory actions in a certain stance where it will ruin the rest of their lives. I just don't know if she really did it. I don't know. But at that time, I just didn't make any sense. Like, the way it was presented to me. Elaine said Casey Anthony jurors must have been hypnotized by defense to come up with that verdict. What the AF on that one? Yeah. So true. So true. You do have good attorneys out there, but in the case of Casey Anthony, on July 5, 2011, jury found Casey not guilty of first-degree murder, aggravated child abuse, and aggravated manslaughter of a child, but guilty of 4 misdemeanors, counts of providing false information to a law enforcement officer with credit time served. Casey was released on July 17, 2011. Wow, that is just. And during investigation, Anthony lied to police on multiple occasions, which led to her arrest for the murder of her daughter. Anthony was charged with first-degree murder along with aggravated child abuse, aggravated manslaughter of a child. Lindsay Casey Anthony jurors must have been, yeah, okay. Just like that the trial we're watching, the guy seems to have full control over her. Isn't funny. He didn't want her to take the girl into the Philippines. Kim, very good point, which is another thing that Donna did. They're trying to find a country that has amnesty laws. In the United States, there's laws where people, if you go to United Kingdom and say like you go and blow up a Walmart with Temu chickens in it, right? And then you go to England, to United Kingdom somewhere, they'll extradite you back to the United States. So in this situation, if you go to Philippines or Nam, you will not be extradited back to the United States. So the search results about him trying to go to the Philippines is a very unfortunate coincidence. Another weird coincidence. Hilarious, Celine. Hilarious. And that's a coinky dink, right? That he goes and his girlfriend goes missing, or wife, whatever it is, goes missing, right? And then he wants to look at the Philippines. He doesn't report her missing. I feel that the burden of proof is there, but yes, the body was decomposed, and to figure out how the person died and who the person actually is disputed by some. So I can understand the skepticism. I just think that if there's strong evidence to not prove he is innocent but guilty, prove the guilty part. Not that he's innocent, because a lot of people may view it backwards. If we're trying to prove him innocent by doing a straw man about the body, right? But there's another thing that can be viewed is about the facts that you can't deny. I agree, Moki. I agree. Yeah, it's crazy indeed. Crazy indeed. Yeah, and the reason with Casey Anthony, the prosecutors didn't prove beyond a reasonable doubt. But sometimes, like, something could be there when it's not there, but it is there, right? The Mokester. Yeah, shout out to Mokes. All right. Okay, we're gonna watch some funny stuff right here. Let's go to Donna Adelson's verdict. All right. Let's go this way. And we have some of our... Well, that's the wrong window, but let's put it in the right window. Alright, these are the spaceship cats. Shout out to the spaceship cats. Right here.
And this verdict.
Yeah.
If you please can hand the verdict form to the bailiff. Having reviewed the verdict form, it is in its proper order. At this time, I will publish the verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 2 of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 3. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 3 of the indictment, solicitation.
Not a single tier. Not one tier. Yeah, Donna is nuts. Yeah. And she was... Oh, I remember one time Eagle Eyes was saying, we were roasting her and laughing, and there was some troll in here that was trying to, like, tell me that I was being too heartless towards her, and I'm just like, dude, it's like, this person had this dude murdered, the son-in-law murdered. I didn't like that. I think it is absolutely horrendous what occurred with that, and that's why it's okay. I mean, she's a disgusting person, and when we were talking about it, Eagle Eyes was saying that it was the first time in a long time she's experienced an orgasm. And that's what that was. That was funny when he said that. That was funny. All right, and Kim said, guilty people lie, innocent people tell the truth. Yeah, precisely. All right, let's play that again. And Judge Everett is great. Judge Everett is great. Okay, let's play it again. And we're going to do it in slow motion.
Having reviewed the verdict form, it is in its proper order. At this time, I will publish the verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 2 of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 3. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 3 of the indictment, solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And it is signed and dated by the foreperson. One moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room.
Elaine said Harvey was dug up from a grave to attend the court. For her, and the dude looked like a corpse. Oh, he was a corpse. You know what he is? He's a vampire from Sheen. He's a Sheen vampire. And that is certainly a fact. A fact. And he was going, you whippersnappers, she is not guilty. It was too many words for him to say. I mean, you got these people with these walkers and stuff saying that she's not guilty. And it's like, bro, please. She is guilty of sin. And you know what she could have done? She could have done it better. She could have admitted what she did was wrong. And she did it because she was trying to protect her family. If she would have shown responsibility, acted a little bit differently, maybe she could have done a different sentence. That she would have been in jail, but a different sentence. So, but her stupid attorneys advised her in the most cringiest way ever. I mean, a lot of these attorneys are dumb. Like, a lot of these Temu Sheen attorneys. Elaine said, my hero will have me straight to the fires down below. Elaine, you are in the right place. Because we are known to be quite diabolical with our humor of hellfire here. Alright, now we're going to play it sped up.
Has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
Yeah.
If you please can hand the verdict form to the bailiff. Having reviewed the verdict form, it is in its proper order. At this time, I will publish the verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as the count one of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Count two. We, the jury, find as follows as the count two of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count three. We, the jury, find as follows as the count three of the indictment, solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And it is signed and dated by the foreperson. One moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room. Mrs. Adelson, while this was not the outcome I'm sure that you desired, there will not be any further outbursts in front of the jury. If you cannot control yourself, I am going to have to determine if you'll be removed from the remainder of this process. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Do you need a moment to collect yourself? Before the jurors are brought back in, we will take a brief 2-minute break. Please give her tissues if she needs them. When the jurors are brought back into the room, does the defense wish to have the jurors polled before they are discharged?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well.
Yeah. Yeah, judge said, the judge said, yeah, SCUFU, yes. And there's no
Please
tears.
bring back in the jurors so we can conclude
No
the portion of
tears.
the trial.
Oh no, Glow, you are fine. You can say what you want. It's okay. And yeah, cursing's allowed here. It's fine. Yeah, judge. Yeah, the judge said, "Shut the fuck up" to her. Right. Exactly. And he did it in the most smoothest way possible, in the most in his calm, cool demeanor that I really appreciate. And I remember during what she was saying, he was he was telling her that she was not showing any empathy at all, and she just kept on talking. Yeah, and this big buffoon right here, the mattress dude, he's he's putting his hand on her, and that's what's causing her to quake. You know, he's trying to induce her to have other. Oh, hello, Toby. Good to see you. Yes, we're saying rude things about Donna Adelson. That's true. And then what happened was he was calling us all the peanut gallery, and that was completely cringe. All right, and then we will play back another time. Let's go here. Yes, the yeah, the mattress dude. Yeah, and good to see you, Toby. Welcome. And Glow said, "I love Everett. I would like to see more trials he presides over." Yes, yes. Oh, me too. Me too. I agree.
Having reviewed the verdict form, it is in its proper order. At this time, I will publish the verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as the count one of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Count two. We, the jury, find as follows as the count two of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count three. We, the jury, find as follows as the count three of the indictment, solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And it is signed and dated by the foreperson.
Toby says, "I was astounded at her straight-faced lies, and even more astounded by her friends ignoring the evidence." Yeah, yeah. Completely ignoring the evidence. And she, as I said, had no empathy or compassion at all when she was doing her thing. You know, lying and all the other nonsense that she was saying. It was completely horrific. Completely horrific. And she was only upset, like what Kim says. She was more upset with the fact that they saw through her and she got caught. That's what upset her about her. I can't believe they know that I did this now and I got to go to prison forever. Bye bye. Yeah, you know, she did it and she reaped what she sowed. I invented a term for people who look at all the evidence and come up with "she's innocent." I call them selective deniers. Yeah, very well, very brilliant. Good idea. Selective deniers. Facts. All right.
One moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room.
Oh, and also shout out to Elaine. I am glad that you like it here and feel comfortable here. You know, thank you for being with us. I really, it's an honor. I've known you for so long. It's an honor, along as well with everybody else here that from the different places that came to hang out with me. I appreciate all of you, and yeah, and thank you, Elaine. You are very welcome. Glad to have you on the spaceship. Yeah, Elaine is our new member.
Mrs. Adelson, while this was not the outcome I'm sure that you desired, there will not be any further outbursts in front of the jury. If you cannot control yourself, I am going to have to determine if you will be removed from the remainder of this process. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Do you need a moment to collect yourself?
She's more upset about this than the actual murder that took place. Okay, Toby says she already rewritten her own narrative. She never called Dan Jippers a threat to dress kids up as Nazis. None of them ever happened. Vanished from her mind. Yeah, well said. And Toby says, I can understand why Donna and even Harvey decided they were the victims, but I can't understand the character witnesses being so invested in their own version of reality that they're ignoring evidence. Right, and people are living in a la-la world. They're living in a fantasy place, which I don't understand why not just accept the truth and the evidence as it is. It certainly would be wrong, would be bad for their own case and make it unbelievable in general. So, very well said. Exactly.
While the jurors are brought back in, we will take a brief 2-minute break. Please give her tissues if she needs them. When the jurors are brought back into the room, does the defense wish to have the jurors polled before they are discharged?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well.
Yeah, we have had debates and disputes about Wendy, and and some people think Wendy is not enough evidence to convict Wendy. Other people think that she should be held accountable. I personally, in my opinion, I think that she could have had something to do with it, and certainly whatever she told Donna, although it is normal for people to talk about their relationship issues with their mother, whatever she said set her off like that. And we'll see what happens. I don't know, but y'all could say y'all's opinion if y'all think the same. Yeah. But definitely, I do think that Wendy's turn indeed. Scared. Alright, Toby says, based on what Wendy's ex said, she knew what was going on, but she's a game player. He's a game player, and without him, what evidence do we have? And, right. And I think that with Wendy, certainly with talking to her mom, which that isn't necessarily evidence in itself, I do think her doing that, we don't know what conversations they necessarily had with the mother. It would be speculation. And there could be other evidence that is out there that I'm not quite aware of, but I certainly do think that they probably, speculating, were in it in a clique and had to have known about this event. But certainly with the mother and her communicating and this happening, that is what gives it away for me. Even if it was unintentional, like she could have unintentionally told her mother things that she didn't know that would cause it to happen. It may be an involuntary thing. Right. That is something it could be. Maybe not intentional, but certainly, although I do not at the moment have evidence to certainly prove without a reasonable doubt that she was involved in it, because there's things that I don't have or don't know that is there or not there. But it's just judging by behavioral patterns with the mother, with Charlie, and with how close they all were, it's kind of strange for me to think she completely didn't know anything about it, that since it was being discussed with the others. So that, I just have my suspicions about it and why I'm leaning towards it, because I'm just seeing a certain pattern of behavior, and it's the most obvious answer to it. And I will even say, if there is no evidence, no proof at all, there's certainly a reasonable doubt of her unintentionally causing this whole thing to occur because of her talking to the mother about it. If she hadn't talked to the mother about it, he would still be alive. All All right, Toby says Wendy made a big deal out of tracking her boyfriend's movements on the day of the hit previously. Okay, thank you, Toby. I didn't know that. So that is also very, very strange indeed. Yes. So yeah, that is my opinion about the Wendy situation. Certainly, and she can be found innocent, or maybe they won't convict her at all. They both won't have, they will lose both parents, but I have my suspicions about Wendy indeed. Absolutely. Oh, Joyce, welcome to the stream. We are discussing different trial topics. Welcome back. Yeah, Donna, it's just she's.
Please bring back in the jurors so we can conclude with their portion of the trial.
I move myself back over here. So, oh.
Members of the jury, before I discharge you for this evening, I am briefly going to poll you concerning whether your verdict is unanimous at the request of one of the parties. When you hear your last name, please appropriately respond.
Okay, and here.
That occurred in the jury room, except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. With that being said, I want to extend my thanks on behalf of the entire Second Circuit for your service in this matter. You are discharged. Have a good evening. Follows as the count one of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Count two. We, the jury, find as follows as the count two of the indictment: conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count three. We, the jury, find as follows as the count three of the indictment: solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And it is signed and dated by the foreperson. One moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room. Mrs. Adelson, while this was not the outcome I'm sure that you desired, there will not be any further outbursts in front of the jury. If you cannot control yourself, I am going to have to determine if you will be removed from the remainder of this process. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Do you need a moment to collect yourself? Before the jurors are brought back in, we will take a brief 2-minute break. Please give her tissues if she needs them. When the jurors are brought back into the room, does the defense wish to have the jurors polled before they are discharged?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well.
Yeah, Judge definitely is in no nonsense mode. Definitely. They would need to delete her ex-husband without her approval, so I knew
Please bring back in the jurors.
Wendy would know about. Sorry about the Capsilian spaceships. It's all right. It's all good. All good. Yeah, no tears at all. Yeah, and Judge is no nonsense mode. Yeah, that's true. True.
Can conclude the portion of the trial.
Yeah, definitely mad. Yes, indeed.
Members of the jury, before I discharge you for this evening, I am briefly going to poll you concerning whether your verdict is unanimous at the request of one of the parties. When you hear your last name, please appropriately respond. Indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 2 of the indictment: conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 3. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 3 of the indictment: solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And it is signed and dated by the foreperson. One moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room. Mrs. Mrs. Adelson, while this was not the outcome I'm sure that you desired, there will not be any further outbursts in front of the jury. If you cannot control yourself, I am going to have to determine if you will be removed from the remainder of this process. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Yes.
Do you need a moment to collect yourself? Before the jurors are brought back in, we will take a brief 2-minute break. Please give her tissues if she needs them.
Judge, I'm forwarding an impact to the defense and to your honor.
When the jurors are brought back into the room, does the defense wish to have the jurors polled before they are discharged?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well.
Yeah, she completely has no tears. It is totally all fake. She has no mind, no conscience, no nothing. And she's certainly fuming mad, but she's trying to pretend to be sad. Yeah, I absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. Yes, Toby, Temu. Yes. Yes. That's true.
Please bring back in the jurors so we can conclude with their portion of the trial.
Look how she's moving her mouth. That is just that one's insane. Yeah, this is such a comedic thing to watch. How her reaction is so like disingenuous. This is not authentic.
Members of the jury, before I discharge you for this evening, I am briefly going to poll you concerning whether your verdict is unanimous at the request of one of the parties. When you hear your last name, please appropriately respond. Of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges that are enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. With that being said, I want to extend my thanks on behalf of the entire Second Circuit for your service in this matter. You are discharged. Have a good evening. First-degree murder. Has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
We have.
If you please can hand the verdict form to the bailiff. Having reviewed the verdict form, it is in its proper order. At this time, I will publish the verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2 of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 3. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 3 of the indictment, solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And it is signed and dated by the foreperson. One moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room. Mrs. Adelson, while this was not the outcome I'm sure that you desired, there will not be any further outbursts in front of the jury. If you cannot control yourself, I am going to have to determine if you will be removed from the remainder of this process. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Yes.
Do you need a moment to collect yourself? Before the jurors are brought back in, we will take a brief 2-minute break. Please give her tissues if she needs them.
Sergeant Ford is with an impact to the defense and to your honor.
When the jurors are brought back into the room, does the defense wish to have the jurors polled before they are discharged?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well.
Yeah, this certainly, I understand what you're saying, Amy Lee, completely. And yeah, Donna thought she
Please
was
bring back in the jurors so we can conclude with their portion
Donna thought she was going to get off free, but that's not quite the case. Absolutely.
of the trial. Members of the jury, before I discharge you for this evening, I am briefly going to poll you concerning whether your verdict is unanimous at the request of one of the parties. When you hear your last name, please appropriately respond. Please listen carefully. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges that are enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. With that being said, I want to extend my thanks on behalf of the entire Second Circuit for your service in this matter. You are discharged. Have a good evening.
We're gonna have two open impact statements this evening.
It's fine. Right there in front of the lectern.
Watch your step. I'm gonna have you step back.
If you please can identify yourself for the record.
Yes, my name is Ruth Mark.
That way, 'cause you're
Sorry?
I'm worried you're gonna trip. Just,
Okay,
that's fine.
I already did fall. My name is Ruth Markel.
You may give your impact statement, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge Everett. To the Honorable Judge Everett, my name is Ruth Markel. I am the mother of the late Dan Markel. I stand before you today to express the profound sadness and grief that Dan's family and I have endured since his tragic murder. We have lost a treasure. My son Dan's life was cut tragically short at 41 years old. For 11 years, we have been forced to a life filled with unimaginable pain and heartbreak. Dan's father Phil and his sister Shelley share in this unending sorrow. Dan was a devoted father, brother, and son. Dan's life was marked by his devotion to family and
And he says, Sauce, I can't remember if I said hello, so hello again to you, Sauce. And she blames the heart, green heart. Yeah, you see, with this case, you know, the death of... This death is really, you know, would affect his family, and Donna only feels for herself. Yeah, absolutely. I do agree with you, Kim. A night to celebrate for sure, indeed. It was a fun day watching the verdict for this. It was great watching the verdict for this, indeed. Joyce said, leftover meatloaf tonight. I most likely will be making tacos tomorrow and pizza night Friday with kiddo. Oh, that sounds very fun, Joyce. That sounds very fun indeed. Very cool. Oh, Toby, that sounds delicious. Sounds delicious. Yes, they're powerfully written for sure. Yes, absolutely.
education and community. He was a loving, caring, and inspiring person. His academic journey included studying politics and philosophy at Harvard University, earning a master's degree later in political theory from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem and Emmanuel College in Cambridge, and later going back to Harvard to get a law degree. Dan was a prolific scholar and did start, co-founded the influential Prof's blog. His energy, drive, and sociability greatly enriched the FSU College of Law. Dan's life was filled with passion, music, dance, sports, travel, and people. But of all my son's accomplishments, however, I am most proud of the devoted father Danny was to his two sons, Benjamin and Lincoln. Dan was present, loving, and supportive, always putting his children's well-being first. He regularly attended the boys' daycares, reading with them. His office was filled with their drawings, and his home, his living room, filled with their toys. Dan was the boys' hero, and they have been forced to grow up without a father. Dan's murder has shattered our family and caused deep permanent pain. This was a particularly senseless crime, and the murder was particularly insensible. It was not revenge. Dan was a law-abiding and respectful citizen, an active father, and a living son. His life was devoted to teaching and helping others. The pain and suffering of Dan's murder goes well beyond other families too. That is why I wrote the book, The Unveiling, a mother's reflection on murder, grief, and trial life. In my unrelenting grief, I turned to advocacy, to feel purpose, and to help others with these tragic losses. I have found meaning and comfort to connect with others who want to serve justice. To all the community of journalists, TV programs, podcasters, Tallahassee communities, and the allies who have put their hearts in keeping Danny's story alive, we are full of thanks. To law enforcement and prosecutors, our gratitude is beyond for their dedicated, careful perseverance in seeking justice for Danny and our family. If Tallahassee is known for football, Tallahassee should be known for the prosecution and for law enforcement. They have done an outstanding job. These extraordinary efforts underscore the brutal truth of our family story. Danny's murder was orchestrated by his former mother-in-law, Donna Adelson, and other co-conspirators, and is a crime of cruelty. It is a murder of...
You see her in the background, and she keeps on making faces and acting immature. It's completely inconsiderate and disrespectful to the families. She's just so into herself. Like, she thinks that she's the pick of the crop. I love soup and salad too, chat. Excellent.
Of grief, a murder of selfishly prioritizing one's own desires over what is just or right. And at its core, this was a murder of convenience, so that one grandmother could live closer to her grandchildren. She killed their father and ripped the children from the other grandparents' lives. Donna Adelson's crimes against Dan began long before his murder. She belittled Dan in front of his children. She spread lies about him and contributed to a brutal separation between Dan and Wendy. She rented the house, and Dan came home, and he found that Wendy and the boys were gone, with most of their belongings. He called this devastation Pearl Harbor. Donna's eagerness for Wendy to divorce Dan and to relocate to South Florida led her to increasingly devise desperate schemes. Despite these efforts, the court ruled that Wendy could not move the boys away from their loving father. Failing to achieve her goal through legal means, Donna finally resorted to orchestrating Dan's murder. She plotted, planned, and paid for his murder. Donna's crimes led to further devastation. Her middle son, Charlie, was convicted and sentenced to a life in prison for his role in facilitating Danny's murder for hire. Can you imagine a mother involving a son to complete a murder? Donna's eldest son, Rob, an honest and decent man, is estranged from the family, and her younger child, Wendy, has decided once again to relocate to another state.
Elaine said, Donna ruined loads of relationships with children and their families. Yeah, that is so true. Very true. She caused a domino effect of destruction. You know, it is absolutely, completely cringe and evil. Kim says, I gotta go, you guys. It's dinner time. See you all later tomorrow. Okay, Kim. Good night to you. Thank you for coming to the stream and hanging out with us. Take care. See you tomorrow. All right.
Her actions and those of her co-conspirators have caused children to lose their parents. Catherine McManus, Freda Garcia, and Charlie Adelson, also convicted, are all convicted for life and have lost access to their children. Prior to her arrest, Donna's recorded phone calls with Charlie reveal their lack of a moral compass or capacity for self-reflection. She blames external forces for her family's curse. They're outside of her, but she is the curse, and lashes out angrily at witnesses who took the brave step to testify. Her modus operandi has always been to run from Tallahassee and then to try to flee to Vietnam. For our family, there is no such prospect for escape. Danny's absence, and that leaves a hole at the center of our lives, no matter where we go. Yet Dan's murder was not enough for Donna. His death was not enough. Danny had to be fully erased from his beloved sons. The boy's last name was ever changed, an extraordinary decision to excise the Markell name from Phil's only grandsons who shared his last name. And after the first arrests were made, Donna didn't allow the Markell family to have access for over 6 years. It was only when there was a phenomenal Tallahassee advocacy group that passed the Markell Act. The passage of this bill was immediately followed by our first invitation to see the boys after the arrest. The door only cracked open. Despite these efforts, we remain excluded from the boys' lives. We were not at their bar mitzvahs or graduations. We have extremely highly choreographed visits and communications. We only wait for the day that Benjamin and Lincoln will visit their father and his grave, and his father's history, and his grave in Toronto. We want nothing more. The facts of Danny's murder, are difficult to swallow. The experiences Phil, Shelley, and I have been forced to suffer are profound as homicide survivors and victims of the criminal system. The lives of Danny's 2 sons, our grandchildren, were forever turned upside down by this crime.
And, the families will never be the same again. It won't be like how it was before. Someone loses a loved one or a son, daughter, whatever. It's, although for us trial watchers, we get to watch something and, that we're interested in reviewing criminal cases. It's still something very a hard loss of life. A hard loss of life indeed. It's important for people to have each other's backs. And if people disagree with people, they shouldn't go to this extent to do this murder. So that is what I think right here. And let us continue. And he said, I make a great chili, and other favorites are zuppa, toscana, 16 bean soup, potato soup, cheese broccoli soup, basically anything soupy. Oh, that all looks very delicious. Very delicious, Amy. Very good taste.
Benjamin and Lincoln were only preschoolers when their father was murdered, and now they are forced to confront and try to understand the unthinkable crimes of murder and the adolescents' involvement. Our lives will never return to normal. For those who loved Danny and for those who Danny loved, there is no escape from the wicked effects of what Donna Adelson set in motion, carried out, and paid for, and for many years enjoyed the aftermath of. Donna Adelson has caused immense devastation and an untimely, undeserved murder through her actions. While no trial or verdict can ever heal the profound wounds caused by Dan's murder, justice must be served. I respectfully ask the court to impose the maximum sentence on Donna Adelson. Her lack of cooperation and remorse throughout the case demands justice. The justice that...
Kim says, thank you, hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you for joining us tonight. You're definitely our type. Oh, Elaine's going to bed. Or is that right? Or no, it's... not too sure. It's Kim, rather. Thank you, hope to see you tomorrow. Oh, I got a little mixed up. Thank you for joining us tonight. You are definitely our type of gals, sweet and respectful. Good night. Yes, for Elaine, for Kim, absolutely. Elaine is our type of gal, and so are you as well, Kim. And yeah, shout out to Elaine, definitely. It's very sweet of you, Kim, to say. All right, and LC says, Toby, her initial interview along with Dan's emotions right before his assassination. Interesting. Elaine says, the psychology of Markle's kids will be interesting. Will they be brainwashed like Chad Daybell's kids or choose critical thinking? And also, Monica's kids seem to be on her side. So that is a good question. A very good question. I think... I would say statistically these people go into the path of being brainwashed, it seems, unfortunately, to cope with what happened. And I do certainly think, for sure, unfortunately, they might be more susceptible to being brainwashed, but I don't know. Maybe they'll use common sense and critical thinking. Although it is an extremely emotionally stressful situation that most people will never go through. So I can only speculate that it might be more likely they're going to not be critical thinking, but I will hope and pray that they can be critical thinkers. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Very good question, Elaine. Oh, very nice to you, Kim. Very nice to you. To say it to Joyce. And what do you think about her ex-boyfriend's info about the intense interest in his schedule? Interesting. Let's go.
That Dan's life and memory fully deserve. We are immensely grateful to the court for its careful and compassionate deliberation. Respectively, Ruth Markell.
Thank you, Ms. Markell. Are there any other victim impact statements this evening?
One more.
please could tell us your name for the record?
Good evening. My name is Phil Markell. I'm Danny's father. Judge Everett, I appreciate the opportunity to speak about the impact of Donna Adelson's actions on my families and the families of so many others. While this victim impact statement is addressed to you, Your Honor, it is also intended for the Adelson family, Harvey, Charlie, Wendy, and particularly Donna. I would like them to understand and reflect on the deep and irreparable damage they have caused. The pain that they have caused my family is obvious and permanent, but they have also caused lifelong harm to their own immediate family and so many other families and children around. Donna's selfishness, cruelty, and complete disrespect for human life, along with that of her co-conspirators, have left families forever broken. Louis Rivera, his children have no father. Catherine Magbanoa and Sigfredo Garcia, their children have no parents. Charlie Adelson, his son, Roman, has no father. Rob Adelson and his wife and their 2 children have lost their uncle and grandparents. Shelley and Ian, my daughter, their 3 children, my grandchildren, are left without an uncle and are separated from their cousins. Of course, their heinous and callous actions have left me, Ruth, and Shelley without our Danny, and Ben and Lincoln without their father. For anyone to commit such a cold-blooded, unprovoked act of murder is horrific. For Donna, someone who claims to care so much about Ben and Lincoln, her sun shines. Her actions are beyond comprehension. She has harmed forever the people she claims to have loved. In the Jewish custom, we have an expression to always wish others to live to 120 years of age. For Donna, I wish her to live to 120, alone in her jail cell. I wish that every day of her remaining days she thinks about the harm she has caused to so many, especially those 2 boys she claims to have loved so much. For these reasons, Your Honor, I ask the court sentence Donna Adelson to the maximum possible sentence. And my only short...
I like how he's saying for her to live forever. And that was a good one to twist it around, because it's like what Leonidas told the traitor and the 300 to live forever. That was a good one, what this guy said. Go on. Because she's going to be locked up for her rest of her life. Yeah, that is true, Amy. That is true. We will see what happens. And if, like, we both believe she had something to do with this, and I hope that if that, that being true, she eventually gets out, she eventually gets prosecuted. And it's all in God's hands. We'll have to see what occurs. Yeah. She's not eating raw garlic unless a vampire is attacking her. Nice. Anybody who would put up with Wendy wouldn't be my type, and I wouldn't be his type. Oh. Right. Okay, so we'll continue.
Short question to Donna, was it worth it? Respectfully, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Markell. Are there any other matters that the court needs to address this evening, Ms. Koppelman?
No, Your Honor.
With the PSI being ordered, the court will pronounce the sentence as to counts 2 and 3 after it's been completed. The parties have had an opportunity to review the pre-sentence investigation report and make any objections if they believe they need. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2 of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 3. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 3 of the indictment, solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And it is signed and dated by the foreperson. One moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room.
Elaine said Wendy's on my 26 wish list, not gonna lie. Joyce said, wouldn't you want a little crazy in your life? Sounds exciting. Hilarious. Michael said, please control yourself. I'm here now. Ha! That was an ingenious entrance. I have not heard about that soup de sauce. Explain what that is. I like Mexican food, but I've not heard of that specific dish. No, that's not payment. As well as her brother, mom was free thinking. They're involved in this assassination. So now I look at the charges. Wendy is next, in my opinion. Yeah. Judge sitting in the bothered AF. Yeah, Elaine, he's so calm. He's so calm. He's completely unfazed. We're gonna go in slow motion right here. Slow motion again. Okay, Glow, thank you.
We, the jury, find as follows as the count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 2 of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 3. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 3 of the indictment, solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And is signed and dated by the foreperson. One moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room. Wilson, while this was not the outcome I'm sure that you desired, there will not be any further outbursts in front of the jury. If you cannot control yourself, I am going to have to determine if you'll be removed from the remainder of this process. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Do you need a moment to collect yourself? Before the jurors are brought back in, we will take a brief 2-minute break. Please give her tissues if she needs them.
Impact to the defense and to your honor.
When the jurors are brought back into
Absolutely, Judy. She did. She gets it. And she's going to get it. And she got it. She certainly needed to collect herself, and she deserved it after what she did. Absolutely.
the room, does the defense wish to have the jurors polled before they are discharged?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well.
That's probably Harvey coughing.
Back in the jurors so we can conclude with their portion of the trial.
Yeah, let's play Find the Teardrop in Her Face, chat. I'm still waiting to see one. Oh, nice, D-Sauce. Nice. Oh, it's always the AC vent. Yep.
Having reviewed the verdict form, it is in its proper order. At this time, I will publish the verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as the count one of the
Okay, Amy, take care. Good night. Thank you for hanging out with us. No one has said no down in her life. Yeah, that's true.
indictment first degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Count two. We, the jury, find as follows as the count two of the indictment. Conspiracy to commit first degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first
Yeah, we will glow.
degree murder. Count three. We, the jury, find as follows as the count three of the indictment. Solicitation to commit first degree murder. The defendant having reviewed the verdict form, it is in its proper order. At this time, I will publish the verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as the count one of the indictment, first degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Count two. We, the jury, find as follows as the count two of the indictment. Conspiracy to commit first degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 3. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 3 of the indictment. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And is signed and dated by the foreperson. One moment, members of the jury, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room. Zettelson, while this was not the outcome I'm sure that you desired, there will not be any further outbursts in front of the jury. I will publish the verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Count two. We, the jury, find as follows as the count two of the indictment. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count three. We, the jury, find as follows as the count three of the indictment. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Having reviewed the verdict form, it is in its proper order. At this time, I will publish the verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as the count one of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Find as follows as the count one of the indictment, verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as the count one of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first. We, the jury, find form, it is in its proper order. At this time, I will publish the verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as the count one of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Count two. We, the jury, find as follows as the count two of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count three. We, the jury, find as follows as the count three of the indictment, solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And it is signed and dated by the foreperson. One moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room.
That never gets old indeed. That is absolutely hilarious. This is like, let's see. Where is she at? This way. All right.
First-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Count two. We, the jury, find as follows as the count two of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count three. We, the jury, find as follows as the count three of the indictment, solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And it is signed and dated by the foreperson. One moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room. Mrs. Adelson, while this was not the outcome I'm sure that you desired, there will not be any further outbursts in front of the jury. If you cannot control yourself, I am going to have to determine if you will be removed from the remainder of this process. Having reviewed the verdict form, it is in its proper order. At this time, I will publish the verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as the count one of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Count two. We, the jury, find as follows as the count two of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 3. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 3 of the indictment. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And it is signed and dated by the foreperson. One moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room. Mrs. Adelson, while this was not the outcome I'm sure that you desired, there will not be any further outbursts in front of the jury. If you cannot control yourself, I am going to have to determine if you will be removed from the remainder of this process. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Do you need a moment to collect yourself? Before the jurors are brought back in, we will take a brief 2-minute break. Please give her tissues if she needs them. When the jurors are brought back into the room, does the defense wish to have the jurors polled before they are discharged?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And it is signed and dated by the foreperson. One moment. Members of the jury, the bench reviewed the verdict form. It is in its proper order. At this time, I will publish the verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 2 of the indictment. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 3. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 3 of the indictment. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And is signed and dated by the foreperson. One moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room.
Elaine says Donna is speaking full narcissistic injury. Fucker. Yeah, absolutely, Elaine. Okay, thank you, Moki, for telling us about how your day went. I was wondering how it was gonna go, and the vampire dip sounds very intriguing. Sounds like something I'd get. All right, interesting. Oh, and Elaine, I'm going to, and while you are here with us on this channel, you'll see the Depp trial and other trials many times, and there's this scene I'm going to play that we like to play quite a bit. It was quite funny from that trial. Although we're still going to be reacting to this other thing, of course. let's go here. Oh, we're coming with you, Joyce. Nice. Nice. I think it's this one. All right. Viewer discretion is advised for this part. Okay, here we go. Let's do it like this. That's from the depth trial. All right. Let's go here. This part. This part is my favorite parts. Okay, let's play it regular, normal. Okay, let's see.
And do this to me.
Okay, is this right? Right here, is that true? Or is it this other part? It should be right there, right?
In this
Yes.
text, Your Honor, permission to publish, please.
Oh, okay, Elaine. She said, love you guys and gals so much, and thank you for having me. Love from Scotland. Okay. So you are going for the night. I'm sure it's probably quite late where you are. Okay. Well, good night to you. Thank you for hanging out with us on the spaceship stream. Take care. All right. If you are leaving. Which I believe that's what you just said. Of course. Obviously. I am y'all doing right along with me. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Okay. Yeah, now, over here with Donna, I think that the video slowed really adds to the humor of it. You know, it adds to the humor of it. Oh, yeah. And Lori says, see you, Elaine, wish I were in Scotland. Right. Yeah, shout out to Elaine. That's so cool. Okay, yeah, so just the way it sounds and the way of the impact is so ambient, indeed. And then with the humor of her freaking out and acting a fool is also just so telling, indeed. Yeah, Glow gets to sit on D Sauce's lap. That's true. That's true. Yeah, because the little dog picture right there. There. All right. Just Glow gets to sit in D Sauce lap. Yeah. All right. Let's go here. Play this another time, and I'll go to another scene. All right.
Is in its proper order. At this time, I will publish the verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as the count one of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Count 2, we, the jury, find as follows as the count 2 of the indictment: conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 3, we, the jury, find as follows as the count 3 of the indictment: solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is...
Okay, now going to do is I'm going to pull up Monica's reaction to the sentencing. That one was another favorite of mine. You know, that was just the most satisfying thing after seeing that disgusting trial. Her being found guilty, her reaction was priceless. Indeed. And Lori, Joy says, good to see you to Lori. All right. Okay, this is Monica's reaction. Is that it? That's a sidebar. Not the same thing. Right here. All right, so Lori, this woman had a very good husband who was a hair stylist, and he gave her a nice life, and she cheated on him with a P-file prawn star who was a creep, and there was this conspiracy he had that she had with Baker, and which was the person she was going with, was cheating on with, and Austin went to the guy's house to go have Fabio, which was the husband's name, murdered. And there's this crazy trial that happened, and the dude was, Baker's disgusting, and it was a satisfying thing to see the guilty verdict. So that trial was something else. Definitely. All right, so I'm gonna play that part. Yeah, a prawn star. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Michael, that's what... Yeah, prawn star and bikini bottom. Michael said, we prefer words, the adult entertainer. Oh, yeah, and Baker would get angry if you'd say that the other word, and he would say adult entertainment. Adult entertainment. That's offensive. Yeah. Go on, Michael. Because that has actually happened in the trial. He got offended. He wants to be called an adult entertainer. Without bikini bottoms. Yeah, without bikini bottoms. That's true.
In Department 101, the people of the state of California versus Monica Cementelli in case number BA 452-97502. We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Monica Cementelli, guilty of the crime of murder in violation of Penal Code Section 187A, a felony as charged in count 1 of the indictment. We further find the murder to be of the first degree. We further find the allegation that the murder of Fabio Cementelli was intentional and carried out by the defendant, Monica Cementelli, for financial gain within the meaning of Penal Code Section 190.2A1 to be true. We further find the allegation that the defendant, Monica Cementelli, intentionally killed the victim by means of lying in wait within the meaning of Penal Code Section 190.2A15 to be true. Dated April 11th, 2025, juror seat number 10, four-person. In the same case, title, and cause, we, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Monica Cementelli, guilty of the crime of conspiracy to commit murder in violation of Penal Code Section 182A1, a felony as charged in count 2 of the indictment. Dated April 11th, 2025, Juror number 10, foreperson. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are these your verdicts? So say you one, so say you all.
Yes.
Does the defense of the jury poll?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Please poll the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as I call your seat number, please answer yes or no to the question. Juror in seat number 1, are these your verdicts?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 2?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 3?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 4?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 5?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 6?
Yes.
Juror 97502. We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Monica Cementelli, guilty of the crime of murder in violation of Penal Code Section 187A, a felony, as charged in count 1 of the indictment. 502. We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Monica Cementelli, guilty of the crime of murder in violation of Penal Code Section 187A, a felony, as charged in count 1 of the indictment. We further find the murder to be of the first degree. We further find the allegation that the murder of Fabio Cementelli was intentional and carried out by the defendant, Monica Cementelli, for financial gain within the meaning of Penal Code Section 190.2A1 to be true. We further find the allegation that the defendant, Monica Cementelli, intentionally killed the victim by means of lying in wait within the meaning of Penal Code Section 190.2A15 to be true. Dated April 11th, 2025, juror seat number 10, foreperson. In the same case, title, and cause, we, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Monica Cementelli, guilty of the crime of conspiracy to commit murder in violation of Penal Code Section 182A1, a felony as charged in count 2 of the indictment. Dated April 11th, 2025, juror number 10, foreperson. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are these your verdicts? So say you one, so say you all.
Yes. Does the defense of the jury poll?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Please poll the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as I call your seat number, please answer yes or no to the question. Juror in seat number 1, are these your verdicts?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 2?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 3?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 4?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 5?
Yes.
Juror in seat number 6?
Yes.
Juror in
All right, so that was when she was found guilty, and they really went off on Monica during the victim impact statements for what she did, and they were not holding back, and I think that the sister did very well. Drinky time. Oh, okay. 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 Right, and so, and shout out to the Spaceship Cats, yeah. And Monica Cementelli was found guilty of first-degree murder and conspiracy. The vodka's arrived. Oh, that's good. That's good. Monica Cementelli was found guilty of first-degree murder and conspiracy for orchestrating the 2017 stabbing death of her husband, renowned hairstylist Fabio Cementelli. Cementelli conspired with her lover, Robert Louis Baker, to delete kill her husband for financial gain so they could be together. All right, Fabio Simontelli, vice president of education of Conti Inc., was fatally stabbed in the backyard of his woodland homes in January 2017. Robert Louis Baker, Monica Simontelli's lover and convicted sex offender, carried out the stabbing with the assistance of Christopher Austin, the former probation officer. Prosecutors alleged that the motive was to collect life insurance benefits and continue their affair, and the scene was repeatedly staged to resemble a home invasion, though expensive watch was left on Fabio's wrist. Investigation. DNA found the scene matched Robert Baker, who was in the database due to prior conviction. Baker's blood was also located in the victim's abandoned car. Investigators uncovered Monica Simontelli's year-long affair with Baker, although Monica initially denied knowing Baker well. Surveillance showed they continued their relationship after the murder. Law enforcement gathered further evidence through recorded conversations, intercepted jailhouse letters between Monica and Baker. This is where when we talk about the toothpaste and Colgate, he gave her something in a form of toothpaste. It wasn't really toothpaste. He put his own white liquid in this toothpaste and gave it to her in the prison somehow. That's where this situation comes from when we talk about the toothpaste jokes in the chat. So yeah, that, so it certainly was a disgusting case indeed. And in June 23, Robert Baker pleaded no contest to the first-degree murder and conspiracy to receive the sentence, life without parole. Yeah, his little swimmers, yes. In July 23, Robert Baker pleaded no contest to the first-degree murder and his tadpole, if you will, yes. The conspiracy to receive sentence of life without parole. He testified at Monica's trial claiming sole responsibility. Christopher Austin pleaded no contest to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 16 years life in prison on May 2025. He testified, the prosecution stating Baker mentioned Monica wanted her husband gone and that he helped during the stabbing in April 25. A jury found Monica Simontelli guilty of first-degree murder and conspiracy with circumstances. She was sentenced to life without parole in June 25 and is expected to appeal. All right, so that is like a summary of the Simontelli case, if those that didn't know what it was. All right. Okay, interesting. Let's see that. Okay. A lot of times in these cases, the attorneys will actually make the situation worse rather than better. That is something that I have noticed quite a lot in these cases. They will have their client say things, they take the stand or say any final statements. They will do things that will make the whole situation go in a bad direction. But although a lot of times these people are so guilty, like there's no way of them getting out of it. Like, no matter what, they're going to be found guilty. For certain. Alright. And Michael says, although this was a California trial, Las Vegas was once again dragged through the mud. Yeah, that's true. That's true. And like with Tellus, it happened. It's with Tellus it happened in that case. All right, and now what we will do is we'll watch some scenes from one of the trials. Well, yeah, we'll do that. And I'm going to look up some updates about some things. Probably from the another scene from the Brooks trial that we're watching yesterday. That was quite funny. I'll watch another scene from it. Yeah, that's true. Tellus was a Las Vegas trial. Let's see here. Let's go this way. I guess it is in the other direction. Okay, let's go. All right, this one is Darrell Brooks upset at the ruling of the judge. This one is quite hysterical. All right, going here. Let's see.
Record to reflect that the individual known to this court as Darrell Brooks is present in person in custody. He is appearing today in street clothes. He has a dress shirt and a tie on. He's also wearing a mask.
And I don't consent to being called that name for the record. As this paperwork I accept for value in return for value, as it does not state the correct name. It states the name of my client, the straw man. I am not this name in all capital letters. I do not identify by that name, nor do I know that individual.
Your objection is noted. It's baseless in law and fact, and that is simply a caption on a pleading on
is
the
not my name.
Final jury instructions.
That is not my name, for the record.
All right,
I
the
don't
record should
recognize that
reflect,
name or-
Mr. Brooks, I'm talking. The record should reflect that at 3:23 p.m. yesterday, all of the verdict forms were printed off and provided to Mr. Brooks. I also provided him with an excerpt from the bench book on closing arguments. I left a copy on the state's table as well, and a second copy on the defense table today as well, so that I thought that would be helpful information as we are about that time in the proceeding for the parties to give their closing arguments. Of course, prior to that, the court will be reading through the final jury instructions. The parties were also given the updated version following the jury instruction conference yesterday as well. The total number of pages for that is 107. The court will be reading from the first 73 pages this morning. I do anticipate having to take one or two breaks before I complete all of that. My plan is to do that and then take the lunch break. And then when we come back from lunch, to have the parties provide their closing arguments. And then following the closing arguments, the court has the final jury instructions, which go through the closing instruction, instructions 460, 484, and all of the verdicts, and then the instruction to the jury 515 about their verdicts needing to be unanimous, and then selection of a presiding juror. The very last page, 107, actually is not read until the close of the case and only following receipt of verdicts or some other type of disposition that would result in the conclusion of the case. It's the instruction after the verdict is received. So page 107 is not something that will be read today. As indicated yesterday, I will be selecting the alternates by random selection. We'll use the tumbler and select 3 numbers out of that, but that will be done after all of the instructions are read and the parties have an opportunity to give their closing arguments.
Your Honor, I accept for value and return for value any documents that you just alluded to. I have not seen them.
Mr. Brooks, if you haven't seen them, that is by your choice. They were provided to you. I know on multiple occasions yesterday you threw items into the garbage can. The court retrieved the final jury instructions. I personally didn't. I had someone do it, had them placed on the table this morning, and any other items you threw in the garbage.
So is that the paperwork that I had to stay here for over an hour for?
Sir, I'm not going to discuss any further what we did during the jury instruction conference. The jury's going to be brought out a little bit later.
There was a conference. We talking about the proceedings from yesterday or after you had told us we recessed?
Mr. Brooks?
I'm referring to after you called recess for the night yesterday. That's what I'm referring to.
Those documents.
I was put in the holding cell for over an hour because they said it was some paperwork that needed to be.
That is correct, sir. You were kept there in order for my clerk, who had to finalize 76 verdicts, 2 each, 1 not guilty, 1 guilty, and provide those to the parties. So that's why you were kept there, so those could be handed to you. My understanding is they were. I would need a bailiff to confirm for me whether he took those back to his cell or if they were put on his desk because he left them in the holding cell.
Left them in what holding cell? In here?
I have to look through his paperwork to see if they're on here.
What holding cell are you referring to, Your Honor?
Behind the door.
I didn't leave anything in that holding cell. I was just trying to figure out why I was in there so long.
Are those the verdicts?
Yeah.
All right, he has those then. Thank you.
Is this the paperwork that was just put on my, it was paperwork on the desk when I came in. That was on top of my folders.
Mr. Brooks, I know that you were given the opportunity to take them to your cell because that is what I was advised. Whether you did that or not, I don't know. But they are also on your desk now.
I accept for value and return for value any documents.
We did discuss all of the jury instructions and the verdicts yesterday.
So what was discussed when I was in the cell for over an hour?
There was no discussion, sir. The court was in recess. Madam Clerk was simply finalizing the paperwork based upon the discussion that was held on the record in open court yesterday.
I was told that I had to stay there per you.
Yes, so that we could provide them to you and you would have an opportunity to take them back to your cell.
But
should you wish
can they
to
have
review
been
them.
delivered to the jail?
All right. I don't believe there's any other preliminary issues we need to address other than an advisement I will have for Mr. Brooks. But let me turn to the parties and ask if there's anything preliminary.
Now, there's a DA that's the same DA for the trial that we're watching now that did the Brooks trial. I think it is very interesting to see that she is still doing it to this day. You know, she's still doing trials, prosecuting, because this case, that's the judge. She's still a judge, I think. Now, this was a very crazy trial for everybody to see, you know, and experience. And everyone compliments Doro on her patience, definitely.
To this phase of the trial, which is the jury instructions, the verdicts, and closing arguments from the state.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, anything else from you, sir?
Yes, there is. Yesterday, I stressed to the court numerous times about me not understanding the proceedings, and essentially how decisions are being made on my behalf without my understanding or giving consent.
The court made various rulings yesterday. I made findings and ultimately made some determinations. I stand behind the record that was made. I'm not going to explain it further.
So a lot of those decisions were made when I was not present in the courtroom. I was in the other courtroom, correct?
That is true, sir.
Is that correct?
The record will indicate when those were made and where you were.
I can't see the record though. How am I supposed to know what the record will reflect?
Sir, the decisions were made yesterday. I'm not revisiting them today.
They need to be revisited, and it also needs to be talked about. Subject matter jurisdiction that has yet to be proven for the record. I'm still trying to understand, Your Honor, how you made a judicial determination on my behalf, which I did not give consent to, as you say, I forfeited my right to testify, which I never did. I never said I wanted to. I never said I didn't want to, but that decision was made for me. Also, the decision for the defense to rest its case was made for me, which I did not consent to, nor did I say I was ready to rest, or nor did I say I was ready to rest. I'm trying to understand how all these decisions are being made without my consent, without me waiving any rights. I'm not understanding how, because none of my answers were unresponsive. I just didn't answer the way that Your Honor wanted me to answer, but I stressed yesterday, if I don't understand something, how am I supposed to answer a question that I don't understand fundamentally? It's not me saying yes or no, and it's not me saying, okay, I want to waive this or that right. And I'm not trying to make an argument with you in any way. I'm just seeking to understand how these decisions are made. If I'm letting the court know and I'm putting the court on notice, hey, I don't understand this or I don't understand that.
Any other things? Otherwise, I'm prepared to address each one of those.
Yeah. There was a mention of if there is a conviction in this matter, there is a mention of sentencing, which I'm assuming there'll be some type of people may want to speak. I know if there is a conviction on my half, people would definitely want to address the court. There'll be a lot of affairs that need to be put in order, obviously on my side.
And at some point on that date, I want to say approximately 7:45, 8 o'clock, did you have an opportunity to respond to 5650 Laurel Avenue, commonly known as the Treehouse?
Yes,
or at least try to assist in somehow. As he was coming up the stairs, the evidence will show that Mr. Tucker and Mr. Wilson confronted him. There was a struggle that ensued, and Mr. Bonnet was stabbed numerous times and eventually died from these injuries. The defendants then fled the scene. Defendant Johnson, who was waiting in his dark-colored pickup truck, the getaway driver, noticing that there was a commotion going on, decided to leave his two accomplices and drives away. They ultimately meet up at a warehouse where they were all residing together, probably about, I'll say about 500 or 600 feet from the actual treehouse, where an argument ensued, and Mr. Johnson decided to walk down to the Tom Tom to get some cigarettes, where he met up with Mr. Detroit Wilson, Mr. Rory Wilson. You're going to hear from numerous witnesses during the state's presentation and shall be presented with numerous exhibits of evidence for your review and consideration in this case. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state is absolutely confident that at the conclusion of this matter, you will find that the defendant, Franklin Tyrone Tucker, is guilty as charged in the indictment and the amended information. Thank you.
Tucker, would you like to make an opening statement at this time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may do so.
Okay. That was a nice presentation. I'd say, by the way, good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. That was quite the story. But the problem is nothing in that story tells you what evidence they have, what evidence they're going to show. You know, how are they going to actually tie me into that story? Anyway, you know, the prosecution, you know, tells that story, but the problem is very little of that story is true. That's the bottom line. And, you know, yes, about the only thing that was true in that story is, yes, John Travis Johnson was there. That's a fact, right? This state witness, you know, they keep on saying he's the getaway driver, right? Out of all the evidence...
Object argumentative.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Again, this is an opportunity to talk about what the evidence you expect will show.
Oh, but that's where I'm going, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just give me a second, I'll get right there. I was actually just getting to that point. Out of all the evidence they show, all the witnesses they bring, where are they going to show he's the getaway driver? That's what you need to look at, right? Because the defense, you know, we can show all day there is no evidence saying he was a getaway driver. We can also show that there's evidence that says otherwise. And that's what we do intend to prove. As far as the, you know, the evidence we intend to put on, we're going to, you know, put on the surviving victim, Miss Paula Bellamont, who says, 100% sure it wasn't me that night. 100%. Now, just as Mr. Alvarez said, you know, this is a woman who was brutally beaten, robbed, had her throat slit, you know, literally sat there and watched her friend get murdered viciously. But yet she is testifying on my side. Now, don't get me wrong, you know, what motivation could she have? Anyway, going down the line here, we're also intent on going ahead and, you know, calling a few other witnesses here. The next one after that is probably going to be Mrs. Angela Oslowski. Again, talking about evidence, right? Well, this is the woman who did the FDLE reports, the forensic evidence that, you know, that they submitted, right? All the evidence comes back. None of my DNA, none of my, my blood, none of my fingerprints, none of that stuff. Okay? So, no forensic evidence, right? Okay? Surviving victim says it wasn't me. Okay, so we'll go on down from there. The next one, Mr. Tom Walker from Internal Affairs, right? Now, Mr. Tom Walker goes ahead and investigates the investigation because of a complaint I made, right? A complaint that comes back sustained, right? Comes back as sustained for an investigation that was so poor, so poorly executed. 208 pieces of evidence were found to be mishandled by the MCSO, including DNA, including physical evidence, including video. 208 pieces of evidence. Now, he also goes ahead and goes beyond that. He goes on to show that, you know, that the original affidavit that was used to arrest me, the one that actually, you know, everybody relies on as far as what the police say happened, right? He goes ahead and investigates that. Unfortunately, guess what? That's not accurate either, according to him. That he actually goes ahead and investigates this and finds out that the original affidavit that was used to indict me, used to give me these charges and put me in front of you people, right? Not that Not that I don't like you, but
Objection, argumentative again, Your Honor.
Well, I'll overrule that objection.
no, but yes, you know, it put me here, and so he'll go ahead and show that that isn't exactly accurate. That it's filled with inaccuracies. It also has what they call material omissions. You know, stuff that would be an exculpatory evidence to suggest that I wasn't there. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and interview Mr. Tom Walker. We'll go ahead and put him on the stand. Then after that, we have Lieutenant Colonel Chad Scabilia. Right? He's actually one of the higher ups in the MCSO. I don't know how familiar the jury is with that. Right? I know we all know Rick Ramsey. But do we know Mr. Scabilia? Probably not. But he is one of the higher ups in the MCSO. He's in charge of their operations. He decides, as of January of 2019, he's going to go ahead and do an investigation of the entire major crimes unit. Right? He's afraid that they're not living up to par. That's a good supervisor.
Object and ask for sidebar.
Okay. Comfortable as long as the other side.
Yes.
They actually, you correctly, you actually entrance to the stairs of the treehouse.
Yes.
Permission to introduce this as such an only individual.
Any objection? Mr. Tucker, any objection to this exhibit?
Let me pull the microphone down. No, sir.
All right, so we'll admit it as states one, it's a composite. 1A through C, we just need the clerk to mark it, please. What, Mr. Alvarez, so we can bring it up to the clerk so we can get it marked as states 1A, C, composite.
Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor.
Yes?
Yes, so if I remember correctly, it was essentially like one flight of stairs and then almost like a landing platform and then another flight. And then I don't recall if there was a turn at the very end up to the top, but there may have been.
And just so I'm clear, you indicated that you encountered the first victim, which was non-responsive on the first landing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor.
All right.
I know the jurors are reviewing the state's first exhibit, but the state has no further questions for Deputy Mullins.
All right, so before we have cross-examination, we'll let the jurors, each of them, have an opportunity to review the exhibit, and then we'll give cross-examination opportunity.
Yes, absolutely, Moki. That's funny. Yeah. I would think it would be federal land, but I didn't really know it at the time. I didn't really give it much thought. That's very interesting.
It's like, 8 p.m. something like that. But,
You both need to keep your voices up, please.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Your Honor. Okay, so you get to the treehouse, and Paul's the second victim that you come across, correct? It's you come across Matt first.
correct.
Okay. And how long before backup shows up? Approximately.
Approximately, like 20 minutes or maybe 30 minutes. Another deputy showed up to assist me with clearing the property.
Okay. And did you guys actually clear the property, check, make sure there's no more suspects, anything like that?
I had done that prior to the deputy arriving on scene.
Would that be on your body cam?
Yes, sir.
Okay, check that out. Okay, so now you're at the property, you've done your sweep, you've got backup, correct? And I would assume the ambulance shows up before or after that?
Yes, sir. The ambulance showed up minutes after I got there.
Minutes after you got there. I seem to remember that too. Okay. Now, let's see, after that, what did you do after that? After you went ahead and cleared the property, after the ambulance came, they took Paul to the hospital, if I remember correctly, right?
Correct.
So what was your duty after that?
I remained on scene. I started a crime scene log. I believe I taped off the immediate structure of the treehouse itself, and then also the entrance to the property.
Okay.
Asked anybody who was in the property to come outside of the property. I tried to identify everybody that was on scene or that I came into contact with. That was essentially.
You secured the scene, basically,
Yeah.
right? And what does securing the scene, what does that actually entail?
Hello, Liberty. I've missed you. It's nice to see you. I hope you've been doing well. And Moki says, boys in the chat, this witness, would you... she's kind of like what you were saying. Looks like a man. Yeah. I think she does. I wouldn't be interested. I have to look at her more closely, but probably not. Oh. Moki said, Liberty, good to see you. I swear the Liberty commercial just announced your arrival here. Oh, hilarious. All right, so this Liberty is a trial, the Treehouse murder trial. We watched a couple of, I saw it live with chat. We all saw it a couple of years ago. And we're re-exhuming it. Right. I understand why you would want the female police officers to look. If they're going to have to be dealing with something, that's what you would want to help you out. Yeah. Yeah, I thought so too, Liberty. Yeah, I thought so too.
What is it, why do we do that?
To not contaminate the scene, to not have people in and out, stuff like that.
Okay. Just to make sure that the evidence stays there, it stays, doesn't get
Scene
walked away
safety.
with or tainted, right?
Correct. Scene safety, make sure everything's.
Right, and safety, obviously, right? Okay, and now, was there evidence just found on property?
No, I believe no. There was evidence found on the street itself.
And was that ever blocked off? Or was it ever roped off so that the evidence would stay secure?
Yes. Once other units detectives got to the scene. At one point, they did block off most of the street, from what I recall.
And about how long did that take?
For them to arrive, or
For them to block off the street?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you remember anybody walking away with evidence?
Walking away with the
Like
evidence?
picking up evidence off the street and walking away with it?
The only person I saw that handled evidence would be the crime scene tech from Key West.
Okay, that would be
Detective
Mitchell?
Mitchell.
Yeah, if I remember right. Okay.
Yes.
And so he was the one who handled the evidence once he got there, right?
In my presence, yes.
Okay. And, and then after that, what did you do after that? I know you started a crime scene log, you secured the scene, at least the immediate scene, right? The treehouse itself.
Correct.
And then what did you do after that?
I believe I, assisted the detectives on scene with what they needed. We walked the street, Laurel Avenue, looking for any additional evidence. I did locate a $100 bill on the street. That's what Detective Mitchell came and photographed and collected. And I believe there was other individual pieces that were located. I didn't locate them directly.
But they're basically all the way down the street, right?
From what I recall, it was, yes, going down the street.
Sure. Okay, so you're looking for evidence after that. That's, you're basically searching for evidence, checking the scene, making sure you guys are covering the whole street now, looking for the evidence, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you get to the scene, okay, and was I there? Correct. Just we'll go for that right there. Was I present when you got there?
I did not see you, no.
Yeah, okay. And is there any evidence that I was there?
I did not see you there. So
you know of, right? Okay. All right. So nothing there. Now, okay. And you said other people started showing up. Other detectives, other officers started showing up. Was it Detective Mitchell from Key West PD? He shows up for the forensics, correct?
he did show up, yes.
Okay. And then who else showed up?
Let's see. At the time, Captain Phelps, Detective Pitcher, Detective Malone, Lieutenant Kellenberger, Detective Fernandez, possibly Captain Smith.
It's quite a few officers, right?
Yes, sir.
Most of them major ranking officers, if I remember correctly, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you said your first encounter was with Todd O'Quinn, correct? With the skinny white guy who ran out.
I believe his name was Todd O'Quinn.
Todd
yes.
O'Quinn,
Yeah.
Todd Sumner O'Quinn is his name. That's his full name. So he's the one who approached you first, but he's not the one who called 911, but he's the one who approached you, correct?
Correct. I believe he was yelling in front of CVS, and some other bystanders contacted 911.
Okay. And what was he saying to you? Do you remember?
For the exact verbatim, I would have to refer to my body
Sure.
cam.
It's been a long time. I understand. Believe me, I understand.
But he told me that there was some sort of altercation. I believe he said he saw Mr. Bonnet being stabbed, and he saw a white suspect and a black suspect.
Do you remember the circumstances? For the white suspect. The white suspect. Do you remember any of what he said about him?
Again, I would have to refer to the body cam because that would give an exact recording.
Right. Yeah, that definitely helps.
Yeah.
And we may do that. We'll see. Now, prior to all this happening, before you even got to the treehouse, before you even got the call, what were you doing before that?
I believe I was patrolling the trap yard in an area called La Curva prior to...
An area called what? I'm sorry.
It's called La Curva. It's a trap yard.
Oh,
on
La Curva?
Fifth
Yeah, I
Avenue.
know La Curva.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe I was patrolling there prior to getting the call.
Okay. Okay. And how long would you say you were doing that?
Again, it would be a guess, but approximately 15, 20 minutes.
Okay. Were you ever in the CVS parking lot that night?
I could have been prior to that.
Do you know approximately how long?
No.
What if I told you maybe hours? Maybe an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours? Just prior to the crime?
Well, that could be, yeah.
Okay, just checking. Okay. And did you go into CVS that night at all?
Well, I don't have a direct recollection, but if I was there, I probably went in and maybe got snacks or...
Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that. Okay. All right, so we know where you were before. We know where you went afterwards. And, okay, so you're searching and everybody else shows up and they start searching, right? What about, you know, the other investigators? What are they doing? Because, you know, were they all searching on Laurel, or did they, you know, go other places? I mean, did they do anything else that you know of?
I know some units responded to a property on 2nd, but I wasn't there. I don't know who responded.
Was it the warehouse property?
Yes.
Okay, so it was the warehouse property. Now, when I say the warehouse property, you know, you and I know what that means. I'm not sure the jury knows what that means. It's on 2nd Street. Could you please just describe it for them just so that they have an understanding of it?
Yes, it's on 2nd Street in Stock Island. It's essentially a big warehouse. It's like an aluminum or metal-sided building, pretty large, and I believe there's like, it's sectioned off, or at least it is now, into separate areas.
Now, was the interest at 2nd Street, or the 2nd Street warehouse? Do you know?
I believe at the time, the information that I was able to put out and receive from the victim was that there was a suspect that possibly resided there.
Ended up being true, did it?
I actually don't know if they found him. I don't know the results.
Did you show up for when was it they brought Rory Wilson in? Were you there for that?
No,
I know that people were masked, so it was hard to decide. I don't know whether you were there or not, you know, so I'm just asking.
Yes, I was not.
Okay, just checking. Okay, so you got, you know, there are units at the 2nd Street warehouse, but you're not one of them. You're still back at the.
I stayed at the scene the whole time.
Okay, you're at the scene. Okay, so we'll go ahead. Okay, is there any other involvement you had in the investigation beyond, you know, that initial night?
The very next night, I was on patrol again, and I got called again by dispatch to a residence at the end of the road because they had found a knife in their yard.
Okay, and where was it? Do you remember, you know, where, what, was it in the mobile home park, or was it, you know?
Yes, at the time there was a mobile home park there called Ocean's Edge.
Okay.
Water's Edge.
Water's Edge.
Yeah,
Water's Edge. You're absolutely correct. I'm sorry.
And it was one of the trailers that was on, I guess, is that 2nd Street, right at the end of Laurel Avenue there.
Yeah, I seem to remember which one. Now, did you stay there and collect the knife, or did somebody else come and do that?
No, I responded. I saw the knife, and I contacted Detective Pitcher, at the time I believe was the lead detective, and then Key West Detective Mitchell came and collected the knife.
Now, at the crime scene, who would you say was actually in charge of the crime scene? Who was actually running the show?
I know that Key West PD Detective Mitchell was doing the collection, but
For
beyond
the forensics
that,
part, yeah.
Yeah, beyond that, I don't know who.
I mean,
was running.
normally it would have been Sergeant Kellenberger's job, correct? I mean, I know a little bit about MCS protocol, MCSO protocol. I don't know.
He would be
I don't know nearly as much as you, obviously. So.
He would be the supervisor of the.
He would have been the supervisor, right? Okay, and you know, but there were people there above him, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and did people from the state attorney's office show up at the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how about, did they ever have a suspect at the crime scene?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Do you remember Anathea Clay?
I believe she showed up on a bicycle at one point.
Okay, was she a suspect in the crime?
Not that I'm aware of. I know she was mentioned by Miss Belmonte that she knew the suspect.
Okay, but I'm not trying to tell you what to say or anything like that. I'm just trying to see if we can both remember here, because I remember correctly. Didn't Paula come out of the treehouse when she's holding her neck and screaming? Isn't that the first name that comes out of her?
I'm going to sustain it. That's,
Okay.
Facts, not an evidence.
Okay. Anyway, you do remember the Anathea, that she was mentioned by Paula.
Yes.
Okay. And she was eventually brought to the crime scene, correct?
I remember her showing up on a bicycle.
Okay. And did anybody get a statement?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. I'm not saying you do. I'm just, because I don't know which officers did everything, so I just trying to get my knowledge here. So you don't know whether anybody took a statement from her.
Objection asked and answered.
I'll overrule the objection.
All right, that was just rhetorical. I'm sorry. But But she wasn't arrested, correct? Or that you know of?
Not that I know of on the scene, no.
And did you have any other parts of this investigation beyond those initial days?
Yes. A few days later.
Okay, a few days later, and...
I was on shift again, and I got called to assist with arresting you.
Oh, thanks. Whatever. I'm not going to hold it against you.
I appreciate it.
Now, and then well beyond that, was there anything else you did for this investigation?
Yes, it was much later in the investigation. I was actually a detective at the time, and I was a plainclothes detective. My partner and I at the time were asked to locate Miss Anthea Clay. And then separately, my partner and I at one time, went to Miami to pair up with, our whole unit did, to pair up with Miami-Dade detectives in an attempt to locate another person to serve a subpoena. My involvement with that, though, was literally show up, and then we were dismissed. So we went home.
So just go there, go home.
Yeah, I didn't have much.
I'm sorry about that. I'm sure it wasn't fun. Okay, but the Anthea Clay thing, back to that one. So what was the intention of when you went to go, engage Anthea on this time?
At the time, Captain Phelps was the boss of the unit I was in, like higher ranking.
Right. Yeah.
And she asked my partner and I for assistance with locating Miss Anthea Clay, and she knew, or she had an idea of where she lived or would be seen. So we were plain clothes, so we set up and we watched, and when we located her, the captain made contact with her, and I believe she brought her in for interview.
Right. And did she act surprised or anything like that to see you guys, or?
I don't recall.
And you remember being brought in for the interview. Were you there for any of it, or?
I did not. I waited outside.
Okay. So that's the extent of your involvement, though, that I know of, correct?
As best as I can recall right now, yes.
Okay. And that you know of. Okay, great. No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, Miss Detective. Sorry, Detective. I want to call you Detective because I remember you being a detective before,
yes,
too.
Sir.
Deputy Mueller. Thank you.
Is there a redirect examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Deputy Mueller, good morning again. Mr. Tucker asked you about the actual time that you arrived on scene and were dispatched. And I know at this point it's been, 6 years. Is there anything that would refresh your recollection if you take a look at it, maybe your report?
Either my report or my body cam would very much refresh my recollection.
Yeah, just give me a second. Unfortunately, I didn't have a prayer this morning. You're fine.
Commissioner Prochon?
Yes.
Let me show you a copy of the report. See if that refreshes your recollection regarding at what time you were dispatched and arrived.
Yes, sir.
When you've had your recollection refreshed, say so, and then the prosecutor can retrieve the report and you can testify from your refreshed recollection.
Yes, sir. I'm refreshed.
Could you please describe to the jury exactly what time you were dispatched and arrived?
I was dispatched at 2018.
Okay, and in layman's terms, what time
That is 8:18 p.m.
Okay, very well. Mr. Tucker asked you if he was on the scene when you arrived. Was Rory Wilson there?
Not that I recall, no.
Was Travis Johnson there?
No, sir.
Were any of the alleged perpetrators there?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
You indicated that on the second night you were on duty, correct?
Correct.
And you dispatched, I guess, to a mobile home that was referred to as Water's Edge?
The trailer park itself is, yeah.
Okay.
Or was.
And that's where the knife...
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much, Judge. I have nothing further.
Right. So, May this witness be excused, or is she held subject to recall?
She may be excused, Your Honor.
Okay.
I would
Under
agree.
your...
I would agree, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can step down. Be
Thank you, sir.
excused. So, members of the jury, I think this is a good time for our morning break. So let's talk about the basic ground rules for the break. You don't have to stay in the jury room. If you want to walk around a little bit, stretch outside the jury room, you may do so. Just let the bailiffs know who wants to go outside the jury room. They will escort you through the secure portion of the courthouse. You can then, when it's time, be back in the jury assembly room, and the bailiffs will bring you back. During the break, whether you stay in the jury room or whether you go outside, the rules, the instructions that I've given you about, exposure to information, discussions, conversations, all those things that you've heard so often, they remain in effect. So we're going to break until 10:55. You can leave your notepads right there on the chairs, and we'll be back, and the state will have the opportunity to call their next witness.
Yeah, that is true. I remember watching this. I remember watching this live. Yeah, it was a hung jury. Oh, okay, Lori. Thank you for letting us know. So the situation, I remember watching this, and Chat and we all saw this when this was happening. Lori, the officer? Yeah, it seems to allegedly be a female. Yes. Yeah, the voice, well, and the way she looks, very tough. If I definitely looking, but yeah, we were not too sure about what she was, but it's a female. Yes. Yeah. Sona presents themselves. So Moki, I was always told that too, but this trial was a time where he was able to get off. The voice and jawline had her wondering. Yeah. I'd say for me it was the voice and jawline, and Moki helped with the figure out with the lifting. Yeah. So the thing about this situation is, or Caravel, all of us, we were watching that Capri, the group, and this time period was a time before the mods were taken out of the LC chat. And yeah, he got off, and he defended himself and he got off. We were all shocked in the chat that he did that. Like, we're like, wow, this has never been happening before. Oh, and Lori said, or am I just being a beach? Scared. I'm both. So I'm a beach and a deek. So if you are, you're in the right place. Was the woman convicted? You know what? Oh, dear, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, so wrong button. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Moki. I think so, but I don't really know anything about the woman. I knew more about him. And you're sick of PC culture. Yeah, yeah. No, I understand. I think in these time periods it has gotten too far. Because back in the past things were different, and certainly I do think that things have become too PC. Yes. Especially, someone from your time period, it was, when times used to be, different people used to, not as PC, but now things are getting more and more PC. Now, I will say we came up with the... Oh, let's see. Moki says, in Asbergham, Massachusetts, Julia Enright was convicted of second-degree murder. My time period. No, also the early 2000s when I was coming up, things weren't as PC. But no, I do agree with you that it was better back then when things weren't as PC, because now everything has been politically corrected to the point where it's not like how it was before. So yeah, I do agree with you. With what we do, like when I say scared, and we came up with different nicknames like Deke as a funny thing. It was not PC, was not intended with those. But yeah, I do think I've seen it basically in modern times with media, YouTube, stuff like that. People try to be as PC as possible. And here people could do as they would please. Or she takes the stand. Okay, yes. Well, Massachusetts, so she was probably innocent, pinning on the girl. Oh, okay. All right, so now we're going to go to the next part of this.
All jurors here in the courtroom, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. Welcome back to the courtroom, members of the jury. I hope you enjoyed your break. At this particular point in time, we're back on the record. We're going to resume with presentation of the state's case in chief. So, counsel, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, still call Detective Marcus Del Valle from U.S.
All right. Detective Marcus Del Valle.
First photo is going to be the interior looking out of the property,
Okay.
And then the rest of it's going to be going up the stairs up to the area where they had the couch located at. We walked through that. I walked up the staircase and then back up down, and then That was pretty much what I'd done on that portion of the treehouse itself.
Would be safe to say that's the walkthrough portion, correct?
Yes, yeah, it was the walkthrough that I'd done.
And do they accurately and fairly depict the way the treehouse looked on the night of the incident?
Yes, absolutely.
Point at this stage that we move these into evidence as states number 2. I don't believe there's an objection.
Any objection?
Nope.
All right, no, let's get them marked. We'll admit the ID exhibit into evidence as the states 2A through.
Looks like 8 through 12 to be
It's going to be
2A to 2L.
all right. Composite exhibit for state 2A through L. Admitted into evidence.
Detective Devalle, while the clerk is marking that, a couple of questions. Do you remember what time you responded, more or less, that evening?
To the minute I can, it was later. It was late afternoon, like maybe 7 or 8 o'clock. I can't remember exact time.
You were towards the end of the day, correct?
It was towards the end of the day, yes, sir.
Yes.
Detective Devalle, just take a shade of the first photograph here. Is that the entrance to the actual treehouse?
That's the entrance into the yard.
To the yard?
Yes, and this is going to be the yard here.
And then you see
That's going up to that's. I think that's the first floor of the treehouse that's going.
You got to
up.
try to speak up, please.
I'm sorry, sir. That's the first floor. That's the stairs going up to the first floor. That's part of the deck. I don't know exactly which part, but that's part of the deck. The stairs going up again. So it was three sets. I believe it was 3 sets, and that's the area where they were staying at.
It's like a makeshift bed.
Yeah, makeshift bed that they had, like a little common area that they were staying at. Same. This is all the same floor.
Makeshift living areas, correct?
Yes, sir. And that same thing there, the bed in the back that they were staying at.
Okay, perfect. Commissioner, publish these photos, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
It was later, excuse me, later in the afternoon. I did go back. Detective Mitchell called me. He had been called out because they had found some other evidence in a yard. So I responded and assisted Detective Mitchell as he collected some evidence.
Okay, let's hold it right there and let him finish.
Okay.
You got to
Yeah.
take one at a
I'm sorry.
time, so
Yes, sir.
let him finish, and so we can keep it
Yeah.
separated. Thank you.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
When I got there, that I was called out, scene was secured, there was yellow tape up, and they had police, deputies were already securing the scene, so I did not get there at the beginning of the call.
Okay. Just checking because, again, I wasn't there, so I don't know. How about, did you guys make sure you got all the evidence, from the treehouse, or was there any left over? I mean,
Okay,
did you know?
the treehouse itself.
Yeah, the treehouse property
Detective Mitchell would have to answer that. As far as the outside that I could see and saw and documented, that was all picked up.
Okay.
And that the only thing that I did collect and helped him collect was the knife.
Okay.
Anything that he collected, you would have to talk to him to see what he put in.
And the knife went into a box and then went to the evidence room? Is that
Yes, sir. That was, once that was collected, all items that were collected, once we collected it, it was turned over to the sheriff department, because we work for the city of Key West.
Right.
We just assisted them and assist other agency. All items that were taken were properly given to the sheriff's department and documented with proper receipts and chain of custody.
How long that took? Curiosity. About how big?
How long? That was done that
Yeah.
night. That was
Oh,
passed
that
over.
same night?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
Good. Now, you said you handled the knife, it went into property. Did it ever go to
The medical examiner?
Yeah.
I
Or make its way to the
cannot
medical
answer
examiner?
that because it's not my case.
Okay.
That's something that the sheriff department.
But you guys boxed it up?
Yeah, all we do is collect it, give it to them. Sheriff department is in charge of the investigation. They're the primary response department.
Unit, yeah.
And the detectives that are working the case, the lead detective are the ones that take care of that property, sending it away.
Okay, good. Just want to make sure we know where all the evidence went and what
Okay.
happened there. So that was the extent of your investigation with this, though, right? It's just the crime scene when you first got there, the knife, and is there anything else? I think I seem to be forgetting something here.
Pretty much that's all I done. Detective Mitchell did collect a mask, and he did put that into evidence, but you'd
But
have
that
to
was
talk to
Detective
him. Yeah,
Mitchell.
you'd have to talk to him about that because he's the one that collected it.
Now, is it normal for you guys to get called out when the sheriff's department investigates something, or is that kind of abnormal?
We do help each other out, assist other agency, which would be
That makes
helping
sense.
each other out. On this case, I believe the crime scene technician was out. I believe he might have been in the hospital that night, so they didn't have nobody on call to do evidence collection, which is crime scene investigation. So we went out to assist them to help them do it.
Okay, and you guys don't remember taking any DNA or scrapings from Paul Belmont?
All that is going to have to be under Detective Mitchell's.
Okay.
Good. You check his report, everything's in there on
I
that.
seem to remember it being
I
fairly
I
lengthy.
cannot testify to something I did not do.
Okay, no, I'm just checking because
Okay.
I remember I even told you in the hallway. I don't even remember what you did for
Yeah.
the most part.
I'm going to object. There's no questions, Counsel. Mr. Shepherd trying to testify.
Okay, as I said, we want to take it one step at a time in terms of question, pause, answer. So,
Okay, I'll take it a little slower for the prosecution.
for the judge as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Actually, I don't think I have any further questions for the witness. I think you've pretty much explained what you did. Thank you. Thank you for your time today.
Is there a redirect examination?
No, Your Honor.
Right, and what about this witness? Is
He may be excused at this time.
subject to recall, or he can be excused?
He may be excused.
All right, thank you. You
Thank
can
you,
step down and be excused. maybe we can approach the bench here a moment of both sides and address scheduling.
The woman known as Paula Belmonte.
Yes, I have.
All right. Why don't you tell the jury, how did you become friends with Miss Belmonte?
We partied together.
You partied together?
Yes.
All right. Tell us about that. What does that mean when you say you partied together?
Well, we had drank, smoked.
All right. Well, let's break that down. You said you drank. You drank alcohol?
Yes.
What kind of alcohol did you drink with her?
Bud Light.
Did she also drink Bud Light?
Occasionally.
Was beer your beverage of choice?
Yes.
All right. What about hard alcohol? Did you used to intake any hard alcohol?
Captain Morgan.
All right.
Rum.
And what about Miss Belmonte? Did she also enjoy hard liquor too?
No, I don't think so.
Nope. She stuck to the beer?
Yeah.
All right. Now you said you used to party together, right?
Yeah.
How often would you get together with her to party?
Okay, Moki, good night to you. Thank you for coming.
Daily, weekly, once a month?
Yeah, well, yeah, 3 times a month or 3 times a week or something.
3 times a week?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
All right. And when you'd party with her, where would you party?
My place, her place.
Okay, you said your place, you have a trailer over on Stock Island, right?
Yes, I do.
What was her place? Like, where did you used to party with her when you went to her place?
Different places, you know, where she used to live.
Did she have a permanent home?
Not really. No, she moved around quite a bit, like me.
Was she ever homeless?
Oh, yeah. I'm sure she was.
Living on the streets?
Uh-huh. Yes, she was.
And you guys would still get together and party and what have you?
Yes, we would.
Now, you said you used to party together and you said you used to drink, right?
Yes.
And you said you guys used to also smoke.
Yes.
What did you guys smoke? Tobacco?
Tobacco.
All right. Did you ever do any hard drugs with her?
Like coke and crack.
Like cocaine? Yes, sir.
Yeah, we smoked crack and snorted coke and smoked cigarettes.
All right, I did it. I blew the kiss.
And
You smoked crack with her? Did you smoke the crack?
yes,
Did she used to smoke crack as well?
yes,
We're talking about crack cocaine, right?
yes.
And how do you smoke it? You smoke it, you put it, you heat it up? How do you do that?
You put it in a stem. They call a stem, and then you light it up and puff.
And that's how you get the high from ingesting the smoke, I guess, from it?
Yeah, you get high from ingesting the smoke.
All right. And you said you used to smoke crack with Miss Belmonte, right?
Paula.
Or Paula. Okay, fair enough, Paula. How often would you guys smoke crack together?
3 times a week.
Okay. Who used to supply it? Did you supply it, or did
Nope.
she supply it?
She did.
She supplied it?
Yes, she did.
Did you used to pay her for what you smoked, or did she just share it with you?
She shared it with me, and sometimes I paid for it.
All right. And you guys would I guess the word you used was party together, right?
Yes, I would.
All right. It's a hard lifestyle, right?
Yeah, you lose a lot of sleep.
Yeah. Takes its toll, right?
Takes its toll. Yes, it does.
All right, but this is the lifestyle you've lived. Is that fair to say?
Say again?
But that is the lifestyle you lived, right?
Oh, yeah.
Is that fair to
It's the
say?
lifestyle.
And is that the
Drinking, smoking. Drinking and smoking, yeah.
Okay, and is that the lifestyle that Paula lived as well?
Oh, yes.
Now, at some point, did Paula take up residence in something called the Tree House?
Oh, yes.
All right, let's tell the jury, what is this place called the Tree House? What exactly is it?
A man has built a stairway up around the top of his trailer, and Paul needs to stay up there.
And that, was it an actual tree in the center of this
No,
structure?
It just wasn't it was no tree, it was just actual part that the man built. Stairway going up.
Next to his trailer, you said, right?
Over the top of his trailer.
And the man that built it, do you know what his name is?
Yeah.
What's his name?
Fred, what's his name? Matt.
Matthew?
No, it wasn't Matt either. It was.
You don't remember?
Fred, or Ed, or Fred.
Okay. He's the one that built this structure.
Yes, he did.
Now, you said Paula was living there, right?
Yes, she was.
Or she was staying there, so to speak.
She was living there.
All right, now you say she was living there, but Mr. Raggett, I want to be clear. This is not a fully functioning home per se, right?
No, it's just a deck up there.
I mean, is there running water in this structure?
No running water.
No bathroom facilities?
No bathroom facilities.
What about electricity? Is there any electricity?
No electricity.
So at nighttime, I guess it gets pretty dark, right?
Yes, it did.
So what'd you guys do for light at nighttime when you'd be over there partying?
Flashlights.
I couldn't hear you. What was that?
Flashlights.
Oh, flashlight. Okay, fair enough. So there were flashlights, and I guess that was the way you guys would illuminate the place at night. That's how you bring some light to the place.
Yes.
Okay.
It would be.
Now, how long? Do you remember, like, how long Paula was staying at this place called the Tree House?
6 months. About 6 months, I reckon.
Was it normal for her to move around a lot, or did she stay put?
It was normal for her to move around a lot.
Okay. Do you remember, or do you know, rather, was she paying anybody money to stay in this facility? Like, did she pay anybody rent to live there?
I'm not sure. I never
Okay.
mentioned money.
Did you know a man named Matthew Bonnet?
Matthew Bonnet. No, I didn't.
Didn't know him? All right. But you knew Paula, right?
Yes, I knew Paula.
Okay, so you're there partying with Paula. I want to take you back to August of 2017. You remember that month?
August 17th, yeah.
All right. Something big happened, right? While you were over with Paula one night.
Yes, it did.
All right. Let's tell the jury about what happened. Do you remember the specific date?
No.
And I'm sorry, I said August. I think I meant to say November. It was November of 2017. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
All right. And do you remember where Paula was living at that point in time?
Yes, I do.
Where was she living?
Up in that tree house.
All right. Now I want to talk about the date specifically, November 17th of 2017.
All right.
Is that where she was living?
Yes, he was.
All right. Had you been over there to visit her when she was living there?
Yes, I was.
And on November 17th, were you over there on that particular day?
Yes, I was.
Was that the first time you'd gone over there, or had you been over there
No, I've been
before?
up there several times.
All right, and again, you guys would party. Is that fair?
Yes, I were. Yes, we were.
So when you went over there on November 17th, did you go? What was the purpose in going over there?
Either to visit with Matt, which I remember now, Matt or her, you know.
All right. Now you said Matt. You do remember Matt?
I remember now.
Okay. Who's Matt?
Matt is the owner of the property.
All right. And is that the one that lived in that trailer?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember his last name?
No, I don't.
If I told you the name Bonnet, does that ring any bells?
No, it don't.
All right. How did you know him as? Matt?
Just Matt.
Just Matt. Okay. So would you ever party with Matt?
Yes.
And where would you party with him? In his trailer?
Yes.
And what kind of stuff did you do with Matt when you partied?
Played chess.
Played chess? Did you ever drink alcohol with him?
Yes.
And again, what kind of alcohol did you guys drink?
Beer?
Is that what Matt drank as well?
Yes.
Matt ever drink hard alcohol?
No.
All right. What about the crack cocaine? Did you ever share or do crack cocaine with Matt?
Yes.
Did he used to do it as well?
Yes.
All right. So you were friendly with Matt as well as Paula, is that fair to say?
Paul and Matt, yes.
Now, on November 17th of 2017, do you recall going over to the treehouse that day?
Yes, I do.
All right. Do you remember what time you went over there?
Almost about 2:30, 4 o'clock.
Sun still up, or had it gotten dark
Sun
already?
was still up.
Sun was still up?
Yeah.
And when you went over there, do you remember who you went to visit that day?
Paula.
Was Paula? Was she there when you went over?
Yes.
Now, did you have a way to contact her? I mean, did she have a phone or anything like that?
Yes, cell phone.
And did you have a phone?
Yes.
So when you'd go to visit her, would you contact her first, or would you just show up?
I'd just show up. Or,
All right.
Or call her.
All right. On November 17th, do you remember, did you call her that day, or did you just show up?
No, I just showed up, I believe.
Just showed up?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Raggett, if you need any water, I can get you some water, just so you know, okay?
No, I'm
You all right? Okay. So, Mr. Raggett, you said you went over there to visit with Paula, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Sun still up?
Yes, it was.
Daylight?
Daylight.
And is she at the treehouse?
She's in the treehouse.
And do you make contact with her?
Yes.
And where did you make contact with her? Inside the treehouse?
Yeah, upstairs, on the treehouse, yes.
All right. And did you guys do any partying that day?
Yes.
All right. And again, just so we're clear, Mr. Raggett, so the jury's clear, when you say partying, on this particular day, what were you guys doing? Were you drinking
Yes.
alcohol?
I was, she wasn't.
She wasn't drinking alcohol?
No.
What were you drinking?
Beer.
Okay.
Bud Light.
Bud Light. All right. And you said Paula wasn't drinking that day, right?
She wasn't drinking.
Okay. What about the crack cocaine? Were you guys doing crack cocaine that day?
Yes, we were.
Was Paula doing crack cocaine?
Yes, she was.
And were you doing crack cocaine?
Yes, I was.
All right, and again, that's where you heat it up and inhale it, I guess,
Yes.
right?
Yes, we did.
Okay. So, where did the supply come that day that you guys were smoking? Did you bring it, or did Paula have it?
Paula had it.
She had the supply?
Yes.
Did she ever sell it to you?
Yes.
Did she sell to other people?
Yes.
Were you ever there when she sold to other people?
Yes.
All right, so explain that to us. Her customers would come to the treehouse, I presume?
Yes.
And she would sell them what?
Crack cocaine.
Okay. Did she sell any other kinds of drugs besides crack cocaine?
No.
And did she do this regularly?
Yes.
And you said you were there at times when she would do that. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And
Truth.
yes, sir, that's what we want, the truth. Did you used to sell it?
No.
You didn't sell?
No, I just smoked it.
Just smoked it, okay. On November 17th, when you were over there with her, you said she wasn't drinking, but you were, is that right?
Yes.
And you guys were both smoking crack?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did day become night that day?
Yes, it did.
All right, sunset?
Yes.
Got dark outside?
They're taking dark.
So when it gets dark outside, what's the lighting like inside of that treehouse?
Well, get the lights from the store and stuff.
I mean, is it as
Store right
bright
there.
as it is in this room right now?
No, not at all. Not at all. Darker.
Dark?
Not dark.
Hard to see when it gets dark in the treehouse? That's a question, I'm sorry. Is it hard to see when it gets dark?
It's definitely hard to see.
Do you remember using flashlights on that particular day or not to help with lighting?
No, it wasn't that dark at the time.
Okay,
What you're getting into?
all right. And how long had you been there until something happened?
It was getting dawn, you know. It was getting a little bit dark, not much.
So not dawn, it was getting
Before it
dark,
went down,
right?
Before it went down, yeah.
All right. Were you there after the sunset and it actually got dark outside?
Yes.
Now, in the actual treehouse structure, where did she sleep? What was her area in that treehouse?
Right in the middle, tarped around with tarps around her.
Okay, in the middle, you said, right?
Uh-huh.
Now, was there anything higher up in the treehouse that
No.
other people stayed in?
No.
Just her? And you said she stayed in what you called the middle portion, is that right?
With tarps around her.
With tarps?
Yeah, just with tarps.
And what would be the purpose of the tarps?
Yeah, just keep,
Try to keep the rain out and stuff like that?
yeah, keep the rain out, yeah.
Okay. Now, you guys were partying, right?
Yes, we were.
At some point, did something happen that night while you guys were partying?
Yes, it did.
All right, well, let's tell the jury about that. What happened? You're partying, at this point, it's nighttime, right?
Getting dark, yeah, it's getting a little dark.
All right. And what happens, Mr. Raggett? What happens while you're in there with Paula? First of all, let me ask you, was anybody else there with you besides Paula?
No, just me and Paula.
Just you and Paula? Do you remember seeing Matt that day?
Earlier.
Earlier the day you saw him?
Downstairs in his place.
But as it became nighttime and you were in the treehouse with Paula, was Matt with you guys at that time?
Upstairs in the treehouse, yes.
That's where you were with Paula, right?
Yes, I was.
So where was Matt? As it became nighttime, where I know you and Paula were in the treehouse, but where was Matt located?
He was downstairs in his trailer.
All right. Do you remember if anybody was with Matt or if he was alone, or do you know if he had people over?
He was alone. He was alone.
Okay. Now, at some point, you said something happened, right?
Yes, something happened.
All right. Well, let's tell the jury what happened.
Two guys came up the steps, looked around the corner. They were wearing a skull mask, and they came up, and I stood up, one of them nailed me, knocked me right back into the chair.
All right, and let me stop you, Mr. Raggett. I'm gonna break this down, okay? Because I have questions while you're giving this jury the story. You said two men came in. Is that right?
Two people with skull masks.
With skull masks.
Yes.
Now, how do you know it was two? You were able to see them?
Yeah, they looked right on the corner, and I go, "What the hell is this?"
And they came right on in?
Yeah, they came right around. Yeah, you know.
I'm sorry, sir, that wasn't clear. Could you repeat what you just said?
They just came up the steps and right around. They got to make a turn on the steps, you know.
Okay.
Then they right on the top there, and then they keep walking up, and they popped me in the head.
All right, they popped you there. Let me ask you, Mr. Raggett, how are you able to tell there were two of them? Are you able to see enough?
Yeah.
Even though it was dark?
Yeah.
Could you make out their faces?
No, they were wearing skull masks.
Okay. Could you tell what ethnicity they were? Were they black, white? Could you tell anything in that regard?
No, they were wearing gloves as well as skull masks.
So you couldn't even see skin to tell if what ethnicity?
That's right.
All right. And you know there were two of them?
I knew there were two of them, yeah.
Now you said when they came in, what was your reaction to it?
I stood up, said, "What the hell's going on here?" You know, and they hit me, knocked me back into my chair.
All right.
And
do you remember if they hit you?
Before I get back up again, this person took a knife and put it to my throat, or I put it right here in front of my face, and gave me the motion like this. You know, don't want to hear that damn thing out of you, you know.
And what did you take that to mean, that gesture? And Judge, for the record, the witness is putting his finger over his mouth. What did you take that to mean, Mr. Raggett?
Don't
talk?
Don't talk. Don't do nothing. So I sat there.
Now, you said you took a couple of hits from this person, right?
Oh, he hit me, yeah.
How many times did you get hit?
Well, 4.
All right. And then you said when you stood up, they knocked you down again?
Yeah.
When you were being hit, do you recall was a weapon being used, or was it a bare hand hit?
Yeah, it was bare-handed glove. I could feel the glove, you know, hit me too. Yeah.
Okay. So you felt the glove on his hand?
Yeah.
And that's what you felt. Where on your body were you being hit?
In the head.
In the head. All right. Did it hurt?
Yeah.
And when you got hit, you said about 4 times?
Three or four.
Were both men hitting you, or was it just one of the 2 men hitting you?
Both of them were hitting me.
Both of them were hitting you.
Huh?
All right. And ultimately, you said one of them gave you that sign, right?
Yeah.
Now, when he did that, did he leave you alone, or did he stay with you?
He kept that knife in front of my face, yes.
All right. And then at some point, do you remember seeing Paula during this struggle?
Oh yeah, she was sitting right there, getting beat up too.
And who was beating her up?
The other guy with the skull mask on.
The other guy with the skull mask on?
Uh-huh.
So were they both beating on Paula, or at this point was one with you and one with Paula, if you remember?
One was beating on me and the other was beating on Paula.
Okay. Do you remember any description as far as the size of these men?
Yeah, I remember the size of them. I know, I could tell by the Swayzer who the one was, you know, by meeting him different times up there at Paula's. I knew the Swayzer. Get that word right, Swayzer? Uh-huh.
Okay. I don't know what that word means, so I'm sorry.
Oh, his style, his walk, his talk.
Okay. Were they, like height-wise, were they tall guys, short guys? Were they the same height, or was there a difference between the two?
One tall, one short.
I'm sorry, and I talked over you, and I apologize.
One tall, one short.
Okay. One's tall and one's short, you said, right?
You've got to say yes or no, sir. I not or if you could just.
Okay, I'll do that.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Raggett, you said one of the men was tall and one of the men was shorter. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall which one was focusing attention on you and which one was focusing attention on Paula?
Yes.
Okay, which one was on you, the tall guy or the short guy?
Tall guy.
And the other one on Paula was the shorter guy?
Yeah.
All right. Now, did this...
Yes. Okay.
No, you did okay. How long did this go on for?
Hell,
No, it's probably hard to say.
10 minutes.
Okay. 10 minutes is a long time.
Yeah, it was.
All right. And at some point, what were they doing to Paula? Were you able to observe what they were doing to Paula?
Yeah, jerking her around, saying we cut your damn throat, you know.
Do you remember them doing any? I'm sorry.
Give it up, you know. Give it up, Paula, give it up, you know. She goes, Roger, help me. I said, yeah, give it up. You know, give them what they want. Get the hell out of here, you know. Nothing to get poked about, you know.
Sure. At some point, do you know if they inflicted any injuries on Paula?
Yeah.
And what they do to her?
Hit her in the head.
Hit her in the head? Did they cut her?
Yeah.
Where'd they cut her?
Neck. It's right here, I guess.
Do you remember seeing that?
No.
Then how do you know she got cut there?
Because, I handed her a rag before I ran down the steps.
Well, let's talk about that.
Okay.
At some point, when they kept saying give it up, were they specific about what they wanted her to give up?
Yeah.
What'd they want?
Money and drugs.
How do you know that?
Because they said give up the money or the drugs.
All
Either
right.
one. Take them both.
And did she ultimately give up the money and drugs?
Yeah.
And did she just hand it over? Do you remember how she was able to give it to them?
She said, right there it is. Take it and get the hell out of here.
And what'd she point to?
A little container on a little container.
All right. A small container, you said, right?
Yeah. A little
All right. When she pointed that out to them, did they grab the container?
Yes.
And did they leave?
Yes.
All right. Now, did they leave pretty much together? Did they leave did one leave before the other, or did they leave at the same time?
No, they left. They left because the man was holding a knife in front of my face, hit me, knocked me through the tarp, jumped over a railing after Matt, and ran down steps and struck that man, and then ran back up steps and said, "We gotta go."
All right.
All the time I was under that tarp, you know?
Okay. Now, were you guys calling for help while this was happening?
Matt did. I heard him yell.
Matt said what?
Help.
Okay. Did Matt come up the stairs to where you and Paula were?
No. Well, yes, he did. He came up steps and he turned around and went right back down.
All right, so Mr. Raggett, I want to make sure that we're clear for the jury, because I want to make sure this is clear. So during the struggle with these two men, at some point did Matt come up to that platform where you and Paula were?
Matt made it up to the platform, seen what was going on, turned around and started walking back down, and that man hit me, knocked me through a tarp, and
you said you heard Matt yell for help?
And then I heard, Matt yell for help.
Okay.
And then that man would knock me through the tarp with that skull mask on, said, we gotta go, to the other guy.
All right.
With the mask, with the skull mask on. And they left.
And do you know if they ever made contact with Matt?
No.
Do you know if they ever got to Matt? I mean, were they able to get to him? Did they interact with Matt at all?
Yeah, you don't have to interact with Matt. When that person jumped down the steps there and stabbed his ass.
Stabbed Matt?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember where they stabbed Matt? Was where on his body he got stabbed?
No.
And you said he came back upstairs, this man in the mask, and said to the other guy, we got to go.
We got to go. We got to go. That's the only thing he said.
Did they leave?
Yes.
Now, when they left, what did you do? What's the first thing you did? Did you go to Paula?
I went to Paula, see how she was, found a rag for put on her wound, and I ran down steps. As I ran down steps, I jumped over Matt, and I headed out to the alley to see where they went.
All right. Were you able to see where they went?
No.
When you got down to the alley,
they were already gone.
Already gone.
Uh-huh.
Did you go back into the treehouse then after you went out to the alley?
Nope, I took off.
Took off.
Yeah.
Did you ever render any aid to Matt when you saw
No.
Matt? When you last saw
Not.
Matt, was he standing or was he on the ground?
He was laying down. He was laying down.
Do you remember if he was bleeding at all?
No.
You don't remember, or he wasn't?
I don't remember, but I didn't see it. I didn't see no blood.
Okay. But you did render aid to Paula, is that fair to say?
Yeah, I gave her a rag. I found a towel there, and I grabbed, hold it, and I gave it to her, and I ran down steps.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to show the fence. What's been previously marked as Echo Composite 1 through 4. Have you shown the fence, Judge? May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Reagan, I'm going to have you take a look at these photographs, okay?
Okay.
Tell me if you recognize them. Before we talk about them, tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, Paula.
Okay.
Yeah, there's just Paula. Don't recognize that.
Okay.
Well, it's probably Paula's hand, but
Okay.
I wouldn't know.
Let me ask you, do these photographs appear to show Paula? So these two you don't recognize, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, Judge, I'm going to pull these out.
Yeah.
Let's go with the two that you do recognize, okay?
That's Paula.
Do these pictures fairly and accurately show the injuries that Paula received on that night?
I believe so.
Is that what you observed on her that night?
I didn't look. All I did was head her a rag and leave.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I'd seek to move in what's been previously marked as Echo 1 and 2 to evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. All right, so admit states E, identification 1 and 2 is 5, A and B. Yeah, get the ones that want to proffered, give them back to the prosecutor, mark and admit the 2.
Thank you. Okay, now that they're in evidence, as states Exhibit 5, composite A and B. Mr. Rugged, I'm going to show these to the jury. Let's keep this one first. I'm going to have you tell them what they're looking at here. Is this your friend Paula?
Yes, that's my friend Paula.
All right. She's got some redness on her face. Is that from the beating she took that night?
Oh yeah, it worked over good. Oh yes, yes.
And this one here, you said you put a rag to her neck, right?
I gave her a rag. I didn't put it there. I gave her a rag.
All right. Why'd you give her a rag?
Because she was bleeding. Well, she said she was.
And after you gave her the rag, that's when you went downstairs, is that right?
Ran downstairs.
Okay. Mr. Rugged, do you know Tyrone Tucker?
Say again?
Do you know Franklin Tucker? Do you know a man by the name of Franklin Tucker?
No, I don't know Franklin Tucker.
I'm going to have you take a look at the defense table. Do you recognize that man?
No, I don't.
Okay. Now, on this particular night, let me ask you this. How did you know it was 2 men? I know they had masks on.
I didn't know those 2 men. They had skull masks on. I didn't know them.
But how do you know it was men and not women?
Say again?
How did you know they were males and not females? You know.
That's a hard one.
Okay. But in your memory, it's 2 men.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, did you ever have contact with Paula again after this particular day?
Oh, yeah.
You seen her again?
Oh, yeah.
Have you guys talked about what?
Later on, yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I had seen her later on that day. Not that day, but after everything was over with.
And have you guys partied together since then?
No.
Never again since that night?
Nope.
Now, all those events that happened here in Monroe County, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember, you said you saw a knife. Do you remember how many knives you saw?
I seen 2 knives, yeah.
You
They
think?
were carrying knives. Big ones, big knives.
Okay, they were or were not steak knives?
Oh, it was a big old white-handled steak knife.
Okay.
Right in my face.
And you think that there was more than 1 knife?
The other guy was carrying a knife, too.
So you think they both had a weapon, or a knife, rather?
Yes, they both had weapons.
Mr. Rugged, give me just 1 second. Let me check with my partner, okay? It's fine. I don't know what this picture is. Judge, I'm going to show defense counsel with the mark for identification as Foxtrot.
Yes, you may.
Mr. Reagan, I'm just showing you a photograph, okay? Tell me if you recognize this person.
Looks like Matt, doesn't it?
Is that who you knew as Matt?
I thought, no, maybe. I don't know who that is.
All right? You don't know, you do or you don't know?
Well, it looks like Matt. Looks like Matt, personally.
All right. Judge, at this time I seek to move in F for evidence.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, states F for identification is admitted. S next in order, being state 6.
So, Mr. Raggett, this is the man that you knew as Matt?
No, it kind of looks like him.
Kind of looks like him?
Yeah.
But you can't say 100%.
Well, his hair's a little shorter.
Okay, fair enough. But you think it looks like Matt? Is that right?
Yes, it kind of looks like Matt. Yes, I did. Yes, it is. Yes, it does.
Fair enough. Thank you, ladies. Mr. Raggett, I don't have any other questions for you, sir. Thank you.
Well, you certainly set me up.
Okay, sir. If you just kindly stay in place there, please.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to address the jury. Members of the jury, thank you so much for your patience and attention during our morning session. As I told you, when this witness was called, we'd break for lunch about now, and that's what we're going to do. Now, leave your notepads there on the seat when you get up. I have a hearing, a short hearing in a separate matter at 1:30, so I'm going to ask that you please be back in the jury assembly room by, let's see, it's 1:45. That's about an hour and a half for your lunch break. Follow the cautionary instructions that the court has consistently given you. Enjoy your lunch. 1:45, be back. You'll be excused till then.
Hi, Mr. Raggett. How are you doing today?
Fine, thank you.
Good. I'm going to try not to be too long with you, man. I know we've held you up quite long enough already, so I'm not going to keep you up here forever, okay?
Okay.
Try and be quick about this. Let's see, going over some of your testimony. Now you said you didn't know my name, you don't know me, right? We've never partied together, right?
No, I don't know you.
Okay, good. Now you said, when you were being attacked, right? And the one guy had you, he was holding up a knife, correct?
Right in front of my face.
Right in front of your face. Now, do you think you'd recognize that knife again if you ever saw it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And, Mark,
Oh, yes. Yes.
That's exhibit 1.
Well, that would be Defendant's Exhibit A, but as the clerk, Mr. Tucker, the clerk has to first of all see it and put an official sticker with Defendant's Exhibit A thereon.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to do with this. Is that familiar to you?
So you're showing the witness what's been marked as Defendant's
No,
Exhibit
no,
A.
that-
Sir, let me just, for the record, state the witness is being shown Defendant's Exhibit A for identification. Okay, and you ask if you recognize that.
No, it had a white handle.
White hand. Okay. Good. Thank you. Just want to check. Thanks. Okay, so again, we're going back over this attack, and you said somewhere in there when Matt came upstairs, right? When he actually came up the stairs, right? You said that. What did the guy say? You said something. He said something, and they jumped down the stairs or something like that. Do you remember that?
No, he hit me.
Uh-huh.
He hit me and knocked me through a tarp.
Okay. Did he say anything before, after or after he did that?
No, he didn't say nothing.
Okay. I must have misunderstood you then. Because I thought you said something like, was it, we got to get out of here or something like that?
He did say that, but he said that later when he came back up the steps.
Oh, when he came back up. Okay. I just want to make sure. And just like the knife, would you recognize his voice again if you ever heard him?
He didn't say nothing.
Well, I mean, if he said, didn't he say we got to get out of here?
That's about it.
Okay, but you wouldn't recognize his voice.
No, I don't think I would.
Okay, just checking. Now, again, I just confirmed, just a second ago that, you don't know me, don't know my name, anything like that, right? We've never met.
He was wearing a skull mask.
Right, I got that part, but, but you don't know my name, correct?
No,
Okay,
I
good.
don't know you.
Good. So if investigators, and I'm going to read this to you just to make sure, but if investigators said something along the lines of, Roger stated that.
I'm objecting, Judge, to this.
Would you like me
I
to
don't
have
know
one
what
read
he's
it?
reading from.
Well, then
I
I guess.
showed it to you.
Well, 1 second, take it easy. You wanted to see what was.
Judge, yes, he's reading from a document that is not in evidence, and I don't know where this line of questioning is.
I'm reading it for
Well, would we like to have a bench conference to address the issue? Would you direct me, please, to the...
Actually, right there, in green.
Okay, so, and the state has a copy of this.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, so what question did you want to ask? What was your specific question?
My question is if you made that statement.
Well, but that's not the question you're going to ask him. You're going to. I want to hear the exact question, not did you make that.
I mean, I was going to read it to him rather than have him read it. If he would like that, that's fine. It's just I want to know if you made that statement.
I understand, Mr. Tucker, but when I go and have an objection on a sensitive issue that's been objected to, and I take the jury out, I like to know exactly what the question is, because many times, somehow or other, things get altered between the time of this here, and I'm not talking about you, and I'm just talking about my experience over the years, and unless I nail it down, then somehow or other the question changes and the issue changes. So I would like to hear exactly what question you want to ask. That's
Your Honor, I was going to say, did you say this and then read that?
Would you do that, please?
Thank you, sir.
Just like, I anticipate there's going to be instances
Okay, Roger, bear
over
with
the
me.
course of this trial where we're going to have these sessions and proffers and the like, so it's all part of the process.
Okay.
So go ahead and ask the question you'd like to ask.
Okay. Roger, I'm just going to ask you a real simple question, okay? When this investigation is going on, did you ever say that Franklin Tyrone Tucker put his finger towards his mouth and made a sound?
Okay.
I didn't say-
Wait, you don't have to answer that right now. That's the question. State.
I have no problem with that question, Judge.
Okay.
I mean, what I understand Mr. Tucker's trying to do is he wants to show the jury this tainted investigation and how they went after him. And it's improper for him to stand and read from a document that obviously he's going to make sure the jury, tell the jury, here's an affidavit for my arrest, and they lied in it. That has nothing to do with this trial. He was arrested already. So any inadequacies in that affidavit are done. He's here facing trial. Mr. Tucker, you don't have to give me weird looks or threatening glances or whatever that's supposed to be.
That was not supposed to be a threatening glance. I really take offense that you would say that.
In any event,
anyhow, Judge, I have no
It
problem.
was a glare, but regardless, I understand your point. So, and again, based upon what I heard in the opening, this may become an issue, and you know we'll have to deal with it as the time comes. But all these alleged infirmities in the investigation, I'm not sure how that's ultimately relevant.
Our argument's going to be relevant all the way through, every single time. So it's not relevant about the inadequacies of this affidavit.
You're telling me the inadequacies?
The question he can ask this defendant, this witness is, have you ever ID'd me during the pendency of this investigation as being the person who stabbed, or the person who held you, participated in this robbery? And I believe the answer is going to be no, I haven't. And then that's it.
Oh, wait a second.
No impeachment.
Just, I want to be clear here.
Wait, Mr. Tucker, you have a bad habit, sir, of interrupting and not allowing people to complete what they're saying.
I thought he was done.
I'm going to give you the same opportunity to speak uninterrupted that I expect everybody else to have. So, I don't know if he has to say, did you ID him? I think he can ask about this specific, did you ever say such and such?
I agree, Judge. I agree with that 100%, but what I think is not relevant or permissible is it looks like he's trying to impeach this witness. There's been no proper statement made. There is a statement made in that affidavit that, according to this witness, Temu Tucker did these things. That might understand the officer's belief or perspective, but at the end of the day, it's not impeaching this witness. It's simply asking this witness a question. And the question is exactly what Your Honor stated. And I think that that's what we're stuck with here. He can ask the question, he'll get an answer, and that's as far as it can go.
Well, I think he's trying to show that in this particular statement, depending upon how you interpret it, he knew Tucker's name, which is contrary to his statement here that he doesn't know his name. Yes, you can ask the question that you posed when I asked you what it is. So was there anything else you wanted to say? No?
No, I just wanted to answer that question, Your Honor. That's it.
Okay, so the court will allow that, and we'll go from there.
Judge, it also has the court listen. The defendant has an act to turn and look at me or ask me questions. Before I objected to something, he turned to me and said, "Why?" That's improper. He needs to direct his inquiries to Your Honor as to what's going on. I don't want communication with this defendant in any format of that variety.
Well, I think so far, at least.
Earlier he said, "I'll slow down for the state," like we couldn't keep up. These little comments.
And I think I interjected quite rapidly for the judge, is what I said. So I think overall, so far things have been fairly amicable. Over time, as the trial goes on, I've observed inevitably in almost every case, things get a bit heated and we have to stay within bounds. But it is true that whatever arguments or concerns should be directed towards the judge in by way of argument and objection, and the interpersonal dynamics between the lawyers or the defendant and the lawyers, other than basic communications needed, should be avoided. That's it. So,
May I speak, Your Honor?
yes, sir.
In my defense, as far as that went, I wasn't the one who jumped up and started getting animated about the whole thing. It's like you're telling me that a statement that the witness supposedly made, I can't ask the question. It's not relevant.
Mr. Tucker, I don't want to disparage you, but lawyers and judges spend years studying rules
I
of
get
evidence,
this.
and they're more subtle than you realize
I would
sometimes.
imagine.
So I said that you could ask the question that you posed, and I don't really want to go any, I don't think I need to go any further.
Yeah, I think we're fine, Your Honor.
Okay. So let's bring back the jury.
present, Your Honor.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Thank you for your patience. We appreciate it. We're ready to proceed in your presence, so we'll let the defendant continue with his cross-examination.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. And I would like to apologize to the jury for having to go back there and take a break.
Objection, Your Honor.
It's fine. Let's just move on now. And
Roger, I'd like to apologize to you, too.
no,
But
absolutely not necessary. And we're going to just go on to the next inquiry.
okay. All right. Again, just a simple question for you, Roger. This is it, okay? Did you ever say that Franklin Tyrone Tucker put his finger towards his mouth and made a shh sound?
No.
Okay, no.
No, I said he put his finger to his mouth, and that's it.
Okay,
I
good.
didn't say no name.
Good. No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any redirect examination?
Yes, Judge. So, Mr. Raggett.
Yes.
When you were describing the attack earlier to the jury before lunch, you talked about these two men, correct?
Yes, two men.
You don't know this man sitting here, right?
No, I don't know him.
What about the other man? Have you ever heard of a man named Rory Wilson?
No.
Maybe known as Detroit?
No.
You don't know that person?
No.
All right. Before, when you described the two different men, you said one was bigger and one was smaller. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Were you talking height-wise? Were you talking weight? Or were you talking
Weight
both?
and height. Weight and height.
So one guy was definitely taller?
Yes.
And was the taller guy also weighed more than the other guy?
No, he laid less.
Okay, so explain that to me. You got a tall guy and then a shorter, heavier guy?
The guy I knew by his swagger and meeting him before, was a heavier, shorter, heavy guy. And the man would put that knife to my throat and told me to shut my mouth. Didn't tell me, just gave me a gesture. Was taller and skinnier.
Okay. And when you looked in the other room, at some point, was the taller man in there with Paula attacking Paula?
No.
Okay. And then the man that went downstairs to help Matthew, do you remember if that was the taller man or the shorter man?
Taller man.
Okay. All right. And when he went downstairs to address Matthew, who was still upstairs with you and Paula?
The shorter man wearing a skull mask.
And where were you during that process? When he went downstairs to Matthew, where were you?
I was hung up in a tarp. They hit me and knocked me through off the chair and into a hanging tarp.
Okay.
I was coming out of there. I was trying to come out of there. And as I was coming out of there, I seen the taller man jump over the rail, and then I heard Matt scream.
Okay. And again, the guy that was attacking you and punching you, that was the taller one, you said?
Yeah, he hit me and knocked me through that.
Okay. All right. 1 second, please, sir. Mr. Rugged, I have no further questions for you, sir. Thank you.
So, may this witness be excused?
Actually, could I get a redirect, Your Honor? Just answer a couple questions.
You want to do some recross, which is generally not allowed, but if you want to stay within the scope of the direct, I'll give you the opportunity, so go ahead.
Just curious about
scope of the redirect.
Right, just the questions you just asked.
That's what I mean.
Roger, you just described both men that attacked you, correct? You described one as a short, stocky guy, and another guy as a tall, skinny guy, right? Just to make sure I'm clear.
It wasn't that tall, but he
Oh, not this tall.
It wasn't that tall.
Okay, about like this tall?
No,
Like in between.
About your height.
Oh, about my height. Okay, and but fatter, right? Or is that the bigger dude?
No, the man I know was a short, fat one. He was black, and I knew him by the way he moved and talked, and because we talked before.
I got you.
You know, we knew it was him, but
Okay.
the tall guy, I didn't know because he didn't say nothing. He didn't say much
Did you know
at
his
all.
name
He
by
didn't say
chance?
nothing. He didn't say nothing except for, "We got to go." That's the only part I can say.
The guy you knew, did you know his name?
No.
No, you didn't know his name, but you saw him around.
Say again?
You saw him around, so you said you knew him by his swank, I think is what it was?
Slander, you know, it's just style, his walk.
Style,
you
his
know?
walk,
I
okay.
met him before. You
Okay,
know?
gotcha. But that's your treehouse where you met him?
And in other places.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that.
And
Okay.
other places, you know.
No more questions, Your Honor. I'm good. Thank you.
So now may he be excused?
I have a redirect.
Redirect,
Yes, sir.
okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Mr. Rugger, you just said that the taller guy was about his height, right?
Yes, I did.
That's what you just said, right?
On his height, a little taller than the other guy.
This guy right here, his height.
Yes, I said that.
Nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, now may the witness be excused.
Yes, sir.
All right. So, thank you, sir. You can step down and be excused. Yes, sir. Okay, so state have another witness to call?
Mr. Cosme,
Got your phone secure? Yeah. All right, so why don't you come on up here by the deputy? If you'd stop right there, turn and face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. All right, please have a seat on the witness stand, sir. Speak loudly and clearly so everyone is able to hear you.
may I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Cosme.
Good afternoon.
I know we've kept you waiting all day. I appreciate your patience, sir. I'm sorry, but I appreciate you being here. Could you state your full name for the record?
My name is Juan Luis Cosme.
Juan Luis Cosme, right?
Yes.
And, sir, where do you currently live?
I live in Big Pine Key, 1212 West Shore Drive.
Here in Monroe County?
Yes.
And how long have you lived down here, sir?
27 years.
Okay. Where'd you live before you're Monroe County?
Orlando.
Orlando, okay, very well. So you've been in Monroe County quite a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
All right, no worries. What kind of work do you do, Mr. Cosme?
Well, I own a Suzuki and a Yamaha outboards dealership. We do repair boats. We sell the engines. We sell the boats, or blue water sport fishing boats. That's what we do.
And where's that business located?
That's at 5670 Laurel Avenue.
5670 Laurel?
Stock Island.
On Stock Island. Here in Key West?
Yes.
Now, is your building, is it like an outdoor marina with, boat dock or boat lifts and everything?
Well, it's just it's not in the water, it's just a building,
Okay,
what is it, on the ground, ground level.
sure. How long have you had that business?
I started in 2005.
And you've had it ever since?
Yeah.
All right, coming up on 20 years then, right?
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Cosby, let me ask you, on that business, is it equipped with any kind of surveillance videos or surveillance cameras?
Yes, yes.
And explain to the jury, what kind of a surveillance system do you have there?
Well, we have a Barnes alarm system. That's our provider. and we have cameras facing everywhere because that, Laurel Avenue, it's not a good place. When I first bought the property, I was like, wow, look at all this stuff happening here, especially that house that we're talking about here, the tree house. But, I started, telling people, you can't do that here, you can't do that here, and I'll call the cops. There was a lot of stuff going on,
Okay, so you were familiar with the structure that was referred to as the treehouse?
Yes.
And can you just describe for the jury, what exactly was that structure?
It was, I don't know, it was like, I never went in there, it was like this house, you can barely see it, it was all overgrown with weeds. And there was a lot of activity there. That's one of the places that I always look. I'm like, man, that place right there, it's a lot of prostitutes, coming in and out.
Not a good place.
Not a good place, I mean, it's Laurel Avenue, Stock Island, but it's better now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's better now.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear that. Let me ask, your surveillance videos, did you put those in for security?
For security, yes. 100%.
All right. And does your system, does it run constant, like 24 hours a day?
Yes.
And does it rewrite over itself, or does it archive the video footage? How does that work?
I'm not sure about that, man. If I have problems, I call Barnes Alarm, and they know
how to access it?
Yeah, I don't even know how to work it, to tell you the truth, man.
All right, fair enough. So let me take you back to November of, and you said you're familiar with this treehouse structure, right?
Well, it's not there anymore, but yes.
How close to your business was that structure?
It's like there was an empty lot next to me, and then that property. So it was two, one lot, and then it was two lots.
So if you had to estimate footage, what are we talking here? Football field length or less?
Yeah, less. Yeah, it's really close. Yeah.
And so you had this surveillance system that you use for your business, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Now, let me take you back to November 17th of 2017. Do you recall that date?
Yeah, I do. I had just bought the property. It wasn't that long, and I see like this tape everywhere. What happened? Because when I got there was cops all the time.
When you got to work, or did you live in there? Oh, you don't live down there.
When I bought the property, there was always cops because I used to call them, because I'd be like, these people are doing this and trying to clean up the place, my business is going there. I didn't want a bunch of people, bad people or whatever, but.
So you bought the property in and right around that time?
Around that time, yeah, and yeah, it was weird because, there was a lot of people coming in and out of the house, and there was one man that was cool, man, and I always used to talk to. He had long beard and white hair, and he'd just walk around without a shirt, and he'd say, "Hey, how's it going, man?"
Okay.
And I think that's the guy, that you guys are talking about. And
do you know a man named Matthew Bonnet?
I don't remember his name, because I think that was the guy,
Okay. Now, did you go to work that morning, and when you went to work, you saw activity over there?
I did. I saw tape, a bunch of police officers there, more than ever, and I was like, what's going on? And, oh, somebody got, somebody.
Okay, stabbed over there, right?
That's what I'm going to say, but.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, it was bad, and I was sad because I met the guy, and the guy was cool,
Was there a lot of chatter going on about what had happened there?
Yeah, it was obvious, like there was a lady, Paula, and that, what it was is, it's obvious, the cops should have been already busted those people already before any of this stuff happened, You could see people going in and out of that place,
Okay.
And especially that lady, she would go in there all the time with a bike, and she would stop over there,
I'm sorry, did you personally know her?
No, I just knew who she was because I knew. I asked the cops. I was like, "Who's that lady?"
Okay.
And it's like, "Oh, blah blah, this and that," But
now, Mr. Cosme, at some point, did the police come over to your business to inquire about surveillance cameras?
Yes, they did. And I told them I don't know how to work it, but you guys can go ahead and go in there, get whatever you need, man.
And were they able to pull surveillance tapes?
I believe so.
From the evening before.
Yes.
And You gave them full access to your system?
Yes.
And they came into your business, I guess, and
Yes.
and effectuated that?
Yes.
All right. But you weren't there at the overnight hours when something happened, right?
No.
You caught this the next
Close
morning?
at 5 o'clock, and that's it. You know.
Okay. Nothing further for you, sir. Thank you very much.
Is that it?
No, that's it for the direct examination. There might be some cross-examination. We'll let Mr. Tucker have that opportunity.
Mr. Cosme, right?
Yes, Cosme,
Is that right?
C-O-S-M-E.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure I have your name right.
Thank you.
I remember seeing it on the video, but I didn't. I never knew if I pronounced it right. All right. So you say you have video surveillance on the entire operation, your entire operation, correct? Okay. And you knew Paula, right? You knew Paula, the chick on the bike, right?
I didn't know her, you know. I just know of her, you know. I know, because I bought the property, and I was like,
Yeah.
I want to know what's going on around my place of business, you know.
No, that makes sense. It makes complete
Yeah.
sense. And so you were looking to just see, man, make sure that nobody's messing around with the boats, nobody's messing around with the outboards. I mean,
That's
they
right.
love outboards. I notice. Okay, so yeah, you put these security cameras up. Have you ever seen me over by there?
Who?
Me, over by your shop or over by the treehouse.
You know, I see a lot of people, man, and you look familiar to me, you know.
I did live on Stock Island.
You know, yeah, they look familiar to me, maybe not, I don't know. It was a long time ago.
It was a long time ago.
You know, so.
No, and I get what you're kind of saying. Same thing with Paula. It's like, okay, you knew her,
But with
but
Paula, you can tell her, man.
yeah, but you knew her, but you
All over the place.
But I gotcha. All right, so but yeah, I look familiar to you at least, right? You kind of knew me from around, I guess, right?
I'd say that if I saw you every day, it would be, you would be more familiar to me. Yeah,
Yeah.
like I saw Paula.
Oh yeah, no, I get it. I get that. But okay, now, you gave the tapes over to the police. You gave them all the tapes, though, right? Or at least that you know of,
Yeah,
because I know you
let them
don't.
have access to whatever they
Yes.
needed, and the.
So they took it, not you giving it over.
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure, because I wanted to clarify, whether they were the ones who went in and got it, or whether you went and retrieved it for them.
No, they did it, because I really don't know how to work this.
Okay, no, don't get me wrong. I'm bad with that kind of stuff sometimes too. Okay, all right. Well, I think that's about all I have. I mean, go ahead and, thank you for your time. Okay.
You're welcome.
All right.
Any redirect examination? State? Redirect?
Yes, Mr. Cosme, so I just want to clarify, the officers didn't take these tapes against your will, right?
Against my will?
Yeah.
Of course not. That's what they're there for. They're there for surveillance, for anything that happens. I have my cameras faced out to the streets. I can look all the way to the other marina, because when I first moved, before I said that Stock Island, they call it Stock Rock, but because there's a lot of crime and people go there to do bad things. It's changing, it's changing good, I love Stock Island, but it's stuff like that happened.
Sure.
I think that was like one of the last really bad things that happened.
Fair enough.
there.
And you made those videos available
Yes,
willingly
of
to
course.
the
That's
police.
what they're there for.
All right, wonderful. Judge, I have nothing further at this time.
Right, may the witness step down and be excused?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. Thank you. You can step down and be excused. Next witness?
David Fernandez.
Please step forward through the gate. Approach the deputy right here in front of the witness stand. Stop right there. Turn and face the clerk. Raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in the cause now hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat on the witness stand. Speak loudly and clearly so we're all able to hear you.
Judge, can we come sidebar real quick?
Yes?
This time I'm going to have our clerk pre-mark a thumb drive as a state exhibit. I think I might have one.
Joe. You need this. Yeah, I know, but she needs a sticker on it too.
Oh. Sergeant, now you were in my offices yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Watch these videos?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the videos that you brought, that you obtained through this investigation?
Yes, they do.
Were they altered with or tampered with in any way?
No.
At this time, Judge, I've already published them to the defense on the break, and I seek to move in what's been previously marked as golf for identification.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so admit State's Exhibit G for identification into evidence. That's would be number seven.
So I don't embarrass myself, Judge, I don't have my helper here.
So you want to publish them now?
Yes, sir, I'm sorry, I'd like to publish to the jury and have the detective, if you would, Detective, step down and have you go ahead and bring them up for us, because I know you know this is better than I can.
Okay.
Do you mind if I turn over around there?
Tucker, he can position himself, or we can position the screen so he's able to see and the jury's able to see. So
is that better?
You can pull up that chair there, or the bailiff can help you to pull. Well, just want to be sure that jurors, if you're all able to see the screen where on the exhibit is being published, yes? All right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Sergeant, thank you for stepping down. If you could bring up the first video. Beautiful. And let's go ahead and play that for the jury. These are the videos you went and obtained during the investigation?
Yes.
And what area are we seeing right now?
So where this vehicle is coming down, that's 2nd Street, and this would be 2nd Avenue.
So where would the treehouse be in reference to what we're looking at here?
The treehouse would be down 2nd Street, the direction of this truck, and then you would have Maloney.
So the treehouse is over there?
Correct. Yes.
Where's Tom Thumb?
Tom Thumb is the same direction.
Is the treehouse?
It's up that way, where the truck.
Mr. Tucker, you'll have your chance to cross-examine right now. Please don't.
Clarification.
All right, Sergeant, if you could just rewind it 10 seconds so we can see what we just watched there. Can you tell the jury, what evidentiary value did you find from this video?
So my understanding at the time was there is a statement made by a co-defendant of his movements throughout that night, and it was corroborating his statements. And this video would depict that.
So the importance of this video is the person we just saw walking across the road there.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
video goes on for, I think, almost 10 minutes. Do you recall if there's anything else on this video of an evidentiary value that that would be something that was germane to this investigation?
No, I do not.
Okay. Let's stop this one then. Oh, I'm sorry. Before we do that, timestamp. What time is this video?
2017, which would be 8/17.
And the date?
November 17th of 2017.
Okay. So around, for those who are not familiar with military time, we're looking about 8:17 in the evening, right?
Yes.
And that's when we see the person walking across there. Now, in relation to where the treehouse is located, are they walking towards it or from it?
Walking towards it.
All right, yeah, so let's bring up the other one then. Okay, now where is this video taken? What perspective are we looking at here?
So this is Laurel Avenue. With that building, what you see on the corner is CVS on Stock Island. And this business belongs
You're talking about this building here?
Yes.
So that's CVS?
Correct.
The one that's right on US 1?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I interrupted you. What other perspective were you giving us?
This is Cosman Marine, which is on the corner of Laurel Avenue and 2nd Street.
Where would the treehouse be in relation to the vantage that we're looking at now?
So the tree house would be just a couple properties down Laurel Avenue, right in this area.
Down that way.
Yes.
You said a couple of properties?
Yes.
Can you estimate footage, or it's tough, right?
So next door to that is a motorcycle repair shop, and then it's either right next to that or the following property is pretty close. It's not too far. I would have to fast forward if we want to get to that. It's just like 20
That's going to be my next question was, so now, did anything of an evidentiary value reveal from this video during your investigation?
Yes.
And take us to the part that you're referring to.
So the same thing, my understanding is there was a statement made by one of the co-defendants, and it was to corroborate his story.
Can you show us where on the video we see anything of an evidentiary value? All right, Sergeant, what are we getting ready to see here?
So there's a vehicle. Okay. So as you can see, there, if I rewind it a second, but the two headlights here, there's a vehicle that's going to come and approach in front of Cosmo Marine and then stop right in front of this vessel here.
Okay, let's go ahead and play. Do you know what kind of vehicle that is? Or can you tell from the video?
It looks like a truck to me. If I rewind. With the front, the direction it is, and also it appears to be a bed of a truck to me.
Okay.
What's that?
Sorry, that, again, right now, the questions are coming from the prosecutor here, and again, Mr. Tucker can ask him cross-examination.
And that's where you can see a reflection here. Like movement or something of light and no light on that area right here where the mouse is pointing in this area. And if you keep watching, it continues.
Okay. And what do we see there?
So here we see two people walking from the direction of the truck towards the treehouse, which correlates with the movement you can see near that lighting of the truck there.
So those two individuals we see walking, would they be walking in the direction where the treehouse would be located?
Yes.
If you wanted just one more time, so we can go along for a moment. Well, was there anything, let me ask you, is there anything else of evidentiary value after what we just saw?
I don't recall. The video looks like it's another maybe 10 minutes or so. I don't recall anything on this specific video, but.
Very well. All right, we're good for now then. Yeah, you can leave out, that's fine. So Detective Fernandez, when your job was to retrieve these videos, is that right?
Yes.
And you did that, correct?
Yes.
And did you put them into or upload them into your data system so you'd have them, or they would have them as part of this investigation?
I did not personally upload them. I transferred them over from a property receipt.
All right. Did you have anything, any other hand in this investigation at this point after retrieving these videos?
So I retrieved the videos. I did get information from a citizen that provided some information. I was in there.
Okay.
But for the video part,
That's it then. All right. Sergeant, I have no further questions for you at this time. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Detective Sergeant Fernandez, it's been a long time. How you been?
Good. Thank you.
You can position the podium as you, that's good for you.
Okay, good. Actually, up here would be a little bit better for me, I'm probably sure.
Right, that's
I don't want it to fall over, though. All right. Now, this video here, right? Now, you see the two guys get out of the truck. That's true. Do you see anybody sitting, waiting in the truck?
No.
So you can't see that there's actually a driver in the truck, right?
No, I cannot.
Good. That's all I need from this video. Video previous, you said that the only thing that was evidentiary value was the guy walking up.
That I recall, but my position was to retrieve the video.
Okay, but you did watch it, right?
Very little, as I did today.
Do you remember at the time what the video was, what it was purported to be when you first got it?
I remember watching just what we showed today in court.
Yeah. You don't remember Captain Phelps calling it something else?
No, I don't.
Just checking. Okay, so if I remember correctly, that video has a little bit longer to go on the other one, and there is some other evidentiary value on there. But we'll go ahead and go.
You, of course, are entitled to
go back and check it out.
Whatever you care to on this exhibit. It's in evidence.
Would you like me to?
Yeah, if you would.
Okay.
They said this was originally to corroborate co-defendant's testimony, correct?
I would be speaking on that. That's what I believe.
Judge, I think the podium's blocking a view for some of these jurors.
Okay, so we'll try to position it in a way that's good for everyone.
Yes, are we back at the beginning yet?
Yeah, started at the beginning here, 12 seconds.
Then we're going to see now. Has anybody admitted who they are in this video?
I do not.
Let's get to that some more time. Okay, that's where the guy's walking up, right?
Yes.
Mr. Tuck, one of the jurors can't see.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. One knows I've seen this video probably 1,000 times. You can't find it. More important to see. Okay, so he walks up. If I remember correctly, you can fast forward a little bit. Probably not so far.
You want me to fast forward?
Yeah, it's like when he's walking back.
Do you know how much more that's?
I really don't know offhand, but the time stamp is, but I know it's not too far.
I don't know how to fast forward. I can either skip.
Yeah, just jump a little bit. Yeah.
Or you tell me when.
A little bit, yeah, just a little bit at a time, man, just so we can get it going a little quicker. I just know it's not too long after he walks up.
Keep going?
Yeah, keep going.
Okay, our court reporter here is asking me to ask you gentlemen to speak louder, please. Again, we don't have the benefit of the mic, so all right.
There we go, right here. Now, if I remember right, this is a better evidentiary value too, correct? If I remember, I'm sure you're pretty familiar with this video. It's a pretty big part of the investigation, if I remember correctly. I remember correctly, that was identified as Roy Wilson.
I do not know.
All right. Well, went back up to the treehouse. That was what you were saying. That way is up to the treehouse, right?
Correct.
And that way is fast, correct?
Correct.
And that's going towards where, the warehouse?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, so that's pretty much the evidentiary value of that video. The one question we have always had, and I'd love to have, ask you since you're here and you collected it, is why didn't we get more video of this?
I can't answer that.
You were just told to go get it.
Yes.
You weren't told to get specific times or anything like that,
No.
right? All right. You were just what we always wanted to know. I figured I'd ask you why you were there. Okay. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
State of any redirect examination?
No, sir.
All right. So is this witness subject to recall, or is he to be?
No, Judge, as far as I'm concerned, he could be excused.
Thank you. You can step down and be excused. Further witnesses for the state?
No more lined up for today, Judge.
Okay, so why don't we approach the bench here?
Oh, definitely will. And what did you say about swabs doing there? I was just curious. Oh, when she actually, okay, gotcha. Yeah, okay, gotcha.
So we can call it a day as far as the trial is concerned. I know. My focus is I'm on this big picture. I can tell these jurors the big picture on the schedule.
Tuesday or Wednesday? That's helpful for me too.
So Mondays, there's no court on Monday, and that's a holiday. So as Mr. Tucker says, that's good for him to know, so he can have his presentation on it. But I can assure the jurors that today we're on schedule.
Yes, sir.
Judge, on the collateral matter, I did receive verification of this Belmont is and
I'd like to see that yourself.
I can forward you the email from this month if you'd like, or to judicial assistant.
Yes, please.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. All right, members of the jury, we thank you so much for your attention and patience during the course of the day, but we're going to call it a day. I may have mentioned to you previously, and if I haven't, I'll mention it now, that trials are a function often of logistics, travel, timing and the like. So the state anticipated that the witnesses that they had here today would fill the time. We've got a while before 5, but there's no more witnesses lined up. So good news is we have a short day for you, and the good news also is that we're on schedule. I try to focus on many things, including what I call the big picture, and I want to be sure as the days unfold that we're not wasting time, which we're not, and that we're going to do our best to adhere to what I told you originally, and we're doing those things. So I would say tomorrow at 9:15 would be a good starting time. Enjoy the remainder of your day. Follow the court's cautionary instructions, and we'll be ready to proceed with further evidence in the state's case in chief. So if you'll be here at 9:15, I'll look forward to it. The notepads stay right there on the chair. The bailiff's going to collect them, secure them, and they'll be ready for your use tomorrow. Have a good evening. Tomorrow. Have a good evening.
That was a nice presentation. I'd say, by the way, good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. That was quite the story. But the problem is nothing in that story tells you what evidence they have, what evidence they're going to show. How are they going to actually tie me into that story? Anyway, the prosecution, tells that story, but the problem is very little of that story is true. That's the bottom line. And, yes, about the only thing that was true in that story is, yes, John Travis Johnson was there. That's a fact, right? This state witness, they keep on saying he's the getaway driver, right? Out of all the evidence...
Object argumentative. I'm going to sustain the objection. Again, this is an opportunity to talk about what the evidence you expect will show.
But that's where I'm going, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just give me a second, I'll get right there. I was actually just getting to that point. Out of all the evidence they show, all the witnesses they bring, where are they going to show he's the getaway driver? That's what you need to look at, right? Because the defense, we can show all day there is no evidence saying he was a getaway driver. We can also show that there's evidence that says otherwise. And that's what we do intend to prove. As far as the evidence we intend to put on, we're going to, put on the surviving victim, Ms. Paula Bellamont, who says, 100% sure it wasn't me that night. 100%. Now, just as Mr. Alvarez said, this is a woman who was brutally beaten, robbed, had her throat slit, literally sat there and watched her friend get murdered viciously. But yet she is testifying on my side. Now, don't get me wrong, what motivation could she have? Anyway, going down the line here, we're also intent on going ahead and, calling a few other witnesses here. The next one after that is probably going to be Mrs. Angela Oslowski. Again, talking about evidence, right? Well, this is the woman who did the FDLE reports the forensic evidence that, that they submitted, right? All the evidence comes back. None of my DNA, none of my, none of my, my blood, none of my fingerprints, none of that stuff. Okay? So, no forensic evidence, right? Okay? Surviving victim says it wasn't me. Okay? So we'll go on down from there. The next one, Mr. Tom Walker from Internal Affairs, right? Now, Mr. Tom Walker goes ahead and investigates the investigation because of a complaint I made, right? A complaint that comes back sustained, right? Comes back as sustained for an investigation that was so poor, so poorly executed. 208 pieces of evidence were found to be mishandled by the MCSO, including DNA, including physical evidence, including video. 208 pieces of evidence. Now, he also goes ahead and goes beyond that. He goes on to show that, that the original affidavit that was used to arrest me, the one that actually everybody relies on as far as what the police say happened, right? He goes ahead and investigates that. Unfortunately, guess what? That's not accurate either, according to him. That he actually goes ahead and investigates this and finds out that the original affidavit that was used to indict me, used to give me these charges and put me in front of you people, right? Not that I don't like you, but...
Objection, argument, or again,
Well, I'll overrule that objection.
No, but yes, it put me here. And so he'll go ahead and show that that isn't exactly accurate. That it's filled with inaccuracies. It also has what they call material omissions. Stuff that would be an exculpatory evidence to suggest that I wasn't there. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and interview Mr. Tom Walker. We'll go ahead and put him on the stand. Then after that, we have Lieutenant Colonel Chad Scabilia. Right? He's actually one of the higher ups in the MCSO. I don't know how familiar the jury is with that. Right? I know we all know Rick Ramsey. But do we know Mr. Scabilia? Probably not. But he is one of the higher ups in the MCSO. He's in charge of their operations. He decides, as of January of 2019, he's going to go ahead and do an investigation of the entire major crimes unit. Right? He's afraid that they're not living up to par. That's a good supervisor.
Object and ask for sidebar.
Okay.
I can go with you on the outside, yes.
First of all, I don't believe any of this is going to be coming in. It's not going to be relevant to this investigation or this presentation. And so what he's doing is opening the door to this salacious information.
Statement. It's not evidence in the case, and it may or may not reflect what ultimately is evidence, and it will be up to you to decide the case based on the evidence. So keep that in mind, that this, what I told you, the statements of the attorneys, is not evidence. So with that, let the defendant proceed with his opening.
Thanks. I'd also like to apologize for my tone. Obviously I'm a little upset. You might understand. I don't know if you do, but you might understand. Anyway, continuing forward, back to Lieutenant Colonel Scabilia. His report, he goes ahead and he finds that there are a number of investigations in the Major Crimes Unit that have not been sufficiently investigated, according to him. One of them, well, not one of them, out of the many that he finds, and Miss Danielle Malone, who we intend on putting on the stand, and to go ahead with this investigation. Yes, she's found to have, out of 17 active cases, 11 of them come up as insufficient, which we would argue mine is one of those. So we, we have quite a bit of evidence. We have quite a bit of evidence. I know that Mr. Mansfield asked you if you could convict me on one piece of evidence. Maybe. That's true. I could see that, depending on what the evidence is. You got a video of me doing something, or, I could see that. But what he failed to say is, okay, could you convict me on one piece of evidence when there's a lot of evidence that says something else? That's the question. And that's what we're going to try and get to with the defense. Right? We're going to bring up witnesses, we're going to bring up evidence, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to challenge everything that the state is saying here, because I know it's not true. So, in the end, that's what we're looking for here, right? We're looking for the truth. They can present their case, I'll present mine, and we'll see what comes out as true. And then you guys can decide.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. My name is Assistant State Attorney David Alvarez, and along with my colleague, Chief Assistant State Attorney Joseph Mansfield, will be conducting the presentation of the evidence on behalf of the state this morning and throughout the course of the trial. I'd like to start off by saying thank you for your participation in this process. It's very important, not only to the state, but to Mr. Tucker as well. So we thank you. And as the judge has already told you, the defendant is charged with a series of crimes. I'm not going to go over them again. We believe the evidence in this case will show that on or about November 17th of 2017, at 5650 Laurel Avenue, Stock Island, Florida, a place commonly known as the Treehouse, the defendant in this case, Mr. Franklin Tyrone Tucker, along with co-defendants Rory Wilson and Travis Johnson, planned and effectuated a robbery at that location, which at the time was the residence of Paula Belmonte. On said date, at approximately 7:45 or a little bit before there, these three individuals, and you'll hear testimony of this, the evidence will show this, that they actually spoke about how they were going to effectuate and pull off this robbery. They drove past the treehouse once just to stake it out, came back. Defendants Wilson and Tucker put on their dark clothing and grabbed their weapons and their mask, and then got back into Mr. Travis Johnson's truck and drove to the treehouse. The plan was, as you'll hear and the evidence will show, that Mr. Tucker and Mr. Wilson were going to go up the treehouse, and the reason it's referred to as a treehouse, it's a series of stairs that leads, I don't want to describe it as an apartment, but it's a place where people could sleep. It had tarps over it. It really didn't even have roofs. And I believe the victims in the case, Ms. Belmonte and Mr. Raggett, will explain that in detail, as well as some of the deputies that you'll hear from. But in the commission of committing this robbery, defendants Tucker, this actual defendant, Mr. Tucker and Mr. Wilson, went up into the treehouse and held Ms. Belmonte and Mr. Raggett at knife point. Ms. Belmonte was held at knife point with a knife to her throat. During the commission of this robbery, her throat was slashed, and you will see pictures of her injuries during the course of this case. The state is going to be introducing photos of that. Mr. Raggett was also held at knife point. He was beaten, punched several times. He'll actually testify that he was knocked back into a tarp. At this time of the year, I believe in November, it wasn't quite fully dark yet. It was dusk, the sun was setting, but they were able to discern that the alleged perpetrators were coming up the stairs, and eventually what happened. In the process of committing this alleged crime, obviously in fear of their lives, Ms. Belmonte and Mr. Raggett were screaming in fear for their lives, and unfortunately the crimes didn't stop there. A neighbor, Mr. Matthew Bonnet, heard the screams and decided to render aid, or at least try to assist in somehow. As he was coming up the stairs, the evidence will show that the Mr. Tucker and Mr. Wilson confronted him. There was a struggle that ensued, and Mr. Bonnet was stabbed numerous times and eventually died from these injuries. The defendants then fled the scene. Defendant Johnson, who was waiting in his dark-colored pickup truck, the getaway driver, noticing that there was a commotion going on, decided to leave his two accomplices and drives away. They ultimately meet up at a warehouse where they were all residing together, probably about, I want to say about 500 or 600 feet from the actual treehouse, where an argument ensued, and Mr. Johnson decided to walk down to the Tom Tom to get some cigarettes, where he met up with Mr. Detroit Wilson, Mr. Rory Wilson. You're going to hear from numerous witnesses during the state's presentation and shall be presented with numerous exhibits of evidence for your review and consideration in this case. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state is absolutely
Well, sir, you can claim it is, and I make the decisions, and it might be admissible in some form and not the other, but you think you're going to, anyway, play it, but you're yeah, good, I hope so. No, sir, you don't need to placate me. Just do the business. I'm tired of all the extra fluff. Do what you claim you're going to do, otherwise you're not going to be able to. So, which you should have had arranged. Again, if an attorney did this, it wouldn't even be close. I wouldn't have put up with it. I'm bending over backwards to try to facilitate you who doesn't really know what you're doing, and that's not a surprise, but you have the right to represent yourself, but you don't have a right to delay things or to attempt to, you can attempt to, but to admit things that aren't admissible. So in any event, this gentleman now needs one more time some assistance in operating the equipment. So could you give him a hand, please?
Thank you, sir. This is the IA. There are a couple of sections. Okay. Grab my notes.
I'm sorry, I can't. Could you pause? What was it?
Here in charge of internal affairs, 2019-42.
Audio or video?
Got it.
I can't see.
No, apparently the court reporter has a question. What?
I just wanted to know if it was a video or an audio only.
This one is audio only. Actually, all the other ones are video, but it's only audio. You see a blank, was it interrogation? So yes, they're all audio. Be specific.
This interview is being conducted at the Monroe County Sheriff's Office. It's the Sheriff's Conference Room, and it's taking place on May 8th, 2020 at approximately 1 p.m. No problem.
Good. Please tell me when you get to the part that you want to use, because all of this would not be. No, I don't.
In regard to what's commonly known as it has become commonly known as the treehouse murder that took place on November 17, 2017. And the investigation in regard to the management handling of the case investigation.
All that stuff is completely inadmissible.
Esquire, who's a representative for one of the defendants in the case of Franklin Tyrone Tucker. Danielle, for identification purposes, please state your full name and spelling.
My name is Danielle, DANIELLE,
crime is Inspector Donnie Bernier, Montgomery County Sheriff's Office, Colonel Bremerton. And ma'am, if you could introduce yourself, please.
My name is Krista. I'm staff counsel with the Southwest Policeman Appellate Association.
Thank you. Okay.
Another male that was much skinnier than Detroit that we were looking for.
And of course, one call 911, I believe.
Yes.
Okay. So eventually, Franklin Tucker was identified as a suspect.
Yes.
How did that come? How did he get on the radar?
Well, his name first came up was, I believe, with the Metro PCS name, just because he was with Rory, and then he was.
It is not.
That's all hearsay.
Well, I mean, I understand, but this is apparently the first part that he actually wants to use, where she said his name first came up with the Metro PCS stuff, and I could have swore she testified.
That's exactly what she testified to.
She testified that I became a suspect because of Roy Wilson's testimony and Travis Johnson's testimony. I just went through it the other day.
Sir, she testified to that. That is not impeachment.
If I'm wrong, Your Honor, then I'm wrong.
It's not impeachment. That she said that.
Also living with Rory. And then he got solidified as a suspect.
If you guys want to sit over here in the jury box or wherever.
Honestly, his interview and John Travis Johnson's interview.
His interview being Tucker.
Yeah, being Tucker.
How did that?
Well, some of the things like that he said that they all used, I believe they all used John Travis Johnson as they were with him going to buy cigarettes at some point during that night. So they linked them. All of them linked.
That also brings up my point, Your Honor. I haven't asked some of these questions yet either. Right? So I don't know if I'm going to be able to use this yet or not. But now I'm playing it for the state. They could have, again, talked to the witness, whatever. But I mean, if they know what if they know what potential impeachment material I'm going to use or exact impeachment material.
And again, I'm familiar with this interview. I understand what you're saying. My specific question is, what is the inconsistency that he claims she said on the stand, and what portion is he going to use to rebut? That's my only question.
Can I say what her answers are going to be to my questions? No. So how do I tell you?
When we broke on Friday, Judge, we were right in the middle of he was attempting to impeach her.
One question. That's it. Right? One. Not all. One.
Well, okay, in any event, you know.
I can keep playing it if you want. It's just, again, the witness isn't here. You can keep going if you want.
Themselves together, and they're trying to distance themselves from the crime.
Did the video, I know you mentioned video from the motorcycle place, or any other video establish the identities of your suspects?
Yes, the video from the Marine place. I don't feel like me. I don't remember what the name of it is, but it's right next door to
Cosby's Marine.
Okay, yeah, that'd be it.
Yeah.
It's right next door to the treehouse. When we kind of got access to that, we could see on the video a dark colored truck circle the treehouse. Then there's a break, and then the dark colored truck comes back, parks almost right in front of Cosma's, whatever, the Marine place, and you can see two people walking away from the truck, and based on the way the one subject was walking and everything about him is filmed because of how big he was, that was going to be Detroit. And then the other one
So, I'm sorry, we can't speak over one another. I'm asking, where's the impeachment? If that's supposed to be impeachment.
This is an hour, again, an hour long, maybe an hour long. Hold on, I can tell you in a second. This is how long tape. She actually has asked about this more than once. And okay, just in this one alone, she says, yes, you know, this verifies it, as this tape verifies this, which we established at length on Friday that no, it doesn't.
And she said as much. She said.
She did eventually.
We stopped the tape right where she says, Travis Johnston, what we see in the video matches up with what Travis Johnston told him.
She readily acknowledged that she can't see faces. She puts things together. This is a piece of the puzzle, sir. So if you think, Mr. Tucker, once again, you are deteriorating into interrupting. She doesn't say she can now see the faces. She is putting the evidence together. So there's no impeachment there. Yes, sir.
I don't mean to interrupt.
Well, you do constantly. But we take our turns, and you don't seem to get that. We talk one at a time because it's polite, it's a way to communicate, and it's the way the court reporter can get the information in the record. So in any event.
I'm very sorry.
Okay, sir.
But it doesn't feel like you're listening to me.
Oh, I'm listening very much. It doesn't feel like you're listening to me, but be that as it may, that ain't impeachment.
No, so far it is not. You're correct, Your Honor. But I also said there is additional in this statement. No, it's not the only time they bring this up.
Well, okay, let's hear it, because I'm trying to avoid the jury being delayed.
I understand.
And to the video, that he was a getaway driver, that he took off because he got freaked out.
Okay.
And all of it matched up, so.
Okay. Was there any other video? I know there's mention in the reports here somewhere, some video talks about.
There's a video of the outside of Tom Thumb. It's not actually Tom Thumb's video.
Oh, okay.
Tom Thumb, we attempted to get the video. They gave us video as the wrong date, and then we just never could. Every time we tried to get video from him, it just didn't work out.
Did, say the night of the incident, I know things go crazy. There's no doubt about that. But do you know if any detective, any road patrol deputy did go to Tom Thumb to see if they could roll back their video?
Me personally, I don't know if anybody did.
Okay.
I'm sure they did, but I don't know if anybody did.
Okay. Now,
Thank you. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Good morning. Welcome back to Courtroom B in the Freeman Justice Center. It's good to see you all here. Thank you for being on time. This is the case of the state of Florida versus Franklin Tucker, 17 CF 841. And where we left off when we were last in session was the presentation of the state's case in chief. And we're going to pick up where we left off. So, State, do you have your next witness to call?
Yes, sir, we do. The state calls Travis Johnson.
Travis Johnson. Okay, sir, if you'd please come through the gate. Step right up in front of the witness stand there. That's good, right there. Turn, face the clerk, raise your right hand. No, the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, have a seat on the witness stand. Please speak up loudly and clearly so everyone is able to hear you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can
Thank
proceed.
you, Judge. Thank you. Good morning, Travis.
Good morning.
Could you state your full name for the record, please?
John Travis Johnson.
And Travis, how old are you?
I'm 46 years old.
And do you live here in Key West?
I do.
What kind of work do you do?
I'm a painter, but I'm a disabled veteran at the moment.
All right. You were a veteran?
Yes, sir.
When did you do your military service?
From 2004 to 2007.
Where were you stationed?
Multiple places, mostly in Fort Benning.
Did you go overseas?
I did, twice.
Where'd you go?
Kosovo and Afghanistan.
I'm sorry, sir?
Kosovo and Afghanistan.
Okay. And Travis, as we go through the morning, I just would ask you, try to speak slowly and into the mic so we have a good record of what you're saying, okay?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Are you nervous this morning?
A little, yes.
Okay, if you need some water or anything, just let us know, all right?
Yes, sir.
Now, Travis, I want to take the jury back. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Mesquite, Texas, which is a little suburb outside of Dallas, Texas. I spent most of my life there. I was born in Chilliwack, British Columbia, though. I was born in Canada. Don't have much recollection of that.
Okay.
But I left home around 17. I've traveled multiple places and joined the military around 26.
All right. And you did your stint in the military from what years again?
From 2004 to 2007.
2004 to 7. So in 2007, when you got out of the military, where did you locate yourself?
I ended up in South Carolina for a little while, back into Dallas. I think roughly around 2010, I ended up in treatment for PTSD and some alcoholism and some other things.
Okay. Do you have addiction issues?
I do.
And is it just alcohol?
No, it's not.
What other kind of addiction do you have?
For the longest time, I had a methamphetamine addiction, and also I smoke cigarettes, and I smoke marijuana, and drink alcohol, of course.
All right, fair enough. Now, at some point during your travels, did you make your way to the Florida Keys?
I did.
Okay, and when was that?
It was roughly 2016. In 2015, I did end up in a national PTSD program in the Miami VA. That's what gave me the attraction, really, for Florida. So after I was finished with that in 2016, I got lucky and got hooked up with a woman that wanted to start a snuba franchise down here, which is like a snorkel scuba.
It's called Snuba?
Snuba, yeah, that's what it's called.
All right.
And that was my plan, was to come down here in 2016 and start a business with her because I'd been awarded 100%. I'm now basically semi-retired. So this was my place of
And did you, in fact, make your way down here then?
I did.
And were you along with her?
I was.
What was her name?
Her name was Crystal Barrett.
Okay. And this was 2016, you said, right?
Yes, roughly August of 2016.
And where did, when you guys got to the Keys, where did you set up?
I landed in Big Coppet. It was, I think it's about 10 miles outside of town. It didn't last very long. Due to unforeseen circumstances, our relationship dissolved, and I ended up on the streets. I ended up having to find another place of residence and a different venture, and that's what I did. So I Ended up on Smathers Beach for about a month.
Living on the beach?
Living on the beach. And this is where I made friends with an individual by the name of David Gross.
Okay.
And this was, he became a pretty close friend, helped me stay safe, stay off out of jail. And
now let me ask you, Travis, this is somebody you met while you were living on the beach?
This is somebody I met living on the beach.
So you were essentially homeless at that point?
Yes, I was.
Living on the beach?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you befriended this man named David Gross?
Yes.
And did David Gross also live on the beach?
He did.
All right. And at some point, did David Gross find another place to live?
He did. I met a female, a romantic interest in roughly September of 2016, right after I'd got off of the beach when I was no longer homeless. And we had our life together for almost a year. I left Key West in June of 2017 with her to go stay in her house and get it ready to be sold. And then we were going to snowbird back down here and start over again at the end of the summer.
So let me just make sure I understand correctly, sir. So you met this new woman?
Yes.
And you guys relocated, you left the Keys?
We did.
And where'd you go?
We went to Detroit.
And why did you go to Detroit?
This is where her home was.
And did you live with her in Detroit?
Yes.
And how long were you in Detroit with her?
Just the summer, 3 months.
And this would be
roughly 4.
And this is the summer of what? What year are we in now?
2017.
Okay. So the summer of 2017, you're in Michigan with her.
Yes.
And at some point during that summer, what happens?
Well, at the end of the summer, when season is supposed to start back up again, Hurricane Irma hit. It was rather devastating, and some friends of ours' home was destroyed. It kind of changed our plans of coming back down here together, and I made the decision to come back down here alone and to help some friends rebuild their home. And I roughly came back here, it was October 28th or 29th. It was the end of Fantasy Fest of 2017.
End of Fantasy Fest of 2017, right?
Yes, yes.
You came back down to the Keys?
Yes.
How'd you get here?
I drove.
And what did you drive?
I drove my 2016 Dodge 1500 pickup truck.
What color's your truck?
It's a dark blue. It almost looks black, but it's a pearlescent blue.
Okay. And you drove that down here to the Keys?
I did.
And this is after the hurricane?
Yes, it was.
Were you, you just told the jury you came down here to help a friend rebuild their home?
Yes.
When you got to the Keys, did you make contact with that friend?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Phones were displayed. The phone services weren't that great down here. It was a destruction zone. It was like a war zone down here. So it was not real easy to locate him. I didn't immediately locate him, but I did locate my friend David Gross.
And this is the friend who you had met the summer before?
Yeah, this is the individual that I met on the beach.
Okay. So you hooked up again with David Gross?
Yes.
All right. And take us from there. What did you and David Gross do at that point?
Well, I coincidentally ran back into him at the beach, but he wasn't living on the beach. He had acquired a residence over in Stock Island, known as the Warehouse. It was not really zoned for residential, but it was home for him. And it was also a place for me to, I guess you could say, reconnoiter, get my stuff together to figure out what I was going to do from that point.
Did he invite you to come there and stay?
He did.
Now, you said the residence was known as the Warehouse.
Yes.
And that's in Stock Island?
Yes, sir.
By the way, Travis, everything you're testifying to today, did that happen here in Monroe County?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Now, you said David invited you to come and stay at the Warehouse. Is that right?
Yes.
And describe for the jury, if you can, this place that you're referring to as the Warehouse. Is it an apartment?
No, it wasn't really an apartment. It was more of a business establishment with, I guess you could say, a residence built into it. It was a storage facility, a garage, and once you went inside, there was a set of steps that went upstairs and kind of laid out to a little dining room with 3 offset rooms to the side. And then below that was another garage, and at the very back of it was another apartment complex.
Did it have running water?
Yes.
Did it have bathroom facilities?
No.
Did it have electricity?
No.
And so this is not a designated apartment building, is that fair to say?
No, and it had suffered extensive damage from the hurricane as well.
So it's just I guess...
A flop house.
Flop house, lack of a better word?
Yes, sir.
Now, when David invited you to come and stay there, was it just you and he staying there?
No.
How many other people were staying there?
Quite a few. There was 2 other couples and a bunch of random people that just kept coming and going.
All right. And did you decide to take him up on his offer to go and stay there?
I did.
And this would have been when? Just so we're keeping track of on the calendar. Where, about what time? Was this still at the end of October?
No, it's around November 3rd or 4th now. I believe a few days had transpired. Yeah, it was Fantasy Fest was over, and it was into November now.
Okay. And now you're staying at this warehouse. What's your plan at that point, Travis?
I didn't really have much of a plan at this point. It was I was in limbo. I was in party mode now. I couldn't find the people I was looking for. I found a buddy of mine that I hadn't seen in a while, and so I had a lot of money in my pocket.
You had a lot of money in your pocket?
I did.
Where was the money from?
It was from number one, I'm a disabled veteran, so I received a rather healthy sum of money each month. And I had saved money from working in town, and Shayla was rather well off herself. So
now you said
I was not hurting.
I'm sorry, I cut you off. I didn't mean to.
I was not hurting financially at that point, no.
Okay, so you had money.
Yes.
And I guess your original intention in coming to Key West wasn't panning out. Is that fair to say?
No, it was not.
So you had just said to the jury that you were kind of going into party mode.
Yes.
What does party mode mean for you?
Drinking and smoking and...
Smoking what?
Smoking pot and smoking anything I could get my hands on at this point. I was in full, I guess you could say, relapse. I was back in my addiction.
Had you been clean and sober prior to coming back to Key West?
Yes, I had.
So now you're back in full party mode. Are you partying with David Gross?
I am.
Are you partying with anybody else in that warehouse?
Yeah, every now and again, Rory Wilson would come upstairs, and I guess to get away from his girlfriend, and he would hang out with us for a little while. I didn't really get too personal with him at this point. Wasn't real concerned with making friends at this point. I was just trying to have fun.
So you said this man that you became acquainted with was named Rory Wilson.
Yes.
And was he also staying at the warehouse?
He was not staying in the apartment that I was in. He was in the downstairs apartment that was at the back of the warehouse facility.
Okay. But still in the same building?
Just in the same building, yes.
Sir, I'm going to show you the judge may approach the witness.
Yes, you may approach the witness.
Thank you, Judge. Having already shown it to defense counsel, Travis, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as M as in Mike for identification. Do you recognize that photo?
I do.
And who is that in the photo?
That is Rory Wilson.
Is that how he appeared to you when you knew him?
Yes.
Judge, at this time I'd seek to move in what's been previously marked as M.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Admit the state's next in order being
11.
Okay, so this man that you became known to you as Roy Wilson, is that right?
Yes.
Living downstairs?
Yes.
Okay. And you said he'd come upstairs every once in a while to hang out with you, is that right?
Well, not specifically with me, because I didn't know him. He did with David, though, because they were neighbors.
Did Roy have a street name or a nickname?
Detroit.
Okay. Did Dave have a nickname?
He did.
What was his nickname?
Detroit.
So you had 2 Detroits there?
Yes.
All right. So he'd come upstairs and through his communications with David, did you become acquainted with Roy Wilson?
Yes.
Did you guys ever party together?
Yes.
Smoke dope together?
Yes.
Drink together?
Yes.
Did you guys ever, what other things did you do for entertainment? Did you guys play cards or anything?
Dominoes.
Dominoes?
Yes.
Roy Wilson used to play?
Yes.
Now, you're there with David, right, living upstairs? And you become acquainted with this Roy Wilson, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever become acquainted with someone who became known to you as Tyrone Tucker?
Not at this moment, no.
All right. So, how long are you staying at the warehouse now? You're just kind of hanging out there?
I think I'd been there for roughly 5 days now. I believe the date was November 8th because it sticks in my mind because the police officers, Monroe County Sheriff's Department, at this date came into the residence.
They came to the warehouse?
They came to the warehouse.
Were you there when they came?
I was.
And was David Gross there?
He was.
And what about Roy Wilson? Was he there?
He was not.
So when the police officers came, was it daytime or nighttime?
It was daytime. It was early in the morning.
And what did they do when they came to the house that day?
Well, I was sitting at the dining room table watching a movie on my phone. It was, like I said, it was rather early. It was around 9 o'clock. And the stairwell where I was sitting, the stairwell that goes down to the front entrance, I look over and there's two police officers walking up. I didn't know what was going on. I looked at them and I said, "Excuse me, can I help you?" And they basically just told me to be quiet. They were looking for somebody. They came into the residence, and I had been smoking pot that morning. I had a glass pipe sitting in front of me, and as they said what they were looking for somebody, I reached down and grabbed it, put it in my pocket. They didn't like that too much. They stopped me immediately, told me to put my hands back on the table, and arrested me for paraphernalia at that point, and proceeded to arrest everybody else that was in the house as well because everybody was on probation that was in there.
All right. Did they take you into the station?
They did.
All right. And did you go to jail that night or that day?
I did.
And how long were you in jail then on that situation?
For 6 days.
And then at some point you were released?
I was.
Okay. And did you, once you got released, where'd you go?
I went back to my truck. I went back to the warehouse.
Where was your truck while you were in jail?
Parked out in front of the warehouse.
All right. And when you got out of jail, you said you went back to the warehouse?
Yes.
And was your truck still there?
It was.
Was there anything done or damaged to your truck when you got back?
Yes, there was.
Let's tell the jury about that. What did you discover?
When I got back, like I said, this is a brand new truck. I was very proud of it. It was pristine. And the whole passenger side of my truck had been knifed or keyed or scraped. It looked like somebody just raked it from bumper to bumper, from as far as the paint was the top of the vehicle down to the bottom of the vehicle, all the way to the back of it. Thousands of dollars worth of damage. My tools were stolen. Almost every single piece of construction hardware that I brought was gone.
Where had those tools been?
Some of them were upstairs in the apartment, and some of them were downstairs in the bed of my truck.
What about your personal things, like your clothes and things like that?
They were upstairs as well. I had a foot locker, a big trunk, probably about 3.5 by 2.5 by 18, maybe 20 inches deep. And this was where my personal stuff was. And this was inside of the residence.
And the foot locker was inside the residence?
Yes.
Not in your truck?
No.
Is it something you had unpacked into the residence when you decided to stay there?
Yes.
Did you take it upstairs to where you were staying?
Yes.
And when you got back from jail 6 days later, was it still there?
It was, but nothing that was in it was of any value was still in it.
Okay. Now, when you came back from jail, was Roy Wilson there?
Yes.
All right. And he was the guy living downstairs, right?
Yes.
What about David Gross? Was he there when you got out?
No.
What happened to him?
He was in jail for probation violation.
All right. Did you return to that upstairs unit to I guess, to continue living there?
To continue to figure out what I was going to do, yes.
And do you remember the date you got out of jail?
Yes, November 14th.
November 14th, and this is of 2017?
Yes.
All right, so now we're at November 14th of 2017. And you're out of jail now, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes.
Do you make contact again with Roy Wilson?
I do.
And at that point, do you become acquainted with somebody known as Tyrone Tucker?
I do.
And how did that come about?
They were both standing on the front porch whenever I arrived and began to notice this, I guess you could call it vandalism to my truck, and realized that my tools were gone. And this whole time, Mr. Wilson is stating that he's looking out for me. He collected some of my stuff so the crackheads didn't get to it. I wasn't real impressed with this, and I called the police. Number one, I needed to file a report on my truck. I needed to get my insurance going. So I called the police to come back and do an investigation. And unfortunately, it was the same individuals that had arrested me.
Same police that arrested came out to take the report?
Yes.
And did you file that report?
I did. They told me, I filed what I could with them, but they told me that I would be in contact with a detective would be in contact with me soon.
All right. Now, you said that Rory Wilson was standing on the front porch with another man.
Yes.
That man became known to you as Tyrone Tucker?
Yes.
Is that the first time you met him?
Yes.
Take a look around the courtroom, Travis, if you would, please. Do you see that man sitting in here today?
I do.
Can you identify where you see him sitting?
Yes, he's sitting right there.
And just so our record is clear that you are pointing to the defendant sitting at the defense table.
Yes, sir.
All right. Is that the man that became known to you as Tyrone Tucker?
Yes, sir.
And he was standing with Rory Wilson that day?
Yes.
And did you have like a formal introduction to him, or is it just he
No.
was there, you were there, and you started hanging out?
Well, one of the things that kind of stuck in my mind is that Mr. Wilson referred to him as the only white man in the Keys named Tyrone.
Okay, so that was kind of your introduction to him?
Yes.
And did you continue partying when you got out of jail?
I did the best I could, yes. I wanted to stay comfortable and as, which is a retarded term, but as clear-headed as possible.
Understood.
And yeah, I just tried to return his business as normal. I was told not to leave by the police officers due to now a suspended driver's license. I'm out on bond. I have an investigation, open investigation on my truck. So for lack of, a better place to go, I had to stay there.
And by staying there, did you continue with your partying?
Of course.
Smoking?
Yes.
Drinking?
Yes.
Playing dominoes?
Yes.
Now, who were you hanging out with now? David Grace is gone, right?
Yes.
So who are your who are your pals, I guess, for lack of a better phrase?
Mr. Tucker and Mr. Wilson.
All right. Do you the three of you hang out together?
Yes.
Drinking together?
Yes.
Smoking dope together?
Yes.
Again, what kind of drugs did you guys smoke together?
We were smoking Molly. We were smoking crack cocaine, pot, cigarettes, drinking alcohol, beer.
Now, who supplied these drugs? Like, where did they come from?
Me for the longest time. I mean, me for the next 3 days, yes.
Your money?
Yes.
So you're supplying the dope, and you and these new friends of yours are reaping the benefits of it?
Yes.
So that goes on for a couple of days?
Yes.
All right. Travis, at some point, does the money run out, or does your money run out?
It did.
All right. Does that mean that the dope ran out?
Yes, it does.
Was Tucker or Wilson, were they working at that time?
No.
Were they staying in that warehouse?
Yes.
I mean, for all intent and purposes, living there as well?
Yes.
All right. Wilson, you said it was living downstairs. Is that right?
Yes.
Where was Tucker living?
He was staying upstairs in the bedroom next door to where David Gross's bedroom was.
And are you staying upstairs as well?
Yes.
So do you have an opportunity to spend a lot of time with Tucker?
I did have the opportunity, but we didn't spend every waking moment with each other. Of course not. That wasn't practical.
But you're both living upstairs, right?
Yes. Yes.
Do you see him a lot?
Yes.
At some point, you said the part of the drugs or your money ran out, right?
Yes.
Did Tucker or Wilson have money to contribute to the continued partying?
No.
All right. At some point, does the need arise for you guys to figure out how to get more dope?
Yes.
And more money?
Yes.
All right. Tell us about that. How did that come about?
I guess this was November 17th now. We had spent most of the day apart, me at the beach. I don't know what Wilson and Tucker were doing, but I would say around 5:30ish, 6 o'clock, I went back to the warehouse. And
you'd spent the day at the beach?
Yes.
All right.
And
were they at the beach with you?
No. No, I was by myself.
All right.
And I went back to the apartment, and Tucker was there. Wilson was not. I don't know what time it was, but it wasn't dark yet. And Wilson shows back up, rather excited.
Why was he excited?
Because he had just heard that someone down the street had, somebody at Burger King, this is what I remember specifically, that somebody at Burger King had just told him that somebody had a large amount of money and cocaine and told him where it was and that he wanted to go get it.
And when he told you this, did he tell you this while you were at the warehouse?
Yes.
And where in the warehouse did he tell you this? Were you guys upstairs, downstairs?
Upstairs.
So he came upstairs?
Yes.
Where was Tucker there when Wilson made this announcement?
Yes.
And where was Tucker?
Sitting at the dining room table with me.
So the three of you are upstairs now?
Yes.
And Wilson brings this news to the warehouse?
Yes.
Did he share with you and Tucker where this location was that had the dope and the drugs? I'm sorry, the drugs and the money?
The treehouse. That was the only reference that he'd made.
All right. Were you familiar with something called the treehouse?
No, I wasn't.
All right. You were not familiar with it?
No.
Did you become familiar with it?
Only after this scenario.
All right. And once Wilson identified, may I have that mark, please, Violet? Thank you. Once Wilson identified this location, did you guys, or did you weren't familiar with it, right?
No.
So how did you become familiar with it?
By going over and looking at it, by driving by it and surveying it.
All right. Did you guys do that at that moment in time?
I don't know if it was at that moment in time. The sun had gone down. It was dark at this point. The first trip that we went over there, it was dark.
It was dark?
Yes.
Judge, at this time I approach the witness.
Yes.
Having previously shown defense counsel what can be marked as 10 is in November, take a look at that photo. Travis, do you recognize it?
I don't recognize the photo, but that's a daylight picture of the treehouse area. I've never been in that area, so I don't recognize that per se, no.
Fair enough, but do you recognize the structure?
Yes.
And what is that?
The treehouse.
Okay, is that how it appeared to you back in 2017?
No, again, like I said, I've never seen it in the daylight before. I did not know.
You saw it at nighttime?
Yes, I've only seen it at
Other
nighttime.
than the fact it's a daylight picture, is that the structure known to you as a treehouse?
Yes.
Subject seeking to move in was been previously marked as November?
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Admit as next in order for the state, being what, 12?
Yes.
Okay, Travis, let's tell the jury what they see in this photograph.
I see a clump of trees and a wood structure, and looks like a large amount of trash collected around it, maybe even a generator.
Now, can you see the structure buried in the trees?
Not very well.
Is it pretty much hidden from view?
Yes.
And the first time you ever heard about this place is when Wilson told you guys about it, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So he tells you about it, and you've never heard of it before. So you said you guys did a drive-by or a drive-over. Is that fair?
Yes.
How did you guys get over there?
My truck.
You drove?
Yes, sir.
Did they ride with you?
Yes, sir.
And when I say they, who do I mean?
Wilson and Tucker.
Wilson and this defendant sitting here?
Yes.
So they jump in the truck with you?
Yes.
Do you drive over there?
Yes.
And do you drive by the structure known as the treehouse?
Yes.
Does Wilson identify that as the location that he got information on?
Yes.
Do you stop at that time or do you just drive by?
I just drove by.
Could you see anybody at that structure at that time?
No, sir.
Any human beings walking around or anything?
No, sir.
Were there any cars in front of it?
No, not at this point.
Okay. Daytime or nighttime at this point?
This is nighttime.
So you guys do, I guess what you call, do you stop or do you continue driving?
I continue to drive.
And you do this once around, I guess?
This is the once around, yes. Before we went back to the apartment.
Well, that was my next question. After you did the once around, where did you go?
Back to the apartment.
And when you say the apartment, you mean the warehouse?
The warehouse, correct.
Okay, and what's the purpose in going back to the warehouse at this point?
At this point, for them to change clothes and to, I guess, put on darker clothes and go back.
Now, had a plan been crafted or hatched as to what you guys were going to be doing?
A rudimentary plan. I wouldn't say like a plan had been hacked. It was more or less, Wilson wanted to go get this lick because he had a baby on the way, and he needed the money to pay his cell phone bill.
And I'm going to stop you right there, Travis. Don't mean to interrupt, but you said a lick.
Yes.
For the jury's benefit, what does a lick mean in your vernacular?
Well, in the slang terms, it's a come up. It's a robbery or a way for someone to make some money illegitimately.
So it's a lick.
It's a lick, yeah. It's called hitting a lick.
And so Wilson wants to do this lick and get the money.
Yes.
And is this discussion had between the three of you?
Yes.
And tell us about the discussion, like what, you said Wilson wanted to do this. What was he saying?
He wasn't really saying much. He just was adamant that we go do this.
All right, was this defendant involved in that discussion?
Somewhat, yes.
Was he there when Wilson was talking?
Yes.
All right. And did they identify what your role was going to be?
Just to drive, yeah.
And you say just to drive. How did that come about? What did they say to you?
You're going to drive us over there.
In your truck?
Yes.
All right. Did you agree to drive him over there?
I did.
And what was going to be your benefit? Did they ever give you one?
Yes, some gas money for my truck.
And that's what they told you you'd get out of it?
Yes.
When the three of you had this conversation, were there any details about how this was going to play out?
No, sir.
You know, any details about who would go in, who would stay in the car, anything like that?
No. No, I mean, obviously I was going to stay in the vehicle. It's my truck. You know, I'm not going to just let somebody I don't know drive my truck.
So was there any discussion about you going inside?
No.
Was there discussion about Tucker and Wilson going inside?
It wasn't really a discussion. It was just a known fact that this wasn't something that was discussed. Those two were friends. I was not their buddy. I was an outsider, you know.
But you did agree to drive him over there?
I did.
So after you do the once around on the treehouse, you came back to the warehouse, you said?
Yes.
And when you came back to the warehouse, what did you guys get out of the truck?
Yes, I stopped up front and they got out and went inside.
And when you say they, you mean?
Tucker and Wilson.
Tucker and Wilson. Did you stay in the truck?
I did.
And what was their purpose in going back inside the warehouse?
Darker clothes, mask, weapons.
And how long would you say they were in the warehouse until they came out?
Maybe 5-10 minutes.
And where were you during that time?
In my truck.
Waiting for them?
Yes.
Now you said about 5 or 10 minutes. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And they came back out eventually?
Yes.
Had they changed clothes?
Yes.
What were they wearing now?
Mr. Wilson was wearing all black, long sleeve shirt and gym shorts, black gym shorts, and a mask. And Tucker was wearing long pants, long shirt, and a mask. And both were carrying weapons.
Okay, so let's break it down. What color was the clothing they were wearing?
Black.
And let's take Wilson first. You said Wilson had on dark clothing?
Yes.
Long pants or short pants?
Shorts.
And dark shirt as well?
Yes.
And you said he had a mask?
Yes.
What kind of a mask? Can you describe it for the jury?
A demon mask. That's just the most horrible, evil-looking demon mask that you could, I basically describe. It was horrible.
And you say he was wearing the mask. How was he wearing it?
On top of his head, it had like a little chin strap, and he was wearing it like you would, like a birthday mask or something like that. One of those little birthday hats, just perched on top of his head.
Pulled down in front of his face?
No, it was just sitting on top of his head like a hat, with the strap underneath his chin.
All right. Judge, I'm sure defense counsel is the Marcus Lima.
I'm going to assume it's in there. I'm going to assume it's in there.
Judge, at this time I approach.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Johnson, go ahead and open up the bag and take a look in there. Tell me if you recognize that item. This is what-
Just leave it in there.
Okay, yeah, that's it.
Let's take a look at it while it's in the bag, counsel. You see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
You recognize it?
I do
What do
recognize
you
it.
recognize it as?
The demon mask.
The demon mask.
Yep.
Is that the mask that Wilson was wearing when he came out of the warehouse?
Yes, it is.
Any question about it?
No,
Does that mask appear now as it did to you when you saw it on top of his head that day?
it does.
Judge, at this time I seek to move in with the previously marked as Lima.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Admit states L for identification into evidence and states 13.
Yes.
Commissioner Polish, Judge?
Yes.
All right, so you described this demon mask, right?
Yes,
Is that it?
that is it.
And that's the mask that Wilson, you said Wilson had on, right?
Yes, correct.
On top of his head.
Yes,
And he had this on his head when he came out of the warehouse.
yes,
And Wilson's the one, the picture we saw a little bit earlier, the African American man. Is that
yes, correct.
right? Did he have a weapon when he came out of the warehouse?
He did.
What kind of a weapon did he have?
He had a pipe
And how do you know he had a pipe?
because it's in his right hand.
All right? So he comes out of the warehouse wearing this on top of his head and a pipe in his hand. Is that right?
Yes,
And when he walked over to your truck, did he get in your truck?
yes, he did. He got into the front passenger side.
He gets in the front. Now, let's talk about this defendant, Tucker, Tyrone Tucker. Did he come out of the warehouse as well?
He did.
Describe his clothing, if you would, please.
He's wearing long black pants, boots, and a long sleeve black shirt. And a mask.
I'm sorry?
And a mask.
And describe for the jury, if you can, the mask that he was wearing.
It's considered like a neck gaiter or a neck buff. It's just like a tube of fabric that you pull down over your head, and it stretches up around a mask. I don't know if you guys are familiar with them, but they use them a lot down here in fishing to, I guess, block the sun. And it said Jägermeister all over it.
Said a neck gaiter that said Jägermeister.
Yes.
Now, did he have it pulled up over his face?
No, he just had it around his neck. It was crumpled up around his neck at this point.
All right, and you saw that on him?
Yes.
And did you see if he had any weapons?
He did.
What kind of a weapon did he have?
He had a knife in his hand.
And how do you know he had a knife?
I could see it in his hand.
Was he carrying it when he came out of the warehouse?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just had to make sure I don't lose my way here. All right, so you said he was carrying a knife.
Yes.
You saw the knife?
Yes.
Can you describe it for the jury?
It was roughly this long. I guess you could say about 10 to 12 inches long. Black and red handle with a metal pommel, double-edged, serrated on one side, sharp on the other, smooth on the other.
Judge going to show defense counsel what's been previously marked as kilo.
It was broken before. But it's open now. Okay, now just open it up. It's not sealed. No, yeah, actually, just for a second, just because I want to clarify here.
The defense is asking for a sidebar.
Okay. You can approach.
having shown what's been previously marked as kilo to the defense counsel, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Travis, I'm going to ask you to open this box, please. Don't take anything out of it. Just take a look inside of it and see if you recognize it. Okay.
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
To be the knife.
Which knife is that?
The knife that Tucker had in his possession when he came outside.
And how do you know that? Did you see the knife at that time?
Yes.
The knife that you're looking at now, which has been previously marked as kilo, is that the knife?
Yes, sir, it is.
Does it appear to be altered or changed in any way from when you saw it in Tucker's hand that night?
No, sir.
Judge, at this time, I seek moving kilo.
Right, is there any objection?
No, sir.
All right, then. Admit states K for identification. That would be number 14
Yes.
for the state.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Okay, Travis, let's take a look at this. Is this the knife that you saw?
Yes, sir.
Is this the knife you saw on the day of the crime?
Yes, sir.
And who was in possession of this knife?
This was Tucker.
Okay. Can you remember this being in Tucker's hand
Yes.
when he came out of the warehouse?
Yes.
All right. Now let me ask you, Travis, tell us more about the plan. What was your understanding of what the plan was when you got over to the warehouse?
They were just going to go inside and take the money from this woman and the crack and come back. And we would go back to the hotel, back to the warehouse, the house.
And again, your job was to wait for them in the truck.
Yes.
Do you remember if they were wearing gloves when they came out of the house that day, out of the warehouse?
Do not remember.
Don't remember if they had gloves or not?
No.
Now, they come out, right?
Yes.
You've already described what they're wearing and what they're armed with. Do they both get into your truck?
Yes.
Where does Tucker get in your truck?
Behind me in the back seat of my truck.
And Wilson gets where?
In the front passenger seat of my truck.
Is that where he was on the previous drive around?
Yes.
And is that where the defendant was sitting on the previous drive around?
Yes.
Now, once they got back in your truck, what did you do?
I proceeded to drive back over to the treehouse.
And just so the jury has an idea of how long this would take, how long would that drive actually take from the warehouse to the treehouse?
About a minute.
Close.
Maybe less. It was very close.
And you drove back over there, is that right?
Yes.
Daytime or nighttime?
Nighttime.
Describe the lighting if you could. What's the lighting in that area by the treehouse?
Very poor.
Illuminated well?
No, not at all.
Can you see the structure at all?
No.
When you pull over there, do you see anybody else there when you pull over there?
There was a black vehicle out front, yes.
All right. And when you guys saw the black vehicle, what did you decide to do?
To drive around the block.
And why is that?
Hopefully they wouldn't be there when we came back.
So did you drive around the block?
I did.
And about how long did that drive around the block take, if you recall?
Maybe 2 minutes, maybe 3.
Okay. And did you come back to the treehouse then?
I did.
And when you did, were they still in the truck with you?
Yes.
And when you came back to the treehouse, was that car still out in front?
No, sir.
Was there any car out in front?
No, sir.
Were there any people around?
No, sir.
All right. And what, if anything, did you do when you came back to the treehouse after the drive around the block?
I stopped in front of the gate. They, being Wilson and Tucker, exited my vehicle. I pulled forward about another 50 meters from the gate and stopped at a stop sign.
And,
off to the side of the road at the stop sign, not in the road at the stop sign, but on the side of the road.
Okay. And when you stopped there, what was your intention at that point?
To wait for them to come back out.
Now, when they got out of the truck, were they both still wearing those masks?
Yes.
And did they both still have those weapons in their hands?
Yes.
Again, what weapon was Wilson carrying?
A pipe.
What about this defendant?
He was carrying a knife.
Okay. Do you see them go into the gate?
I watched them go through the gate, yes.
And at some point, did you lose sight of him?
I did.
All right. So then, at this point, you're sitting in the truck. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
How much time goes by until something happens next?
I don't know exactly how long. It didn't seem like very long. Maybe 5 minutes, maybe less. And somebody comes running out of the gate with a flashlight, screaming, "Help, help, help, call police." And
Were you able to see that person?
I could see them. I saw them in my rearview mirror. I didn't particularly get a good look at them. At this point, I'm thinking, I'm out of here. I'm not dealing with this. And before I could pull away, I look in my rearview mirror again, and I see Tucker exiting the gate and running after my truck. As he is, he's fumbling around on the ground, dropping stuff, trying to stuff it back into a black bag that I could see he's got in his hand. And I round the corner and I take off back to the apartment or the warehouse.
Now, you said the first man came out waving a flashlight and screaming for help.
Yes.
Could you make out facial features on that person?
Negative, no.
Did you ever find out who that was?
I believe it was a Todd O'Quinn.
All right. And how long after Todd O'Quinn came running out of that gate did you see Tucker come out of that gate?
Seconds. Maybe 10, 15 seconds, not long.
Now, when you saw Tucker come out of the gate, you said you saw it in your rearview mirror?
I saw Tucker in my rearview mirror, then turned around and observed him. But I was also in the process of removing myself from the scene.
So you actually turned around and also made visual contact?
Yes.
And when you turned around, did you see him?
I did.
And how do you know it was him?
From what he was wearing and the direction he was running, which was towards my truck.
And is that the person that you knew was Tucker?
Yes.
Is that the guy who had just gotten out of your truck?
Yes.
And he said at this point he was fumbling with something. Explain that. What was he fumbling with?
Oh, he had a bag in his hand and stuff kept falling out of it onto the ground, and he kept reaching down trying to stuff it back into the bag as he was running after me.
And at that point, what was your intention?
To leave.
Did you wait for him?
No.
What'd you do?
I drove back to the apartment.
To the warehouse?
To the warehouse.
Again, how long would that drive take?
Not long. It was about 200 meters.
And at that point, what kind of reaction did you have to what you had just seen coming out of the warehouse? I mean, coming out of the treehouse?
Fear, I guess you could say. Uneasiness. I really, for lack of any knowledge, I was just nervous. I didn't know what had happened. So.
And you said you went back to the warehouse?
I did.
When you got to the warehouse, did you go inside?
I did.
Parked your truck there and went inside?
Yes.
And did you go upstairs or stay downstairs?
I went upstairs.
And how long, at some point, did Tucker show up at the warehouse?
He did.
How long after you got back to the warehouse did Tucker show up there?
Not long, minutes.
And he arrived there, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And when he got there, where did he go?
He came upstairs as well.
All right. Do you remember him coming up the steps that day to the second floor?
Yes.
And did you guys talk at that point?
We had some words, yes.
And what, if anything, do you remember the defendant? Was he still wearing the dark clothing?
Yes.
And did he have that bag that you saw him fumbling with? Did you see that in his hand?
Yes.
What about the weapon? Do you remember seeing the weapon?
No.
Do you remember seeing if he had gloves or not?
No.
And you didn't see the weapon at that point?
No.
But you saw this bag?
Yes.
All right. Did he come upstairs with that bag in his hands?
Yes.
And what did he say to you when he got up the stairs that day?
What the fuck, man? What's wrong with you? Why did you leave us? Why did you fucking take off?
Was he mad that you had left?
Yes.
And did he direct that anger at you?
Yes.
All right. And what was your response to him?
I don't want no part of this. I'm going to walk for a walk. I'm going to get a pack of cigarettes. I'll be back.
Did you ask him what happened inside there?
No.
Didn't ask him?
No.
Were you curious as to what happened in there?
Yes.
Did you have a feeling about what happened in there?
Not one of super negativity, no. Not one of murder for sure, no.
But he was angry, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Mad at you?
Yes.
Was he screaming at you or shouting at you?
No, it wasn't screaming or shouting, but it was definitely directed disappointment. There was intention.
What was he mad about?
Me abandoning them.
All right. Did you ever see Wilson come out of that structure that day?
No.
Or, I'm sorry, that night after, when you saw Todd O'Quinn, then you saw this defendant. Did you remember seeing Wilson come out of there?
No.
Now, you're back at the warehouse now. Defendant's upset with you, right?
Yes.
You said you decided to leave.
Yes.
Where did you decide to go?
I decided to walk down to the street, down to the Tom Thumb, which is literally, I guess, the halfway point between the treehouse and the warehouse, to get a pack of cigarettes, kind of take a breath. And
all right. How'd you get there? Did you drive or walk?
I walked.
And was anybody with you when you went there?
No, not when I went there.
At some point on the walk to the Tom Thumb, did you run into Wilson?
I encountered Wilson, yes I did.
Where did you encounter him?
Walking across the street in the parking lot of the Tom Thumb.
And is that the first time you'd seen him since he'd gotten out of your truck to go into the treehouse?
Yes, sir, it was.
When you saw him at the Tom Thumb, did you guys talk to each other?
We did.
And did you ask him what had happened inside that treehouse?
I did.
And what did he tell you?
Not to worry about it.
He give you any details about what happened?
Negative, none.
Do you remember how many times you asked him what happened?
Once.
And he said, don't worry about it.
Yes, sir.
And that was it? You accepted that?
Yes, sir.
Why didn't you push him for more, Travis?
Lack of desire to know what really went on in there.
Did you get your cigarettes?
I did.
And was Wilson there when you got your cigarettes?
He was.
And after you got your cigarettes, what did you do?
Walk back to the warehouse.
And did Wilson walk with you?
He did.
What did you guys talk about on your way back to the warehouse?
It was a pretty quiet walk. There wasn't much exchanged at all.
At some point, you guys arrived back to the warehouse?
Yes.
And take us through that. You get to the warehouse, where do you go? Bottom floor or upstairs?
Went back upstairs.
When you get upstairs, is this defendant still upstairs?
He is.
And so now the three of you are back together again.
Yes.
Is there any conversation between Tucker and Wilson about what happened inside that warehouse?
No, sir.
When you ran into Wilson on your way to that Tom Thumb, when you ran into Wilson, did he have that mask anymore?
No, sir.
Mask was gone?
Yes.
What about that pipe that he had in his hand? Where was that?
Gone.
No pipe and no mask?
Nope.
When you saw Tucker back at the warehouse, did he have the knife yet?
No.
Do you remember seeing the mask or the neck gaiter that he had that said Jägermeister?
No.
Neck gaiter was gone and weapon was gone.
Yes.
Now, you guys are all back together again on the second floor of the warehouse, right?
Yes.
And you said there was not really a conversation going on about what happened?
No, sir.
And at some point, do they start talking about what they got out of that warehouse? I'm sorry, out of that tree house?
Not so much talking about it, but pulling the stuff. Wilson had like a tin. It almost looked like a snuff can that was in his pocket. It was full of crack cocaine. And then there was also...
Whose pocket was that in?
It was in Wilson's.
And he produced that tin?
Yes.
And what did he do with it?
He set it on the table.
Is that a table that was upstairs in the warehouse?
The dining room table, yes.
All right. And what else? Did he unload his pockets at that point?
He had some money in his pockets as well, yes.
Do you recall how much? Or approximately how much?
Well, not when he immediately pulled it out, but when he was sitting there counting through it, it didn't look like any more than about $200 or $300.
$200 or $300. And that's money you saw him pull out of his pocket?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did he have any money in his pockets before you went to the treehouse?
No.
I mean, what was the purpose of going over there?
To get money and to get drugs.
So now he's got this money in his pocket. Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
And you see him produce that money?
Yes.
And this tin?
Yes.
What's inside the tin?
Crack cocaine.
How do you know it?
Because I know what crack cocaine looks like.
And did you look inside the tin?
Yes.
Now, this defendant, was he there as well?
Yes.
Tucker was there?
Yes.
Did he produce any spoils of the robbery to you at that point?
No. Just the bag that he had, he emptied it on the table. It had nothing in it but personal effects.
All right, let's talk about that bag. Is that consistent with the bag that you'd seen him fumbling with when he came out of the treehouse?
Yes.
And is that the bag that he had back at the warehouse?
Yes.
And you said he was emptying the
contents.
Contents, I'm sorry, emptying the contents onto this table as well?
Yes.
What kind of stuff was in that bag that he was emptying out?
Pens and notepads and feminine effects, more trinkets than anything, nothing of any substantial value.
It appeared to be the stuff that the stuff that would belong typically to a female or typically to a male?
Typically to a female, yes.
All right. And at some point, did you receive anything from the take, I guess, for lack of a better phrase?
I did.
What'd you get?
I got a $50 bill for gas.
Who gave you that?
That was received from Tucker.
Tucker gave you that?
Yes.
And where'd that 50 come from?
From the water money that Wilson had.
That he pulled out of his pockets?
Mm-hmm.
You guys say yes or no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you got a $50 bill out of the take.
Yes.
And this defendant's the one that handed it to you.
Yes.
And do you remember anything distinctive about that money that was handed to you?
It smelled like perfume.
Perfume.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Is that yes? Okay.
Yes, sir. I apologize.
It's all right. Anything else in that bag that you recall? You said there was makeup or something? Is that what you said? Just pads and paper and things like that?
Yes.
No other drugs or anything in that bag?
No, sir.
All right, so now you got your, I guess you got your gas money, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you said there was crack cocaine in that tin.
Yes.
So did you guys at some point start smoking that crack cocaine?
We did. Another individual had showed up during all of the end of this after, we had divvied up the money and the crack was there. A gentleman by the name of Scott Perryman, big guy. And
Scott Perryman?
Yes. I was kind of relieved to see him. He was a friend from the beach. And at this point, me and him exited the warehouse and went downstairs outside to where my truck was and to have a beer. And I started to make some phone calls to Shayla. This was my fiance at the time. And this is when I encountered Penny Phelps and the SWAT team as they were moving through the neighborhood.
Hi, Travis. So how long were you and Tucker and Wilson upstairs until this other guy showed up?
Maybe 15 minutes.
And you said his name was Scott?
Yes.
Was he also staying at the warehouse?
Randomly, yes. Occasionally, yes.
All right, so he stops by, it's somebody you recognize from the beach. You guys step outside.
Yes.
When you step outside, where is this defendant and Wilson at that point?
They're upstairs.
You leave them upstairs?
Yes.
So you said you went outside and you started making some phone calls?
Yes.
Called your girlfriend?
Yes.
What's going through your head at this point?
I just want to go home. At this point, I'm just really not enjoying my present company, not enjoying my situation, just not real sure about my safety. I just wanted to go home.
Are you concerned about what happened inside that treehouse or what may have happened?
Somewhat, but no, it wasn't pressing.
And you said at some point the police come upon you and your buddy while you're outside in front of the warehouse.
Yes.
And did they make contact with you?
They did.
All right. And did they talk to you about anything?
Yes, they asked me if I'd seen anybody running by in dark clothing, black male. I, of course, hadn't seen anything of that nature, so I didn't affirm her, request. But I did ask what had happened, and she just told me there was a fight up at CVS.
Okay.
That's where I left it.
Did you start connecting the dots that she's asking for information? This could have something to do with what just happened, or?
Yes.
And at some point, did she start talking to you about the charge or the report you filed on your truck?
No, not at this point. No.
Okay. So you don't really confirm anything for the police at that point in time?
No.
But they move on then, is that fair?
Yes.
And they move on. How long are you and Scott outside having this break?
When they move on, we went back in within probably 2 or 3 minutes after parting ways with the law enforcement.
You go back upstairs?
Yes.
And who's upstairs when you get up there?
Wilson, Tucker, me, and Scott Perryman.
And what do you guys decide to do when you get back in there?
Start smoking crack.
All right. All four of you are smoking crack at that point?
Yes, sir.
And I guess the party continued, huh?
Yes, sir, it did.
All right. Now we're talking about November 17th, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And how late in the night did you guys smoke crack that night?
Till about the sun came up.
And when the sun came up, what, if anything, did you do?
Well, I of course went to sleep for a little while. I woke up. The warehouse was empty except for me and Scott. And I decided at this point that I was going to find a way to remove myself from this scenario.
And so what'd you do?
I went to the beach.
Smathers Beach?
Yes, sir.
Is that the beach you typically hung out at?
Yes.
And when you left the warehouse that day to go to the beach, do you remember if Tucker was still there?
No.
You don't remember, or he wasn't there?
There was nobody there but me and Scott.
The next morning we're talking?
Yes.
And was Wilson gone as well?
Yes.
So you go to the beach that day, right?
Yes.
At some point, do you come back to the warehouse after your day at the beach?
Yes, later that evening.
All right, and now we're talking about the 18th, is that right?
Yes.
Now you come back to the warehouse, is Tucker there?
This day I don't remember the 18th very clearly, or the 19th. I know that I was in shambles trying to get my stuff together.
Why, Travis? Why do you say you were in shambles trying to get your stuff together?
I didn't feel safe anymore. I didn't want to be around these people. Shayla was really upset with, the scenario and the way it was planning out, wanted me to come home.
And Shayla's your girlfriend up in Michigan?
Yes.
And so what's your plan at that point?
Well, she suggests to me that I make contact with a contractor that she knew from her working at Mangrove Mamas, an individual by the name Martin Ochoa. And she had made contact with him and arranged for me to have a meeting with him to get some work, to make some extra money, and to possibly have a place safe to go from where I was.
So this is something that Shayla arranged for you?
Yes.
And were you able to make contact with this Ochoa guy?
Yes, I was.
Was this on the 18th, the day after the event?
No, I believe this was the 19th.
All right. And you said you don't remember much about the 18th. Do you remember running into Tucker and Wilson at all during that time?
No, I do not.
You said you made contact with this Ochoa person, correct?
Yes.
Where did you guys make contact?
At Mangrove Mamas.
All right. And how did you get up there?
My truck.
And you made contact with him?
I did.
Did he have work for you?
He did.
And where was that work going to be?
In Big Pine.
And what kind of work was he going to be offering you?
There was paint work, there was roofing work, construction, basically refurbishing and rebuilding a house that had been damaged in the hurricane.
And did you tell him you'd do the work?
I did.
And did he also offer you a place to stay?
He did.
And did you decide to accept that offer?
Absolutely.
And what was the offer? Where were you going to be staying?
I was going to be staying in the house that I was going to be working on in Big Pine.
Did you return after this conversation with Ochoa? Did you ever go back to the warehouse?
I did.
And what day are we talking about now?
This, I believe, is the 19th as well.
Now, you said you went back to the warehouse. Do you remember if it was daytime or nighttime?
It was the daytime.
When you got back there, was Tucker there?
He was.
And what about Wilson? Was Wilson there?
No, he was not.
All right. And did you have did you have any interaction with Tucker when you got back to the warehouse that day?
Slightly, yes. Not prolonged. It was more in passing because I was packing my stuff, trying to get out of there.
All right. And do you remember the nature of that conversation? Do you remember what he was saying?
No.
Did you guys talk about anything happening at the treehouse?
No.
Now, at some point, you became aware of somebody having been stabbed there. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir, it is.
Tell the jury how you became aware that something like that had happened at the treehouse.
I was out at the beach, and I guess you could call it the Coconut Telegraph. There's lots of homeless people that hang out at Smathers Beach, and of course the news had gotten around, and they were telling me about what had happened, and I realized that this was the scenario that I was involved with.
And this was when the Coconut Telegraph, is this when you went to the beach the very next day on the 18th?
No. I didn't hear about it until the 19th.
Until the 19th?
Yes.
All right, and then you heard about it, you said, through the Coconut Telegraph.
Yes.
Did you hear about it before you went to meet Ochoa, or did you hear about it when you got back from Ochoa?
When I got back.
And did you put it did you put it together that was the situation, or that was the event from a couple nights before?
Yes, I did.
Did you become aware that somebody had been killed during that event?
Yes, I did.
And did you become aware of the name of the person?
No, I still hadn't become aware of the name of the individual.
Do you know Matthew Bonnet?
No, I do not.
Never met him?
Never met him.
So when you find this information out, do you ever confront this defendant about the information that you had obtained?
No, sir, I did not.
Why not?
Fear. Simple fear. I didn't want to put any attention on me for anything at this point.
All right. So then did you made contact with Ochoa, decided to take the job, right?
Yes.
So when you come back to the warehouse on the 19th, do you begin packing your things?
I did.
Why do you do that?
Because I'm leaving.
To go do this job?
Yes, to move out of this apartment to get away from this whole scenario completely.
Okay. And do you ever see Wilson before you leave?
No.
And you said Tucker was there that day when you packed up?
Yes.
Did you pack up all the things that you had unloaded inside of that warehouse?
Everything that